entrepreneurship prosperity, giving easier access to savings, impact investment, and credit to women.
Market the challenge your product is solving.
It will be great for you to have something that pays you monthly after you have stopped working.
Planning is very, very important.
Build what we call emergency funds, which is money that can, tide you over.
Have you seen our speaker lineup?
Sure.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Oh, no. Are you cold? So if you're not cold, I want our energy to be up, all right? Because you let everything to be here on a Saturday. And so I want your energy to show that you're excited to be in the room, to show that you're excited to value up this year. So I'm going to greet you again. Scratch that. I didn't greet you earlier. I'm going to repeat the greeting. And I want you to answer like you're sure you're ready to value up. Good morning, everyone. Beautiful. Welcome to Value Up 2025 by HerVest, the most anticipated, talked about, looked forward to gathering of people that are ready to value up in their finance, in their careers, in their lives generally. I want to say thank you for choosing to spend this beautiful Saturday with us. It's the last day in the month of May 2025, and you're here to wrap up May in grand style. So I want to say thank you. You could be anywhere else in the world. I'm sure that some of you must have had a very stressful week, and today you just wanted to rest. You just wanted to Netflix and chill at home, or maybe even attend some Owambe. But you decided to be here this Saturday to value up. And I want to say a very, very big thank you. My name is Gloria Babarindi. I'm a professional compere and a corporate communications executive, and I'm most delighted and excited to serve as your compere for Value Up 2025. Well, today promises to be packed full of excitement, learning, and so much fun. Today is not just an event. This is a full-on experience. So I want to congratulate you to say thank you for choosing to invest in yourself, invest in your future, invest in your career, invest in your finance, because the greatest investment that anyone can ever make is investing in themselves. And you have done very well today. Put your hands together for yourself for investing in yourself. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, today, we're going to be having a keynote address. There's going to be panel sessions. There's going to be a fireside chat that I would like to call a power side chat that I'm looking forward to. And for the very first time at Value Up, we're having an adrenaline pitch and grant contest. That's to say that a couple of entrepreneurs in the room will be going home with a grant to support their business. I think HerVest deserves a round of applause for that wonderful one. You're not being generous, and that's not fair. Thank you so very much. This is where the conversations will happen. Let me take a quick census in the room. You're an entrepreneur. Can you wave to me? Entrepreneur, wave to me. Oh, so many of them. You're a 9-to-5, wave to me. Okay, good. You work from home, remote working, wave to me. Every one of you in the room, love it. So whatever category it is that you fall in, probably you're an entrepreneur, you're a 9-to-5, you wear double hats, this is the room to be in. You are in the right room. And most importantly today, we're going to be networking a lot, because you can never tell the person sat next to you might be the link to your next biggest gig or deal. And so we're not going to take anybody for granted today. We're going to network. We're going to grow our network and the people that we have in it. All right? So today promises to be an amazing day. Now, you've met me. My name is Gloria. Please meet the person sat next to you in 2 minutes and ask them, how was May 2025 for you? Just get a response from them quickly. Ask them, how was May? Was May Maying? Did May for you? And ask them one more question. What are you looking forward to in June? Because tomorrow is the first day in the month of June. Make sure you get a response, all right? Make sure you get a reply. I'm waiting for you. Okay. Love it. All right, let's do this again. Ask them, what's their name? One question, what's their name and what they ate last night? Let's do that, everyone. What's your name? What did you have for dinner yesterday? For me, my name is Gloria, and I had rice for dinner yesterday. Ensure you get a response from the person sat next to you, okay? Very important. Love it. Okay, everyone, I want the energy to be up in the room. When I say, are you ready to be empowered? I want you to respond as loud as you can. You give me a powerful yes. Let everyone at Onikan know that people are in the room at Muson Centre. Are we together, everyone? Are you ready to be empowered? Are you ready to be equipped? Are you ready to be elevated? Finally, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to value up? If you're ready to value up, make some noise. Love it. Thank you so much for coming, everyone. Get ready. I want your energy, your fire to be up, because Value Up 2025, indeed, you will value up. All right. Ensure you meet somebody new, exchange contacts, have your notepads and your pens ready to learn, to write, to unlearn, and to relearn. Because today, we're talking about adapting, growing, and thriving in our finance, financial wellness. Adapt, grow, and thrive is the theme for Value Up 2025. I want to say a very big thank you to our speakers who are already in the room. I want to say thank you for joining us this morning. Please, ladies and gentlemen seated in the room, please can we make welcome our keynote speaker who has joined us this morning, Dr. Juliet Ehimwan. Please can we celebrate her? Thank you for joining us, ma'am. I don't think that applause is enough. Make it louder. Thank you so very much for joining us. We are delighted to have you this wonderful morning. And of course, I'll bring her up much later for her welcome address. Can we once again, everyone, celebrate the delectable, our convener, our chief host, the one and the only Solakwe Akinpelu. Please celebrate her. Looking pink, fully pink. Love it. Thank you so very much for organizing this year in, year out. I mean, every edition of Value Up keeps getting better. This is the third year in a row. It's really wonderful to see that every year HerVest decides to invest in people. We help you with your career, with your finance as entrepreneurs, the tips, the tricks, everything that you need to value up in life is what we provide you. And trust me, the lineup of speakers are fire. They will be helping us with the highs, the lows, their successes, their failures, their bounce backs, and everything that they've done to stay afloat in this country called Nigeria. Our speakers are not holding back at all. They're ready to teach us. Notice I used the word us. I didn't say you. I said us because myself as the MC, I am ready to learn. I have my notepad and my pen ready to write down and jot things down. So are you ready, everybody? No. You know, we promised that our energy will be very high today. Are you ready, everybody? Love it. So I want to say thank you to our online audience. We have our virtual participants. Can we put our hands together for them, everybody? Celebrate them. Let them know some people are in the room. Thank you. To our virtual participants, thank you so very much for joining us. Welcome to Value Up 2025. We are delighted that you've joined us. Let me know where you're joining from in the chat. Wherever it is you're joining from around the world, around Africa, let me know in the chat. I'd like to say hello to you. Please do not leave your streaming devices for anything so that you do not miss out on whatever it is that we've planned for you today. You're welcome our virtual audience. If you came from outside of Lagos, can you wave to me outside of Lagos? Wow. Okay. Ikorodu, Ekpe, Shogotel is outside of Lagos. Just kidding. Outside of Lagos. Wow. I would like to really know where you came in from. Can you shout it to me? Where did you come from? I need to hear you. Ogun State. Ogun State is outside of Lagos. Love it. Thank you very much for coming. Wherever it is you've come from, we are excited that you've joined us this wonderful morning. Thank you so very much. Housekeeping rules. Please keep your items, your belongings, keep them very safe. It's very important so that we do not report stolen items. Please, once again, keep your items safe. If you're going to use the restroom and you do not have anyone to keep and watch over your bags, ensure that you take it along with you so that we do not report stolen items, all right? The convenience for the ladies is to my left, your right, and for the men is to my right, your left. So ensure that you, in case you want to use the restroom at any point in time, take note of these two exit points. That said, I want to say thank you to our sponsors for supporting us. I mean, alone we can do so little, but together we do so much more. And we want to say thank you to our sponsors, our partners, our exhibitors for making Value Up 2025 a resounding success. We want to say thank you. So my audience, when I call out their names, I wanted to give them a lusty round of applause because we couldn't have in any way done this without them. Please celebrate with me Wema Bank, TVC News, Trace, Nestle Pure Life, Flutter Wave, Meristem, Immerse Coaching Company, Nimbus Media, Friska, Roving Heights, Sarah by Wema, FC, Pecan Trust Microfinance Bank, Purple. I would like to say thank you. Please keep clapping, keep clapping. I want to say thank you once again also to IBTS and Happy Coffee. Can we please put our hands together for them? We want to say thank you very much to our amazing sponsors and partners for making Value Up 2025 a resounding success. Thank you so very much. You can access the program of the event in case you want to go along with me as I bring up our speakers and have such an amazing time with you. All right, all you have to do is scan the QR codes. There are QR codes stationed around the pillars of the building. So you can just scan the QR code to get a download of the event today. The official hashtags. Okay, let's do this, everyone. Can we bring out our phones? Indulge me, please. My audience, you're the best in the world. Can you bring out your phones, everyone? Bring out your phones. Can you turn on selfie mode? Turn on selfie mode. Some people they're not even answering me. They're like, Gloria, you're saying your own. Is what I will do. No, don't do that to me. Bring out your phones, everybody. Turn on selfie mode and take a picture with the person sat next to you. I'm giving you 30 seconds to do that. Then you can say, hello, everyone. I'm at Value Up 2025 by HerVest. Everyone, can you say that? I'm at Value Up 2025 by HerVest. And I'm about to have a great time. I can't hear you. I'm at Value Up 2025 by HerVest, and I'm about to value up. Okay? Beautiful. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so don't keep those pictures in your phone. That's what you will not do. You will not keep those pictures in your phone. You're going to go on social media, whatever platform it is that you're on, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, or on your stories, all right, and use the hashtag ValueUp. Can I give you 30 seconds? I'm giving you 30 seconds to do that. Use the hashtag ValueUp, hashtag ValueUp 2025, hashtag ValueUp, and hashtag ValueUp 2025. Are you doing that? Value Up and hashtag Value Up 2025. Please tag us at HerVest NG. Tag us at HerVest NG, okay? We want to see. We want to repost. We want it to make noise on social media that we are valuing up right here at Muson Centre this year. Have you done that? Nobody's responding to me. Have you done that already? Okay, you're in it. Okay, I'm giving you 20 more seconds to do that. 20 more seconds to do that. 20 more, 20 more, 20 more, 20 more. Okay, beautiful. Thank you very much. Thank you for doing that. Thank you. So I want to do this, and I'll come to you to have a conversation with you quickly before I bring up Sholape for our welcome address. You were at the last edition of Value Up. Wave to me. The last edition of Value Up, wave to me. Can I have you quickly forward? Quickly. 3 people. If you don't volunteer, I will volunteer you. Value Up quickly. Please come forward. I have a gift. Okay, let's do that. You were at the last edition of Value Up. I want you to come forward. Be bold. Be audacious. Yes. Please, can you celebrate those that are volunteering if you will not volunteer? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please come forward quickly. Yes, that's okay. So share with us your experience at the last Value Up. How has it been for you till now? That's just it. Very simple. Okay.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I was at Value Up 2023, and it was very insightful. I learned a lot about financing and investment, and it has helped me a long way. I also made a friend, and we're still friends till today. So, yeah.
I think that deserves a round of applause. You made a friend, and you're still friends till date. You're going to make more friends today, and so that the next Value Up, you'll still be friends with them.
True.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's hear from you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Serasi. I was at the last Value Up. I think something that I recall very well was the session with Adara. I'm very sorry if I'm not pronouncing her name correctly. But yeah, like a lot of things that she said stopped me. And because of some of the things she said, I made some very important career decisions. I transitioned career, and I'm currently doing that today. So yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. That's to tell you that do not take any session as a joke. I want you to listen. I want you to take every single session, from the keynote to the panel sessions to the fireside chats. Take everything quite seriously, because the next Value Up, you return here to say, oh, I use these actionable plans. I use these actionable points, and things have changed for my career. Things have changed as an entrepreneur for me. So ensure that you pay rapt attention. This is a free event. Or did anybody pay to come here? No. Yeah. So the only thing that you can pay HerVest for this wonderful initiative is your attention. Don't pay us money. We don't want it. What we want is your attention. So ensure that every single session here, you take it very seriously, so you can make the most of today, and today can be worth your while. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, it is my delight and sincere pleasure to welcome to the microphone a name that is synonymous with intention, integrity, with innovation. This woman is not just building a company, but she's building a movement. And she took a bold step to create platforms for women around the world to take charge of their finances and future. She's a fierce trailblazer. She is a voice for the unheard. And you're going to be listening to her at this time. But quickly, I'll read her citation very shortly. She is a tech business leader, a best-selling author, and gender finance expert. She serves as the CEO and co-founder of HerVest, a fintech company that provides inclusive finance to African women through savings, impact investing, and credit financing for smallholder women farmers and women-led SMEs. Ladies and gentlemen, with over 70,000 members, HerVest is dedicated to improving women's lives through financial access and services. Sholakwe is a sought-after speaker, leading gender finance conversations both offline and online, and in various media outlets. She's also the author of the best-selling personal finance book, Stripped, an African woman's guide to building generational wealth. Ladies and gentlemen, with a deserving and a lusty round of applause, join me to welcome to the stage for her welcome address, a fierce trailblazer, a visionary woman, a philanthropist, a kind-hearted woman, a studious one, an audacious woman, beautiful, wonderful, hardworking, a true angel, a leader par excellence. Please make welcome CEO and co-founder HerVest, Sholakwe Akinpelu. That should be louder. I think that deserves a louder applause. She does.
Thank you so much, Gloria. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Can you celebrate your wonderful selves, please? Thank you so much for making it out here. And my name is Sholakwe Akinpelu, and it's a pleasure having you here. It's a beautiful Saturday morning. We prayed, we planned, and we thank God that it's happening live. Before we begin, I want to offer you a moment of stillness to arrive, not just in this space, but in yourselves. Calling out your name quietly. So I'll call out my name and say, Sholakwe. Congratulations. You made it, you valuable human. Can you do that to yourself? Awesome. Thank you so much. I'd like to welcome you all, everyone, the HerVest community, guests, mentors, friends, first timers joining us today. I'd like to welcome in particular and very importantly Dr. Juliette Imwa for affording us her time, her wealth, her experience, her beauty. Are you not blessed? Thank you so much, Dr. Juliette. We appreciate you. Thank you for trusting HerVest, everyone. Thank you for bringing your energy. Thank you for showing up. This is important. The journey to an equitable and prosperous society is not an isolated one. It starts with me and you, and to the progressive men in the room whose presence embodies the possibility of equal opportunities. A round of applause to our men, please. A round of applause to our allies. Thank you so much. Can I have my slides? I was just going to show you a picture of myself at a gender conference in November 2024. The time must have been around 5 p.m. because the conference was happened late into the day. Unknown to me, I would go into an unmedicated labor and delivery in less than 5 hours from when I took that picture. Hopefully that picture comes on. And I'm going somewhere. Just last night, putting this speech together took me another about 3 hours because I've been leading a team, a powerful team, I must say, to put all of this together. There was a tight deadline. Child number 3 who came in November is currently teething. She's cranky, wanted mommy. And we're doing all of this while leading an amazing team to plan this event. So that was me. On the day I, went into labor, actually. And then that's me last night. Thank you so much. So while it is extremely limiting to weave the female around motherhood alone, we are bigger than that. We have so many dimensions. It's also symbolic of your strength, every one of us here. It's a clear illustration of your power, that you can multitask, that you can create and bet global visions, that you, my lady, can thrive. And when you skip the social permission, when you permit yourself and embrace your strengths, you are limitless. Allow me to zone out a little and introduce you to HerVest. We are an inclusive fintech offering financial services as savings, impact investments, and credits, especially to women who have historically been left out of financial systems, like smallholder female farmers and women-owned small businesses. We do this by working hand in hand with multiple stakeholders, many of whom are seated in this room. I appreciate you. I see you all. If my slide would come much, you'd have seen logos and representations. We do this to deliver sustainable, accessible financial services to underserved and excluded women. So whenever we say inclusive finance, and because I understand that one of the barriers in gender finance is also, the jargons. Oh, we speak highfalutin and women feel like, okay, they are probably not speaking with me, maybe they are talking to the big boys. I'll just do a quick illustration of what I'm talking about. Imagine Jennifer, based in Lagos, decides to invest, let's say hypothetically, 10,000 naira in Jumai in a female farmer in maybe a far-flung, rural area, let's say in Ogun State. I wouldn't want to name, because if I name now, the person says, no, that's not a village. I'm not from a village. My village is a town, or my village is a city. So Jumai, who previously had no access to funding or formal credits, then go ahead to utilize the funds through farming or trading. She repays, she grows, she repeats the same cycle, say about 2 to 3 times in a year. Over time, Jumai, the rural excluded woman, grows from 0 to 1. Economically active, she becomes confident, she becomes consistent. And Jennifer, she grows from 10 to 11. Her money grows, her impact grows, her sense of shared progress grows. And that is inclusive finance. Isn't it magical? And that's how we build inclusive finance, where everyone increases regardless of social status. When I started HerVest, it wasn't just an ambition. It was out of a quiet conviction that women's financial growth should be normal and not extraordinary. That assets and capital should be available, woven around women's realities and peculiarities, the unpaid labor, biological functions leading to career and business pursuits, amongst others. Our numbers speak for us. With over 10,000 female farmers and female entrepreneurs impacted and funded, over 80,000 women saving and investing purposefully via a mobile application, with over 3 billion naira worth of transactions processed, we are not just building a platform. Gloria mentioned it earlier. We are powering a movement of financially included, like the cool kids would say, financially woke women across Nigeria and beyond. And so why value up? At HerVest, we believe value is an economic metric. It's a clear determinant of who we are, how fast and precise we unlock the next level, what we bring to the table, and the capital that flows from it. We created Value Up to reflect that belief and help our community unlock prosperity across their finances, businesses, and careers. This year, our theme is financial wellness, adapt, grow, and thrive. And isn't that the story of everyone here? From shifting policies, rising costs, evolving roles, new capacities are forged. We become resilient, we adapt, we grow, and whether we know it or not, we thrive against all odds. I want to take a moment here to thank everyone, our partners, our keynote speaker, again, Dr. Juliette Imwa, our speakers, our sponsors. Thank you for believing in this mission of financial inclusion and women's prosperity. Thank you to everyone for being here. Special thanks to our sponsors, Wema Bank, Sarah by Wema, Meristem, Pecan, Nestle, Flutterwave, Immense Coaching, Roving Heights, FC Accessories, Frisco Live, Popo. We appreciate, and our media partners as well, Trace, TVC, IBST Media, and Nimbus Media. Thank you immensely for your support. And to our keynote speaker, an exemplary individual, the founder Beyond Limits and immediate past director, Google West Africa, a walking symbol of today's theme, who has adapted through multiple sectors, rose to shifting policies, while through it all, shining, thriving. I mean, have you seen a calming smile? Like she could literally be going through a storm and then Dr. Sulet is still smiling through it. We are honored to anchor this event on your wealth of experience. Thank you for showing us what grace and leadership embodies at scale. So today, as we convene, network, listen to our amazing panelists and speakers, I invite you all to adapt with a clear strategy, to grow with courage, and thrive unapologetically. It's currently 10:14 a.m. in Lagos, West Africa, and there's no better time than now to value up. I welcome you all to HerVest Value Up. Thank you so much, everyone.
Value Up 2025, if that applause was for me, that would be okay. But for the CEO and co-founder HerVest, I think it should be more generous. Thank you so very much, Sholape, and the incredible team at HerVest. Thank you for every year constantly helping women and men in the room take charge of their finance and future with this event, helping them value up, helping them with the nuggets, the tips, the tricks that they need to value up in their lives, in their careers, in their businesses. Thank you once again for that wonderful welcome address. And I'm sure every one of you, are you not welcomed already? Aha, I know you feel welcomed already. So just because we are running very swiftly because of our time, we're going to have a quick video that shows and tells you our story at HerVest. We are not just a company, we're a movement, and we have people that have benefited immensely from the products and our offerings. So ladies and gentlemen, please fix your eyes on the screens for HerVest ad video.
Gbogbo nílùú ìṣe ń lọ wọ́n jọ kan ṣàánú àárẹ̀rẹ̀ lórí ọmọ náà kó ṣàánú àkárẹ̀rẹ̀.
Ní tèmi o, pẹ̀lú gbogbo ohun tí ojú mi ti rí sẹ́yìn, ó máa ń nira láti rí owó yá lọ́wọ́ àwọn ènìyàn àbí ilé ìfowópamọ́ láti fi dókòwò. It can be frustrating. If they go out from the bank, their interest rate do go too much. It's very tiring.
That we were unable to farm because of the financial problem. They were barren lands. We cannot afford to farm them. And HerVest have bring joy to us. We have farmed the buried virgin lands that we are just lying down west.
Pẹ̀lú access, ohun gbogbo ìṣúná ti di ìrọ̀rùn fún mi. Everything at Digolum easy. Far Dugo useful for me in all financial aspects. Tó bá jẹ́ ká yáwó ni, ìrọ̀rùn ló bá dé. Tó bá jẹ́ kí n ṣiṣẹ́ ni, ìrọ̀rùn ló bá dé. Torí mo mọ̀ pé HerVest ń bẹ lẹ́yìn.
For someone who is business minded and who is quite young, I like to try different things. And when I try different things, I know that I don't always win every time. I win some, I lose some. On the days where I lose some, I try to make sure that I have a backup somewhere. I try to make sure that I have savings that I can run back to. Flexible savings, and HerVest helps me with that. HerVest helps keep me afloat.
HerVest. Here for her.
Orúkọ mi ni Sidikat Suleiman. Mo ti ṣe oríṣiríṣi oko iyọ̀ àgbàdo tó pọ̀, soya beans, ẹ̀gẹ́ àti beans gangan.
Lóòótọ́ oníṣòwò ni wá, bọ́ oníṣòwò títí wa ló máa ń pè ní social entrepreneur. To say that for any project that we want to do, it has to have a social impact.
Iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n bí mi sínú ẹ̀ ní bàbá mi àgbẹ̀ paraku ni tí ìbá wá ṣàgbẹ̀ mọ́ máa ṣọdẹ. That is it, because I love dealing with bush and I believe one day my effort will be crowned by God.
Máa ya yín nǹkan tẹ́ bá fẹ́ lò wọ́n á ya yín tó ń láṣẹ sọ pé kẹ́ máa keep record gbogbo operation tẹ́ bá take place. There are some things these women didn't understand, but they were made to understand some certain things here.
Here for her, ìyẹn ni pé obìnrin làwa wà fún. Because I believe pé obìnrin ló nílé, obìnrin ló ń dìlú.
Obìnrin ipa wa tá à ń kó gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìyá.
Ó kàn ṣe pé ìyá ti jẹ àwa àgbẹ̀ obìnrin sẹ́yìn torí wọn ronú pé obìnrin ṣàgbẹ̀.
Ipa wa tí Ọlọ́run fi ta wá lọ́rùn àti fọwọ́ bì sẹ́yìn. Àti àdá kò ì pé iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ilẹ̀ wa.
I would like to thank HerVest and the CEO of HerVest, and I pray to Almighty God to strengthen them the more, because so far we are expecting a lot from you, and I pray we will get what we need from you. Thank you.
Women these days can no longer hide behind the lies of, I do not have support. HerVest is here to say we're supporting you, we're here for you. All you have to do is make yourself available for the offerings that we are bringing to you. So thank you once again, HerVest, for being more than just a fintech platform or for being more than just an investment platform or a support. Thank you for being a movement. We really appreciate you. And thank you for putting together Value Up. Please, another round of applause, everyone. Be generous, be generous. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Now, every once in a while, sometimes people walk into a room and they shift the energy, all right? Not by shouting, not by just making noise, but by showing what is possible, by showing what leadership looks like, by showing what it means to rise with excellence, with audacity, and remain grounded in the very purpose for which you're called. And our keynote speaker is exactly that kind of woman. She once said, there's this quote about her that she said, and I love it so much. She said, be intentional about your journey. Don't just go with the flow, shape it. And I promise you, she's here to help you do just that today. She's a tech icon and a leadership strategist, a boardroom boss, a respected voice across Africa's innovation space. And she's a woman that has indeed left indelible marks in the sands of time and is still leaving those marks. And she'll be delivering a powerful keynote speech at this time. It gives me great delight, and it is my distinct honor to read a citation at this time. Dr. Juliet Ihimwan is the founder of Beyond Limits and the immediate past director of Google West Africa. Now, we do not just read citations because we want to just do this as a part of the event. No. We read citations so you can know the power of who's coming to speak to you. You can be inspired. You can celebrate their achievements, and you can pay more attention because you know we are bringing a force to speak to you. So when I read anything worthy of mention or worthy of celebration, I want you to put your hands together to celebrate it. She was named by Forbes as one of the top 20 power women in Africa by the London Business School as one of 30 people changing the world, and as one of the most influential people of African descent. She was also featured in the BBC Africa Power Women series and on CNN Innovate Africa. With over 25 years, primarily in technology, oil and gas, and new media industries across Europe, Middle East, and Africa, Juliet is a leading voice on innovation, transformation, and leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, during her remarkable 12-year tenure at Google, Juliet played a pivotal role in growing the digital ecosystem in Africa, facilitating $1 billion in groundbreaking investments, including an Africa investment fund for startups and a submarine cable along the coast of West Africa to Europe. Through Beyond Limits, Juliet is focused on enabling digital transformation, developing leaders, and facilitating investments into the African startup ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a warm, lusty, deserving, and generous applause, join me to make welcome a force of wisdom, a force of vision, a force of undeniable impact. When we say we want you to value up, she is what we mean. This is excellence wearing a top and pants. Ladies and gentlemen, make welcome Dr. Juliet Ehimwan. Make it louder, everyone. I think she deserves it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was quite an introduction. Good morning, everyone. It's so great to see you, and it's so great to be here. And I love the theme for this conference: Adapt, Grow, and Thrive. How's everyone doing? No, that's not good enough. How's everyone doing? Great. You know, it's always great to see the appetite for growth, for learning, for self-improvement. You know, when I come to forums like this and I see, the crowd and the enthusiasm, that really goes a long way, because every investment you make in yourself is so critical, and that's the best investment you can make. And I want to say a big kudos to Sholape and the HerVest team for creating this empowering platform. Yes, please give them a round of applause. You know, I saw that picture of Sholape last night, carrying her baby and birthing all of this. Isn't that remarkable? And, you know, that's what we have in us as women. You know, we have women around the world, in our society, that are doing amazing things. And it's so great that the platform HerVest exists to provide support to women far and wide that are making a difference, making an impact on a daily basis. And I think that picture would go a long way in inspiring. I don't know how you can share that further, but I think it's very inspiring, because, you know, it just, that's what it's about. It's like, you know what it takes being in that kind of space with a baby, and then putting all this together. And I also know what it takes to create an event like this. It's not a small feat. So once again, well done, Sholape and the HerVest team. Please give them a round of applause again. And also to acknowledge all the amazing people that would be speaking in the course of the day. I've seen the speaker lineup. It's great. And also, I've talked about the women, but the men in the room as well. It's great to have you in the room. Thank you for being allies. And those online, thank you for joining. So the theme today is adapt, grow, and thrive. And it's so important in our world today because we're living in a world of increasing complexity. Some of you may have heard the term VUCA, which stands for volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. And that describes our reality in the world today. And what do we mean when we say adapt, grow, and thrive? The way I see it, it's a call to not be limited by the challenges that face us, but to navigate them and to be empowered to define new paths, to step out with courage and keep moving forward. When we look around us today, we know that there are so many challenges that could weigh us down, discourage us. But the invitation to adapt, grow, and thrive is to rise above these challenges. And I know HerVest is very much around wellness. Not just financial wellness, but also wellness in a broader sense. And adapting, growing, thriving are very important in maintaining our overall wellness. Because true well-being is about evolving and flourishing in every aspect of life. When we talk about adapting, we're talking about being flexible, not to be so rigid that when things need to change, when we face obstacles, we break, but to be flexible enough to be able to chart a new course, adjust to life's challenges or changes, and embrace them without losing balance. When we talk about growth, well, wellness is a journey of continuous improvement, expansion in our mind, in our body, and in our spirit. And of course, this is not just about surviving, but thriving as well, actively enhancing everything that we are. And so I'll be talking about wellness from a holistic perspective. And as we know, it far extends beyond financial wellness. I've identified some categories on the screen when it comes back up. Health. So everything around our physical body, our minds, your state of mind affects your well-being and your wellness. Intellectual wealth, the skills that we develop in ourselves. Social wealth, our relationships, our networks, the communities that we're a part of. Time wealth, time itself is a currency, and I'll be talking more about that. Spiritual wealth, a sense of purpose, fulfillment, and inner peace derived from our values, our beliefs, our environment, and of course our finances. Those are just some examples. And true wealth and wellness involves a balance in all of these dimensions. So what I'll be talking about is sharing 6 factors that I think are really important and that I have seen from my experience to be very important in ensuring that we're able to grow, adapt, and thrive, and we're able to maintain wellness in all these areas, in most of these areas that I have talked about. But before I do that, I'd like to play a video. So this video, if you can bring it up, it encapsulates a lot of the principles in my book, 30 Days of Excellence.
Who are you becoming?
I'll be giving out 5 copies of the book.
What are you committed to creating
HerVest.
in your life?
I'll probably do a couple while on stage.
What future are you living into?
To live the life you want.
Who are you becoming? What are you committed to creating in your life? What future are you living into?
To live the life you want, you need to define it. Only then can you create it the way you want.
Every new day, every experience, every crisis is an opportunity to grow and possibly to recalibrate your life.
Life gives us many opportunities to begin again. If things are currently not going the way you want, stop,
step back, breathe. Take stock and think, what direction am I heading? What is my purpose? What is the vision for my life?
What steps do I need to take today to get me back on track?
You may be afraid you cannot make it, that you do not have the right skills, background, or connections to realize your vision.
Feel the fear and forge ahead anyway, for life is a lesson in courage. To go after your dreams requires courage. To live your truth requires courage.
You get to decide whether your dreams are valid or not, and whether you deserve a chance at fulfilling them. You get to decide whether you're going to be visible or invisible.
Every situation either blesses you, teaches you, or crushes you. You decide. With the right attitude, you can turn stumbling blocks into stepping stones.
Take responsibility today for making things happen, rather than waiting for things to happen to you.
Embrace uncertainty. Enjoy the stretch. Get comfortable with operating outside your comfort zone.
Say yes to life. Have a yes attitude. Explore possibilities.
Take advantage of opportunities. Grab life with both hands. Decide, what are you going to create today?
Everyone is called to be a leader, in your own life at the very minimum. No exception.
A lot of the concepts that you just watched on screen, I'll be sharing in the tips I'll be providing next. And as I mentioned, I'll be making some complimentary copies of the book available. So if we bring the slides back up, So there are 6 enabling factors that I'd like to share when we think about adapting, growing, thriving, and developing wellness from a holistic perspective. The first is about being intentional, and I know I've been quoted around this. It's something I talk about very often, and it's because I've seen it at work, and it's very important. So being intentional, setting bold intentions, being courageous, treat your time as currency, have a growth mindset, a healthy attitude, and invest in relationships. So I'm going to take each of them, starting with being intentional. Now, this is not a dress rehearsal. This is our lives. There's a saying that life is like a coin. You can spend it however you wish, but you only get to spend it once. We're here for a fixed period of time. What are you going to make of that? What are you going to make your life about? It starts with a conscious choice. I often say, and you heard that in the video, that to live the life you want, you need to define it. Only then can you create it the way you want. Because life does not happen by accident. If your business is to grow, that doesn't happen by accident. If you're to advance in your career, it doesn't happen by accident. If you look at people who have accomplished great things, there's usually a level of focus and intensity. They're not blown by the wind. They're very clear. This is what I want to achieve. There's a sense and purpose. And I'm sure, even in our lives, if you reflect, you realize that the times you accomplished great things, you know what it took to get there. Now, to share from my personal experience, as many of you know, I used to lead Google. I did that for 12 years. When I started at Google in 2011, we were just 2 people in the company, in a small room, in a service building. And of course, the challenge back then was, how do you take a global company with global footprints in a market where there's very little footprint and establish relevance? Especially when you consider the fact that you're operating side by side with other countries around the world. This is a global organization, other companies around the world that have infrastructure, more robust, more sophisticated infrastructure, broadband services, where you have a lot more people online. You have advanced digital services and all of that. How do you establish relevance? How do you ensure that you matter, so to speak? We had to be intentional. My intention back then was to bring the best of Google to Nigeria and bring the best of Nigeria to Google. And we distilled that into a simple mission, which was make the numbers count. What that meant for us was, it's 200 million people. That has to count for something. Yes, our technology is still maturing, it's still growing. We have a long way to go, but it's 200 million people. Let's make the numbers count. And that mission drove our approach and a lot of the things that we accomplished as a team. We were the first region, for example, to propose training of 1 million people with digital skills across Africa. We were in the most profitable markets. We were in the most advanced markets. But we were the first to propose and get budget to train 1 million people. And credit to my colleagues, actually, for this feat. We accomplished that. The goal was to do it in 1 year. The team accomplished it in 10 months. And then we went on to 10 exits and got approval to train 10 million people with digital skills across Africa. And then we went on to bring our global CEO. Nigeria was the first country that he visited as CEO in Africa. Everything we did was very much around go big or go home, make the numbers count. Nigeria became a priority market in our Next Billion Users initiative, one of about 5 chosen markets around the world, and a number of other things, launching an accelerator program for African startups and so on. The team rallied together, and we were united by that intention, which was make the numbers count. So when we're coming with a proposal, when we're talking about the numbers, we're talking about the opportunity in the market. And I've seen this play out in so many other scenarios in my career and in others as well. What is your bold intention? What is your vision? What is that dream that you have inside you? Something that you want to create, you want to birth. Imagine embarking on a journey without a destination in mind. That's what it means when we move without intention. It's so important to take time and reflect in each area of your life. What is it you want to achieve? Where do I want to go in my career? What do I want to accomplish in my business? How do I want my finances to be? What is my vision for my physical well-being, financial well-being, for my mental fitness, the different domains of life that I showed earlier? So just take some time and think, what do I want to create in the future? That's how we envision the future. by creating that mental picture, which essentially is your vision. It's that picture of what you're looking to create. And my invitation to you is that before you leave this conference today, take some time to actually build that picture in your mind. Just pick an area and decide, what is it I want to create in this area? And maybe even distill it down to, by the end of this year, where do I want to be? Because that way, you can maximize the opportunities that are available to you. You can mobilize your resources to get you there. One of the great things about doing this, about being intentional, is that it helps you to focus. We know that there are so many things distracting us today. I mentioned that it's an increasingly complex world. Clarity of vision and a clear sense of purpose helps you to focus and cut out all of that noise so that you're more productive, so that you maximize your time and the resources that are available to you. You must have heard the saying that what you focus on expands. And there's a lot of truth in that. And if you're not following your own North Star, that's your own sense of purpose, your own vision, then most likely you're following someone else's. Now, if I'm trying to go from, say, Lagos to Abuja, I have a destination in mind. My intention is to get to Abuja. Perhaps I want to go by flying. And then I realize that, there are no flights. All flights have been cancelled. With that, I know what my destination is. I can think about alternative ways. Maybe I decide to go by road. There may be some roads that are blocked, and I do a diversion. But eventually, it may take me longer, but eventually I get to Abuja. Why? Because I had a clear picture in mind of what I wanted to achieve. When we talk about adapting, having a clear focus, a clear picture of what you want to achieve, clear goals, help you to adapt effectively so that you're not blown by the wind. You may go this way, but you know where you're going and you eventually get there. The second area I would like to focus on is about being courageous. I have just invited you to set a bold intention, to create a bold vision. To go after this requires courage. What I've come to learn is that life itself is a lesson in courage. Fear is a natural phenomenon. Everyone experiences fear. And right now, you might be afraid in certain respects. Maybe it's in relation to your job. Maybe it's in relation to a presentation that you're supposed to make next week. Or something else. At different points in time, we all experience fear. It's part of our human nature. When we talk about being courageous, it's not denying the existence of fear. What we're saying is, do not be stopped by the fear. What is that bold step that you need to take to move you forward? Perhaps it's a bold conversation with your manager or your investor, depending on what area of life you're focused on, or a client. Perhaps it's something you need to apply for. Maybe it's a training you need to enroll for, and you've been wondering, am I good enough? Can I do it? Will they admit me? What is that thing that is going to take you out of your comfort zone and open up more possibilities for you? This is something that, and those who are familiar with my journey would know that courage is something that has been very evident in my life. I have made a number of bold choices, pushing myself out of my comfort zone. At different points in my career, I've had to make pivotal decisions, like foregoing the assurance of a salary to go back to school, or to make career changes, leaving great roles and jobs to birth new things. Those decisions were driven by a sense of purpose as my North Star. And that helped put the choices in proper perspectives. If your vision is big enough, it will pull you. During those major transitions, I did experience fear and anxiety. But those have been my biggest growth opportunities and have helped me to reinvent myself. You will be amazed at what you can create if you don't allow fear to hold you back. I'm going to repeat that because I think it is so profound, so important. You will be amazed at what you can create if you don't allow fear to hold you back. Every single person in this room has greatness in them. And I'm going to invite you to help me out. Say to the person next to you, I have greatness in me. Fantastic. Now say to the person, you have greatness in you. Who believes it? Are we just saying it because I asked you to? Great. I'm glad to see so many hands up. And because fear is a big detractor for a lot of people, I will stay on the topic for a bit. There are a number of things I will invite you to consider if you are faced with fear. Perhaps you have something in front of you to accomplish, but you are stopped by fear. There are a number of things you can consider. The first is connect with your why. Why am I doing this? Why is this important? Sometimes we go straight into activity without actually stepping back to say, why is this important? If I don't do this, what do I lose? If I do this, what do I gain? So just really connecting, because that fuels your energy and your resolve that it needs to be done. So connect with your why. The second thing is to ask yourself, what's the worst that can happen? Okay, I'm afraid. What's the worst that can happen? At least I'm not going to die. Okay, maybe I get a no. Maybe it doesn't work out. What's really the worst that can happen? And if you really think about it, that worst case scenario probably won't happen. So you are not really existentially at risk. The third thing I would say is recall evidence of past performance. I would assert that everyone in this room, you have accomplished so much in your life to be here, to be where you are today. You've crossed a lot of hurdles. You've proven yourself time and again. It can be very helpful to think about those accomplishments. Remind yourself that, but I did this. But yes, I didn't know how to do X, Y, Z, and I learned it. I was able to step up to the plate. I overcame this challenge, so I can do this. I may not have all the answers now, but I can learn. That talking to yourself is so critical because it's something we do all the time anyway. We all have that constant voice in our heads. Sometimes, for some of us, it's a tool that we use to beat ourselves up. Oh, you haven't done this. Oh, see what your mates are doing. Oh, you'll never get that job. You'll never get that promotion. My manager hates me. Others, I'm not from the right side of town. I don't have a godfather, so I can't get this done. Who will give me money? Where do I even start from? And on it goes. Those kinds of limiting beliefs can even stop us from venturing forward. But we can transform them into empowering beliefs. And when I talk about empowering beliefs, I'm not talking about positive thinking, where you don't really believe it, you're just saying it. Because I think if I say, oh, I'm wealthy, oh, I have $1 billion in my account, it's going to happen. What I'm talking about is recognizing the fact and your story about the fact and separating the two. So, for example, I don't have a godfather, therefore I can't succeed. It may be true that you don't have a godfather. That could be a fact. But what are you making it mean? What's your story about that fact? The story is, therefore I cannot succeed. But what is the evidence out there? If you look around, there are many people without godfathers that have succeeded. In fact, some of them didn't have the resources that you have and were able to make great things for themselves. So it's actually not true to say because I don't have a godfather, I can't succeed. Thinking about our mindsets and consciously challenging some of those thought patterns is a very healthy exercise because you can be your best champion. And one more thing about overcoming fear is practice, practice, practice. Depending on the situation, being prepared makes a huge difference in calming the nerves, in making you feel on top of things. I've had presentations that I did where, to a very large audience, and before that presentation, I was talking to myself in the mirror. I was practicing, even visualizing how I would walk on stage and where I would pause and things like that. I remember one, conference we had. It was Google EMEA. It was about 2,000 people in the audience. I was coming on stage after our global chief business officer. So it was pretty important. And also, in a way, daunting. And I did so much practice that there was a teleprompter, but I actually knew the lines in my head because I had practiced and practiced. And after the whole thing, people were like, "Oh, you were great. It was fantastic." No one knew what I had been doing in my hotel room the night before, how I had been pacing up and down. And I'm sure there are many people that would share similar experiences. This is real. Like, it's not magic. A lot of people that accomplish things, it's practice, it's believing, stepping up to the plate, believing in yourself, and then just doing what it takes. If you need someone to support you, to help you, look at the resources that are available. Look at people in your network. Communities like HerVest are great for things like this, right? So, stepping forward and making sure that we are prepared. And the final thing I would say around fear is feel the fear and forge ahead anyway, because it's not about not having fear. It's about not being stopped by the fear. And so those things that you want to embark on that are being held back by fear, feel the fear and take them on anyway. So coming back to our principles, I've talked about being intentional. I've talked about being courageous. Now I'm going to talk about time. Treating time as currency. Now, time is a currency. Do you believe that? If you're alive, what do you have? One of the things you have is time. And we talk about spending time the way we spend money, or wasting time the way we waste money. But time is the only resource that you can't keep in a bank. You can't get HerVest to invest it for you. It gets spent, and that's it. You don't get it back. And as time passes, so does life. We all have the same 24 hours every day. Whether you're rich or poor, black or white, male or female, it doesn't matter. We all have the same 24 hours. The truth is, even if we suddenly get 30 hours in a day, maybe initially we'll all be excited. Oh, I've got so much extra free time, 6 extra hours. But within a short time, we'll fill the 30 hours up and we'll be back to square one. So it's not so much about the length of time, it's the quality. It is how we prioritize within the time that we have. And if we see time as currency, then we'll realize that if you're wasting your time, you're wasting money. If you're using your time productively, then you're building wealth. One of my empowering beliefs about time, we talk about, time, there isn't enough time waits for no one, and so on. One of my empowering beliefs about time is that I have enough time to do everything I need to do. I just need to be organized. If I'm disorganized, well, but I have the time for everything I want to do. I just need to be organized. Now, when I'm talking about productive time, I'm not saying that we have to be busy all the time. That's not what this is about. It's about the quality that we put into the time. If it's about rest, if you want to rest, rest well. If you want to play, play well. If you want to spend time with family and friends, enjoy it. It's about quality time, value adding exercises, activities, things that enhance us, the totality of who we are, things that help us to value up. And as I was saying, any time invested in oneself, in one's growth, is time well spent. The fourth thing is about having a growth mindset. We're talking about adapting, growing, and thriving. A growth mindset helps you adapt in the face of change, to look for opportunities in challenging situations, to pivot and thrive as required. Learning is a lifelong activity. In fact, if you look from 1 year to the next and you're not growing, there's a problem. Because we need to keep moving forward. When was the last time you read a book? Or listened to an audio tape? Or watched an instructional video? Investing in building your capacity, developing your skills, that increases your commercial edge, builds your wealth. And in terms of having a growth mindset and developing yourself, one area I would also touch on is be digitally empowered. You've heard and seen a lot of the developments in the digital space. Now we're talking so much about artificial intelligence, generative AI, machine learning, and so on. The tools keep getting more sophisticated, more integrated into natural life. These tools are bringing immense possibilities to us in terms of work and productivity. My invitation to you is, don't think technology is something that is for the techies. I'm not a techie person. The truth is, digital literacy today in our society is what basic literacy used to be a long time ago. In fact, we're moving beyond that now and looking at, AI enablement and so on. So I would invite you to lean into some of these technology tools in your particular area. Look at what are the trends or some of the tools that can enhance your effectiveness. Pick one and be proactive in developing mastery in the use of that tool. It's like having your own smart assistants, your own productivity enhancer. Make a decision today that you're going to embrace digital platforms, because you know what? That's the train is already moving. And by doing that, you value up in a very significant way. So I'm just going to ask you to make sure that you're still with me. What are some of the attributes I've mentioned so far? We're on number 4. What are some of the attributes I've mentioned? Amazing. Please give yourselves a round of applause. Now we talk about attitude. And I'm going to start with a story. There were 2 bricklayers laying brick. Some of you may have heard me share this story, but it's a very significant one. One of them was he seemed very bored, just laying one brick on top of the other. The second bricklayer was very energized and enthusiastic as he laid one brick on top of the other. The first bricklayer was asked, "What are you doing?" And he said, "I'm laying bricks." The second bricklayer was asked the same question, "What are you doing?" And he said, "Oh, I'm building the biggest cathedral in the city." Do you see the difference? Do you see the difference? I don't hear any yes. Okay, so they were doing exactly the same job. But the first bricklayer just saw it as a mundane task. I'm just laying bricks. But the second bricklayer could see the bigger picture. He could see the end goal. Why am I laying these bricks and building cathedral? So he had a bigger sense of purpose and fulfillment about his job, the work that he was doing. And that's why he was so energetic, so encouraged, so enthused. That speaks to attitude. Sometimes I speak to people that say, where I am now is not where I want to be. And so I'm maybe not very motivated or I'm discouraged. But the reality is, where you are now is what you have. And that's where you start from. If you want to go to the moon, you can only start from where you are. But where you are now offers you something. It offers you the ability to learn, to grow, to show what you're made of, to build your network. And you never know who's watching or what's around the corner. So that when something comes up, an opportunity that is more aligned with where you think you should be, you are prepared for it. The last thing you want to be doing is coasting, to say, because where I am now is not where I want to be, I'm not particularly motivated. How am I doing for time? Sorry? No, it's actually off. Just making sure. Okay. Am I out of time? Okay. And one attitude I would invite everyone is an attitude of gratitude. Gratitude is so important because it really lifts you up and helps you to tackle things from an empowered perspective. You may feel, I have so many problems. But I can assure you, there are about 8 billion people on the planet. I can assure you that there are over 1 billion people that would trade places with you immediately, that would want to be in your shoes. And if you look around you, you have a lot to be grateful for. It's important we cultivate that attitude of gratitude. Because that way, if things are not working, you're more empowered to tackle them from a healthy perspective rather than from a victim perspective. So moving on very quickly, the last bit is about relationships. And that's just really stressing the fact that no man is an island. We lean on others and other people can lean on us as well. Let's be open to building win-win relationships. Be there for others when they need your support or your services, your guidance, your help. And also, reach out to people when they're able to support you. And I would invite you that before you leave the conference, think about meeting 10 new people that you haven't met before. So these are the 6 areas that we've looked at. And as I mentioned in the start, it's so important to show up for yourself, to be your champion, to be intentional about what you want to create, and then you can leverage the resources around you to actually make that happen. I would leave you with this, which is an invitation to think about when you look at the end of from now till the end of the year, pick a word that describes who you want to be. Is it fearless? Is it resilient? Is it connected? What is your word for the year? And with that, I will leave you and say thank you very much and all the best for the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, for that powerful keynote address, please celebrate this excellent standing on heels with me. Thank you so very much, ma'am, for that wonderful, actionable keynote address. Thank you. Please, can we have Shalakwe please join us on stage for pictures? Celebrate our chief host as she joins Dr. Ihiman for pictures. Thank you. We have books, yes.
The HerVest team would share them. Yes, exactly.
Thank you. So we have books here. 30 days of excellence. Don't worry, I'm going to play a little game with you, and that will determine who will go home with not my books now, with Dr. Juliet books here. Yes. Shortly after, I would like to ask our panelists and our moderators to please join us and join them for a quick photo. Please hold on, Maz. Our other speakers will join you for a quick photo. Yes, please. Our panelist, our moderator, please, let's join us. Let's join us. Thank you. Can we have some music? I need the energy in the room to be up because we just finished the powerful keynote session. Thank you very much. Thank you. Love the burst of colors. So let's take a quick photo quickly. Are we good? Thank you very much, ladies. Please, a round of applause for them again as they make their way back. Thank you. Thank you, multimedia. So I want us to, thank you very much for the music. We can take you down now. Thank you. Thank you. I want us to chorus as loud and as clearly as we can the 6 actionable steps for you to have financial wellness, to adapt, to grow, and to thrive. And not just financial wellness, but wellness all around. So we're going to chorus it, everyone. I want them to hear at Onikan. So that's how loud I want you to chorus it. Very clear, because what you constantly confess becomes your reality. If you can, as loud as possible, reaffirm these things to yourself and take the steps after Value Up this year, you would see yourself value up really. So are we ready, everybody? No, that's not the energy. You know, I told you that they must hear you at Onikan that you're in the room. Let your voice be very distinct. Are we ready, everyone? So we're going to go together the 6 steps by our keynote speaker. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Number 4. Number 5. And number 6. Put your hands together for yourselves. Wow, I told you that when we said we're bringing fire speakers at Value Up 2025, we're not joking. And you can tell from the keynote address that today is power-packed. We're not here to come and give you Perspire to Maguire to inspire your desire of you get it? No, that's not what we're doing here. What we're doing here is to give you actionable steps, right? You follow these steps and you see a change in your career, in your life, as an entrepreneur, as a 9-to-5er, as a stay-at-home mom, or whatever strata that you represent or you're in, you see yourself do better. So please, do not just take these steps and then shovel them somewhere else. Ensure that you act on them. It's not about listening. It's about doing. Okay? Thank you very much once again to our keynote address speaker for that wonderful one, Dr. Juliet Ehimwan. Thank you so much, ma'am. I think I'm going to give out our books before we have our first panel session. I'll give out 3, and then I'll give out another 3 after the first panel session. So I need 5 people quickly. The first 5 people to come out for this game. For this game, I'm going to give 3 people out of that. The last 3 people. So just 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I have 5 already. Come, join. You are not left behind. So all 3 of you, we're going to do this very quick, fun game in 5 minutes, and then I'll bring up our first panel session. Are we ready, 5 of you? Okay. So you're not allowed to repeat these answers. No yes, no no, no I don't know, no maybe. I think I should calm down. So you can't say yes, you can't say no, you can't say maybe, you can't say you can't repeat your answer. All right. So once you say certainly, you can't use certainly again. And then I'll give it to and it has to be very fast. So I'm going to give it to the last 3 women standing. Are we good, everyone? Did you get my rules? No yes, no no, no maybe, no I don't know, no yeah, no nay, no nope. You can't repeat your answer. Once you use an answer, you can't repeat it. And you have to be very fast with your answer. Are you ready? Are you ready? You go first. How are you?
Fine.
Are you sure?
Probably.
Okay, why are you not sure?
The atmosphere.
What's about the atmosphere?
So cool. I'm not sure.
Why are you here?
HerVest Value Hall program.
Have you learned anything so far?
Probably.
She repeated probably. Oh, thank you very much. Some people are like, if you are the one that is here, it's not easy. Oh. Are you ready? Take a deep breath. I'm sure Usain Bolt right now cannot run. Their heart is pacing. Okay. Have you eaten today?
Definitely.
What did you have?
Biscuits.
Are you sure?
Sure.
Oh, you thought about it. You thought about it. You thought about it. You're not supposed to think about it. You're not supposed to think about it. But we'll do this again. Because I want to give the last 3 people standing. So pray you're part of the last 3 people standing. God. Let's do this again. Are you learning anything at all?
Affirmative.
What have you learned so far?
So many things.
Okay, list 2.
Growth mindset and treat your time.
How sure are you?
Very sure.
Very, very sure.
Definitely.
She's thinking about it. She's thinking about it. You're thinking about it, have you? Okay. Don't worry, I will soon catch you now. Are you ready to value up?
Yes.
Please give her a round of applause. Sorry. And I told you I will catch you and I caught you. I cannot just give you that book like that. So you have to, Abina, what do you think? Yes, you have to fight for it. So let's change the game to something else. Yes, because you're the last 3 standing. And of course, I know I still have to give. And I think I should give 2 people. What do you think? I want to hear from you. Talk to me. We should continue with the game. Okay. All right. They want us to continue. What they say? They are the judges. Okay. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
I did not change the game. Sorry. Okay, let's go. We didn't change the game. We're still the same, all right? How beautiful are you? Are you very beautiful?
Certainly.
How sure are you?
I'm very sure.
Are you sure?
Definitely.
Okay, good. Have you eaten this today?
Probably.
No. You were thinking about it. You were thinking about it. You're not supposed to think about it. You're supposed to be very, very, very sure. All right. So let's try you. No, hold on. Just hold on. Because we have to pick a winner, don't we? Okay, so I'm going to try to drill you. If you can stand and beat her to it, then you have my book, all right? You have Dr. Juliet's book. Are you ready?
I am.
How sure are you?
Certainly sure.
Have you eaten today?
Definitely.
What did you have?
I had tea.
And what?
And biscuits.
Was it sweet?
It was definitely delicious.
Please, let me see my audience. Will you be the judge right now? Should she go with the book? Are you sorry about it? Okay, let's do this. If you want her to go with the book, say yay. If you do not want her to go with Dr. Juliet's book, say nay. Okay, you got it. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Don't worry, before we end the event, I'll give out the remaining 4 books. So please see me for your book. Thank you. Thank you. Say thank you to Dr. Julia. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we're running quickly to the very first panel session scheduled for today, and because we do not have any more time, if you're just walking in, welcome to Value Up 2025 by HerVest. My name is Gloria Babarindi. I'm your compere, and that explains why I'm here before you. We're moving to our first panel. I just want to get a cue from Ayo. Please just give me a cue that we can go ahead to our first panel because of our time. Quickly, I'll bring up the moderator first off, who will then welcome or receive her panelists. And this very first panel session, ladies and gentlemen, is on a very important topic that I think you need to take to heart, and it's very, very helpful. It's on career. Thriving in the age of AI and remote work. That's the topic in case you're writing. Thriving in the age of AI and remote work. Redefining career success on your terms. That's the topic. We all know that artificial intelligence is everywhere. People are afraid. Will AI take my work? Will I become jobless because of artificial intelligence? A lot of people are asking lots of questions, right? And that big question is, how do we thrive even in the era of artificial intelligence? How can you use AI to value up as a career professional, as an entrepreneur, as a student, or whatever it is you do? That is what this panel session will answer. And quickly, again, I will bring up our panelists, but first the moderator. Toby Alaka, the founder, Empower Her NG. Toby is currently the Corporate Communications Manager at Zone, Africa's first regulated blockchain payment network. She leads the team and initiatives on all internal and external communication activities for the organization. She's also the founder of Empower Her, a community that helps young female graduates with capacity building, focusing on soft skill development to succeed in their careers or businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome our moderator for the career panel session, Toby Alaka, founder, Empower Her NG. Please give a lusty round of applause. Thank you very much, Toby, and I know you're going to do an amazing job steering this conversation. Our first panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is a qualified and experienced, talented, and purpose-driven finance and operations executive with extensive, diversified client services, experience in financial and treasury management, corporate accounting governance, audit and financial control procedures. Her experience spans multiple industries, including fast-moving consumer goods, that's FMCG, banking and corporate accounting, and auditing for telecommunication companies. She has acted in various financial capacities for several companies, both as a finance executive and as an audit manager, ensuring strict adherence to internal control principles, industry regulations, and a consistent quality assurance system to drive improvement in general company objectives, growth, and profitability. She is currently the Chief Finance and Chief Operating Officer at Trace Anglophone West Africa. Who watches Trace? Trace, do you know Trace? Yes. And a co-founder of Runa Integrated Services, a director at Kegosh Limited and XFix Consults Limited. Please make welcome COO and CFO Trace Ego Obiegbunam. Please, a round of applause for Ego, please. Can you please celebrate her better? Sustain the applause till she gets to the stage. Thank you very much, Ego, for joining us. You're welcome. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panelist is a seasoned HR professional with over a decade of experience driving people's strategy across high-growth organizations, particularly in the financial technology sector. Currently serving as head of people strategy and operations at Flutterwave, Africa's leading fintech company. She's played a key role in scaling people operations across 17 plus countries spanning Africa, Europe, North America, and Asia. With a background in investment and risk management, Victoria brings a unique blend of analytical rigor and human-centered leadership to her work. She successfully led global initiatives in talent management, performance optimization, workforce planning, and leadership development, helping to build agile, high-performing teams in fast-paced environment. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Head of People Strategy and Operations at Flutterwave, Victoria Voduno. Let's make it louder now. Let's celebrate Victoria. You're welcome, Victoria. Please be seated. All right. Just before I hand over the microphone to Toby to steer this conversation. All right. Please welcome with me the Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, Lagos State, Honorable Mobolaji Ogulende. He just walked in and he will be joining this conversation right after I read his citation. Honorable Commissioner, you're welcome, sir. Please be seated. I'll read your citation and bring you up on stage. Mobolaji Ogulende was called to serve the good people of Lagos State as a cabinet member during the first administration of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, where he was appointed as a special advisor on special duties and intergovernmental relations to the Lagos State Governor between October 2022 to May 2023, where he was saddled with steering the Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, the Lagos State Fire and Rescue Service, and the Lagos State Safety Commission. He was also the board chairman, NYSC Lagos State. Mobolaji's contribution during the short period surprised a lot of Lagosians and Nigerians, and his name has continued to ring the bell amongst the corridors of notable young leaders. His commitment and activities gave him a scorecard for his reappointment into the second-term administration of His Excellency Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. He was appointed on Wednesday, 13th of September 2023 as the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Youth and Social Development. It's an example worth emulating as he creatively manages his time and resources to make the world a better place every single day. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome to our first panel talk and conversation, the Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, Lagos State, Honorable Mobolaji Ogulende. Please celebrate him, show him some love. Is a Commissioner for Youth and Social Development. What a power-packed panel session. Just before I hand over to Toby, please, I told you earlier, can I have our attention, everyone? We are having an adrenaline pitch contest today. I will let you know how much you're going home with much later. I'm keeping it in the bag. But if you want to be a part of it, please, the box is outside. If you have a business and you're sure you want to go home with an amount of money to support your business, please go and drop your name and your business name now. Thank you. Toby, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I want more energy and pep, please. Hello, everyone. Good morning. So my name is Oluwatobi, and I will be the moderator for this panel. Just to reiterate, we will be discussing career, thriving in the age of artificial intelligence and remote work, redefining career success on your terms. So I know that we're a bit pressed for time, so I'm just going to go right in and start with Victoria. Hi, Victoria. Victoria, sorry. Hi, how are you doing? Fine. Okay, so you lead operations in a high-growth tech company. How do you balance the demands of a fast-paced digital environment with the need for sustainable career development for your employees?
Okay. Can everyone hear me clearly? Okay. Everyone talking about AI. How does AI affect me? How does it help me grow? Is it going to take our jobs? You know, so many questions. And then when you think about it from the learning perspective, what we have done, and I think that's what everyone in this age should do, it's an enhancer. That's what AI is for us. And we have also leveraged it in the organization to make sure that, you know, we are able to get people to grow. In a remote environment where well-being is a concern, burnout is very, very quick to happen to people. When you are going to the office, you get up at a certain time, you get to work, the moment you shut down, you go home. If anybody calls you, in fact, probably nobody is going to call you. But working remotely, if you are not careful, you are doing 10, 15 hours. So burnout is imminent. So one of the things we have done is to make sure that we have programs, well-being programs that are available. And while we are doing that, we also make sure that our continuous learning, we don't just forget about it, because we have to balance both. So how do we do it? We ensure that we are not just focusing on just the traditional way of learning. A lot of people are used to, let's go for one particular training, and that's the only training you are going to do in the year. Ours is ongoing. Continuous upskilling. We have an LMS that ensures that if you need to upskill on a particular tool, you need maybe as a developer, you need to learn a new language. You don't have to wait, go submit a proposal. We have all those things because we understand that our environment is very fast moving, right? So, and if you don't keep up with the pace, what's that word they use? Don't leave me. They are going to leave you. So for us, this is that agileness in doing things and ensuring that, you know, we are continually doing that, balancing both. It's not easy, to be honest, right? But we have tried to make sure that, you know, as the pace is coming, we are balancing both.
So would you say that you are encouraging, because a lot of people, I know there are two schools of thoughts. Some people are saying embrace AI, use it, it's helping, enhancing productivity. Some people feel some kind of way that the value of their work can be diminished because you are using AI to do it. There's this like very important debate that is going on LinkedIn now, where they say, if you write something and there's an M dash there, then it's AI that wrote it for you. What would you say about that? Would you say embrace it and be proud of the fact that you're using AI for your day-to-day activities as a professional?
Yes, I would say embrace it, but embrace it with wisdom. And this is the reason why I use embrace it with wisdom. We have gotten to a time where, you know, we were all thinking maybe 2030, that's when AI will come. I don't know if a lot of you are following. I saw a news on how a particular company laid off how many thousand people and replaced it with AI. But after a few months, they realized that there is a human element of that job that AI cannot do. And that's where I always tell people, if you don't embrace AI early, you are the one that will become redundant. So how do you scale? What does my job require that is manual, that can be automated, that AI can do for me? Those parts is what you're going to focus on automating. The human part, which is strategy thinking, right? Those AI cannot think. It is the prompt you give to ChatGPT that ChatGPT. If there are people that don't use AI today, ChatGPT, you know why? They don't know how to use the prompt. This is what you give to it gives back to you. So there is that element of strategy and thinking. That's the human part. the part of manual processes that, filing, record keeping, those are the things that AI can do for you. So as an individual, you have to now evaluate yourself. What is the part that can be automated that AI can take for me? You take that part and you embrace it and you do it better. And then the human parts that needs to be blended. When they now do a review, they realize that, this person uses AI so well. And then the human part of their job is also excellent because you now have more time to do that human element of your job. But if you don't embrace it and keep saying, I can never, what is that? All these people that don't know how to write English. My dear, if you are not careful, 2 years from now, you won't have a job again. So embrace it with wisdom.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that. So, round of applause for me. I think that was very insightful. Yeah? Okay, so I'm going to segue over to you, Ego. What lessons have you learned from, because I think most people now, we'll share the microphone here. You have one. Okay. So what lessons have you learned from managing and leading teams across different geographies, especially in a remote-first hybrid work model so far? How has it been for you?
Okay, hello everybody. Nice to be in your midst. And I must say that every day is a learning. Every day is an opportunity to learn. You learn and unlearn, learn again. Working with young people at this remote age of this remote era, the lessons to learn is that productivity is not just about work. You also have to be able to manage their psychological states, because sometimes working remotely can actually be draining. You could think that you're saving some time. You wake up by 6 a.m., you're already on your laptop. You're already glued to a meeting. So sometimes we go out of our way to find out psychologically, how is this person doing? Being in a good psychological state will help the person to be able to put in his or her best at every point in time. Aside from measuring what have you been able to achieve today, when you lay out all of those matrices to be able to measure performance, have you also tried to manage the time between those meetings and what happens after the meetings? So working with people in different geographical regions, different age brackets, different understandings in this day and age is not just about measuring productivity by matrices. You also have to go beyond and put some human factor in what you're doing. When it comes to operations, we are in a global space where the financial issues are getting even more tougher. You work with very restrained budgets, and yet you want to develop the best of what you're doing, regardless of your very low budget. So being able to put yourself together and not be scared of failing, right? Ensuring that even though you're in a different region or have a different mindset, that you are still purpose-driven, that the whole ecosystem, you have the bigger picture, just like the moderator had told us, the keynote speaker had mentioned, that you're looking at the bigger picture. What do I want to achieve with this, what I'm currently doing? So we look beyond just giving tasks and say, make sure you complete this and all of that. You also have to make sure that the person is psychologically ready and understands the bigger picture of why he or she is being engaged. Thank you.
A round of applause, everyone. Yeah, just to reiterate, so that aspect that you mentioned, that when you're working remotely, you find yourself working hours, I identify with that. When we didn't have to take our laptops home, once I leave the office, I leave my laptop in the office till the next morning. Whatever emergency, whatever it may be, it's a tomorrow problem. But now that everybody's working hybrid or remote, you find yourself not switching off. You're never totally switched off. You're always on your laptop. And whether we like it or not, it does affect us mentally. So if there are anyone here who is currently doing remote work or working hybrid, and you find yourself always being glued to your laptop from as early as 7 a.m. till late in the night, please take some time to just stand up, stretch your feet, take a walk, touch grass. It really helps you with your mental health. So I think I would just like to give that tip to everyone. So I would like to go to Honorable Mobolaji. We've talked about AI, we've talked about hybrid, we've talked about mental health. As commissioner, how are you working to align youth development policies with the current real-world challenges that young Nigerians are facing in securing sustainable careers? What are you doing in that regard to equip them to thrive?
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for having me and giving me the opportunity to participate in this conversation. But I'd also like to commend the organizers for putting this together and for everyone turning up this morning to be a part of it. So what do I do? I think for me, as the commissioner, one of the key things that I do, I would like to coin it under what I would call engagement, right? And engagement could mean several things to several people. But for me, engagement is, for example, being here. I'm engaging. Turning up at youth events. I'm engaging. I run an open door policy at the Ministry of Youth and Social Development. That is engaging. Because when you have those avenues, then you're able to engage with the youths and hear, firsthand what their challenges are. Hear firsthand what it is that they are yearning for. A lot of the youths don't even know what is available for them. A lot of them don't even know where to ask, for help. It's not always financial. It is connection. It is mentorship. It is advice. It is guidance. But for them to even be able to access that, you must be accessible, or I must be accessible in this case. So what I've tried to do and what I'm doing is to ensure that I am accessible. When I was invited for this event, I don't even know who the organizer is, right? The remaining 4 events I'm going to today, I don't really know who they are, right? But you send it to me, I have the time, I make myself available. So governance to me is not just about sitting in a Lausa and treating files and documents. It's about engaging the youths. The youths, we say, are 60% of the population in Lagos. And there are about 27 million citizens, quote and unquote, in Lagos. That means I have to attend to over 16 million youths. Creative industry, entertainment industry, white-collar jobs, they vary. So I must be accessible as a commissioner. And I think that has enabled us to bridge that gap, because a lot of youths don't even believe in the government. There's a big disconnect with the government. So for me, my job is to bridge that gap. And to bridge that gap and bridge it properly is to make myself accessible. Of course, I can't be accessible to all, but I try within my capacity and with the team that we have in the ministry to ensure that, we're able to engage and do whatever it is we need to do, as a ministry and as a people, right? Because the youths, for me, they're the leaders of tomorrow, starting today. And for us to be able to hone them and give them the necessary requirements that they need, they must be able to interface. So for me, that is how I'm tackling what I would call today's challenges to meet the yearnings of the youth is through engagement. And like I said, engagement means so many things to so many people. But the key aspect of it is to be accessible, because from accessibility, we can tackle whatever the issues are. So that is how I am tackling it as the Commissioner for Youth.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
your and it just kind of like solidifies what our keynote speaker said about building relationships. So this is one of the ways you're using to build relationships with the youth, having an open door policy with them. But I want to stay with you one more time. You have demonstrated a smooth switch from private to the public sector. This is very admirable. So could you share, because we're trying to give them actionable things that they can learn and take home and start practicing with, how easy or tough was the switch and how has it been? Because we know that public and private are 2 different realities.
All right, thank you very much. So you said I have demonstrated smooth transition.
I wish I smooth.
Let me start by saying, and I'll go into different tunnels. What people see is completely different from what is happening. what people see is different from what you are going through, right? It is not smooth. And I'm using present continuous, not past tense. It is not smooth because every single day is a different ball game, right? Prior to joining the government, I was with Owando for about 13 years, right? Prior to Owando, I was with Halliburton in the US. Prior to Halliburton in the US, I was in Halliburton in the UK. So I've always been in the private sector. But you see, this public sector is a different ball game. And I'm coming down to our level. So I'm not speaking aspire to inspire, so that we really understand it. I will encourage it, right? Because we need many people from the private sector to come into the public sector to try and do things differently. We are two completely, the public and private are two different worlds, right? So it hasn't been smooth. It is not smooth. But because I have passion for what I'm doing, it looks smooth, right? Two completely different worlds. In the private sector, we stick to time. In the private sector, it's straight and direct. There's office politics, don't get me wrong. There's politics in everything. There's politics everywhere. But it's clear-cut. But in the public sector, especially as a political head, you're dealing with so many things. You're dealing with the ministry, the civil servants. You're dealing with a lot of bureaucracy. But you need some key qualities to be able to thrive. You need to be patient, right? You need to be very patient. You need to be forward-thinking. You need to be able to think on the spot. You need to be godly because you need the grace of God. You need the grace of God because different people have different thoughts. I'm being very careful with my words, right? Different people have different thoughts, different ways and manners of doing things that are completely different from you. But, it depends on you as an individual. It is very tough. But we need more of us from the private sector in the public sector because look, nobody is going to change Nigeria for us, right? And for me, it is very critical because there are a lot of eyes on me, a lot of eyes in the sense that I've built my career in the private sector. So a lot of my colleagues that think I'm crazy for leaving, a well-paying job into the public sector to reduce, to get less money being paid. They think I'm crazy, but it's not about the money. It depends on you what you're searching for in life. It depends on you what you determine or qualify as success. For me, success is not about the amount of money in my account. It is the amount of lives that I'm able to touch positively. That is what success is for me, which is why I left a dollar-paying job, right, to come into the civil service. And there are so many, aspects to it. But, again, those key qualities that I've mentioned, which does not only help you when you are transitioning from public to private, it helps you in everything you do, in your relationships, in dealing with your peers, in dealing with your colleagues. You need patience, you need integrity, you need transparency, right? As a political head, how I sit and how I, drive the ministry is how the ministry would align. So it's a lot of responsibilities, but again, if you have those key values and qualities, then, you can easily transition. However, it is not easy. It is tough every single day. I'm having to deal with one thing or the other, but, when you have the grace of God and you're determined and you also listen, right? I'm quick to listen but slow to speak, right? Quick to listen, slow to speak. It means you're able to assimilate a lot of information and then make the right decisions. But I'll end by saying this. We all know how Nigeria is, right? And we know how, again, I'm being careful with my words. You know how Nigeria is, and you know how sometimes we like to bend rules or do things, the other way. For me, all right, your integrity, is very key. Not to say I'm not aware, not to say, sometimes you don't do what you have to do. But ultimately, by and large, for where I sit, right, I try and ensure that you don't need to know me. You don't need to know Mr. Governor. You don't need to know the permanent secretary. All you need to do is have the requirements, apply for whatever it is that we're doing, and you will get it as long as you meet the requirements. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say, more often than not, 99.9% of the time, I try to be as straightforward as possible, especially for the demographic of youths that I'm dealing with. Why? Because, like I said, a lot of youths feel you need to know somebody that knows somebody to be able to get something in the government. No, it's not. Right? So, for me, as your representative, onus is on me to ensure that I try and do, things as on the straight and narrow as much as possible, so that we can give each and every one of us, the youth, an opportunity. So, whilst trying to do that, Nigerians, including myself and yourselves here, were used to doing things a certain way. So it is tough, right? Because you are one out of a few that is trying to do it. So sometimes a lot of people say I'm speaking English, right? They say I'm speaking English, but because I'm focused and I'm determined, I don't get distracted. I keep my eyes on the ball and I keep it moving. So in a nutshell, with all I've said, it's not easy. It's not easy. But impossible is nothing. And if you set your mind to do something, then you can ultimately achieve it. Thank you
so much. Thank you. I hope you guys are taking notes. He's giving us a master class on how to navigate human relations, stakeholder management, knowing how to look the other way, listen more, talk less, all those kind of things that he has taught us this morning. So I want to come back to you, Ego. We've talked about how the transition from public to private to public. And, people think public is, you don't really need to do so much. But in private is a bit more stringent. As he said, we keep to time. We're very KPI driven. We're very process driven. So how do you remain agile? Because I know you are the COO. How do you remain agile in decision making while ensuring business still retains its values and still maintain that human-centered approach? Sometimes can be lacking in the private sector. How do you navigate that?
Okay, so I would say that the way you can navigate that is actually by having a very clear communication line. Make sure there is a clarity of purpose. Ensuring that every member of the team understands what this is all about. And then, with the world of today, you also have to allow them to be flexible. You could actually give KPIs, ensure that you want to keep to time, but your goal should be being able to achieve the objective. We try to make our lives more flexible. We give you the right to do things in your own way as far as you understand and you are very clear of the purpose we are trying to achieve. So we are not of those days where our bosses will just have meetings and just come and say, look, Ego, do this. I might not even know the purpose of what I'm doing, why I'm doing what I'm doing, right? So right now we engage the youths and the younger team members from the scratch to the bottom. We tell you why we are doing this, what we want to achieve, and the timelines. And then we allow you to be flexible. Some people are doing 3 jobs, 4 jobs, remote jobs. Some are working from here and doing a US or a UK job remotely. We are not here to chase you as to, you must do this as long as you understand the timelines. We allow you, give you that flexibility to be able to put in your work at the right time and deliver at the right time. And what you're delivering is also a quality job because you have all the enabling technologies to be able to help you achieve the objective. Yeah.
Yeah, so that just brings, because that's the reality. I like the fact that you know what's going on right now. The world is a global economy. People are in Nigeria working out for companies outside Nigeria, earning in dollars. And you just want them to know, especially if you're dealing with the Gen Z workforce, they don't really like to be micromanaged. So if you're very open, you tell them what the objective is. You tell them this is why we are doing what we are doing. This is your deliverable during this time. And you just give them the go ahead to do whatever it is that they want to do. So Victoria, I'm coming back to you now. So what advice would you give young professionals about standing out in a competitive global job market? You see now, I think we're moving beyond just your certifications. It's actually skills. So what advice would you give the young people listening to us this morning? What do they need to do to stand out in increasingly competitive global job markets where traditional jobs are no longer a guarantee? Because you are now competing. You're not only competing with graduates in Nigeria now, you are competing with graduates around the world. What advice would you give them to stand out?
It's so interesting that the digital world has evolved a lot of things. You will go on LinkedIn today. Somebody with 5 years experience will say they're a master of something. And then with a lot of packaging. And then you hire this person based on what they say they can do. And you start going back and check. Well, this person said they can do this thing. What's going on? And you find out that they really probably don't have an idea. They just went online, Googled, what are the skills I need to get this job? And, if you look at that, you wonder, why are people changing jobs often? Sometimes, that's one of the biggest factors. Because back in the day, most jobs were on referral. There were a lot of greets. There were a lot of reviews before. And, you will meet several panels of people that are experts in the field. But we have gotten to that stage where everything needs to move fast. So my advice is this. You need grit. If you say that you are a content creator, for example, not just content creator of just posting anything. What is it for you to be a content creator? How do you draw your audience? What kind of content? Are you doing educational content? Are you doing, entrepreneurship? Like, you have to pick one also and have a grit. Now, people will say, if you are looking for XYZ, this is your go-to person. That person knows everything. Consistency. You are not doing, today, I'm hot. You do back to back, then you disappear. So, all those things are what people are looking at in the world of today. And unfortunately, the world of today has evolved so fast that before, people can stay on the road for like 3-4 years. Somebody is coaching you, mentoring you, holding your hand. Nobody has time to hold hand again. And that's the reason why there is AI. There are times when a project is starting, even your company that went to host that project does not have everything. But because they believe that, we have the tools, we have the technology, I believe my people can upskill, to be able to deliver. So that consistency, that grit, that knowledge base is very, very key. Whatever it is that you want to do, you must be able to know that thing in depth, because that is what will sustain you. If somebody helps you to get a job, they will not help you to do the job. You need the knowledge base to sustain, and you need the knowledge base to continue to grow on that job. And whatever industry you say you want to go to, please research and understand that industry very well. There is no industry that doesn't have their own issues. I see everybody today say, I want to be a fintech bro. Me too, I must be fintech. Please, in fintech, we used to work 18 hours. Are you ready for that reality? You see all those people that she's telling you are earning in USD. Some of them are only getting 5 hours. But that's the reality. So people want the outcome. They want the monetary value. But the sacrifice, the requirements of them to be that person, they don't want to put it in. And that's one of the things that I really want young people to be honest about. You see one developer that has 25 years experience. If you go and ask that guy his story, I'm very sure he's still doing 20 hours. Because the kind of work he's doing that has got him in there, he has to be consistent. So consistency, grit, and that knowledge that you need to also continue to upskill yourself. The day you stop to learn is the day you die. That's the honest truth. So that is just the reality of the world that we are in today. That continuity, the consistency, and the ability for you to be knowledgeable in what you do is going to really help you to scale.
Thank you so much. Round of applause. That's very, very, grit, consistency, resilience. These are things that AI cannot take from human beings. Once you're willing to do the work, once you're willing to consistently deliver at the highest level of quality, you will stand out. No matter, people from Japan will hire you for your skills and for your services. So we're almost out of time, but I wanted to wrap up with Honorable Mobolaji. So there's this growing trend among the Nigerian youths, which is ironic for me because they actually think that entrepreneurship is easy. If you are running to entrepreneurship because you don't want to work, you are deceiving yourself. Being an entrepreneur is actually harder. But since that's what our youth like, we have to support them. So what structural support systems are beyond funding? Because everybody thinks when you say support, you're automatically thinking about funding. How can we get loans? What do you think the government prioritize for the youth that they are very interested in entrepreneurship? What structures are we putting in place? Are there any plans? What are you currently working on? And we can just...
Okay, thank you very much once again. Before I answer that, I just want to put a rider on what she said, because your question was, how do you stand out, right? As youths, how do you stand out? And I just want to shed a little bit of light on that. Most of you would go to school. Let me take it from a different angle. Imagine a world where all of you have gone to school, all of you have graduated. Imagine all of you even came out with a 2-1. All of you in this hall, have come out with a 2-1. And you're supposed to go for an interview. The question is, and we are the ones interviewing here, the question is, why should we pick you? I'm asking that your question in another way. Why should we select you as the candidate for the job? You've all gone to school. You've all gone to the same school. You all have your first class and your 2-1. Something must make you stand out, which is what a lot of youths are not mindful of these days. And for me, in my mind, some of the advice I can give is, standing out is not just about academics every month, because you study, you pass, you've gone through that door. But how many of us are learning languages? So you've all gone to school, you all have your 2-1. Let's call it in engineering, mechanical engineering. But you're standing in front of us. I say, well, I have my 2-1, I've gone to school, and all of that. But guess what? I speak French. Stands you out. Guess what? Whilst I was in school, I did internships in this X amount of places. It stands you out. Right? So for me, those are some of the things you can do to make you stand. I've just given you 2 clear examples that could probably resonate with you. But there are many and several other things you can do. But you must stand out. Because I said earlier on, I'm accessible. All of you are going to try and access me. Some of you are going to want a job or want the same thing. How do I pick, you and not the other person? And the right person is by you standing out and having some key attributes to yourself that would make you, stand out from the rest. So I just thought to add that. Now, to answer your question very quickly because of time, not hammering on finance or on funding. What structures should the government at large, be thinking of, because a lot of our youths are, entrepreneurial. Right. I like to calm down. There are a lot of issues. There will continue to be these issues, i.e. light, infrastructure, data. I mean, a lot of countries today, there's free data, everywhere. So there are a lot of things we can do as a government and as a people. But again, we realize that as a government, and I'll tell you very, 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 I'll tell you very freely, coming from the private sector, the government cannot do it alone. We need a lot of collaboration. We need a lot of partnerships, which is why in every opportunity that I get, I try and call for those collaborations, because united we stand, divided we fall. And if we're trying to give an opportunity to the youths, then we must be able to come together collectively to do so many things. Hence, for those of you that see me, on social media, you'll realize that I'm always calling out for collaboration so that we can give you those platforms. I had a collaboration that I tidied up yesterday with UNICEF, for example. It's not for me, it's not for UNICEF, it's for the youths, right? So what the government can do or need to do is for more collaborations, number one. Number two, as a government, we also need to invest more in infrastructure. Again, a lot of our youths are entrepreneurial these days. They need light, right? How do we move from, the electricity, solar? So when we're doing empowerments, for example, as opposed to giving, some types of incentives, it should be entrepreneurial focused, i.e. solar panels or solar-driven kiosks that our youth can use to drive their businesses, right? So more infrastructural support, also access to information, mentorship, right? As a government, we have several people that have been successful or are willing to mentor. The youth can, have access to mentorship, because through mentorship, you get guidance. Through guidance, you get connections, and your network is your network. So as a government, we need to, again, make ourselves more accessible. But again, it's for the citizens and the youth to know that these things actually exist, and they know that, you have to try. And I'll round it up by saying this. We have a program that is currently ongoing. It's called the Ibile Youth Academy, right? And what we have done is we have 5 divisions in Lagos. Across the 5 divisions, Ikeja, Badagry, Ikorodu, Lagos Island, and Ekpe, we threw out, a call-out. You go through a 1-week boot camp. You go through mentorship programs. You go through leadership programs. And at the end of the day, you are selected, 10 across the 5 divisions, right? And after that, you are with us for about a year. And within that year, you have an opportunity to travel abroad, right? International study exchange. In July, we are going to Canada. In last year, we went to Finland. The year before, we went to Spain. It is open. You don't need to know anybody. You don't need to know me. You don't need to know Mr. Governor. It is open. All you need to do is have the requirements. I can see a lot of people saying, are you serious? Is this happening? Right? But the thing is, a lot of people are not even aware, some of these things. And they just see the government as this, I don't know, cocoon, or this group of people that are just there to be siphoning money. Look, we see all of these things out there, but we're all not the same, right? But again, you need to give the government an opportunity. It is your government, right? We are your government. And when I'm introducing myself, I say, I am your commissioner for youth. I don't say I am the commissioner. I keep saying, I am your commissioner for youth. What am I saying there? It is for you, for the taking. It is not for me. It's a call to service, right? And if I'm called to service and I don't run an open door policy, that means I'm not fit for the job. So I'm there for you, not for myself. But you need to understand that, and you need to know that I am here for you. Hence, you can take advantage of some of those things from the government. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope all of you are writing your notes. He said he is for you, and he operates an open door policy. So you can approach him to get more details about all the awesome stuff that we're currently working. So we have come to the end of this panel discussion.
Let's just take, please, a round of applause.
Thank you so
much.
Yes.
We'll take 2 questions.
Okay, 2 questions.
Just 2. So the first 2 hands to be raised. First 2 hands. Okay, 1 person here and another. Please come forward quickly. And our panelists, please help us answer as in 30 seconds. Just in 30 seconds. What's the second person? All right, your name and what the Lord has done.
My name is Okunyoloma Chukwujon, and my question is actually to the commissioner. So, in my 23 years on earth, I have never seen when maybe a ministry or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has said there is an opening for young graduates for us to intern. And most of us, I don't know, I know that some of us have interest in public service. Because as the age is growing and more people are trying to achieve the SDGs and build Africa, we want to be part of that positioning. So my question is, how do we penetrate this space? We don't need a godfather, but we need to be seen. We need an environment that we can show ourselves. So how do we penetrate this space? Is there a process? For example, I have an interest in working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I love diplomacy. I know what it can do for us as Nigerians. But then how do I get to this place is the question.
Please, I think that deserves a round of applause. That's a brilliant question. Honorable Commissioner, sir. Thank you. Yes, please.
Okay,
yes.
Great. Sorry, what's your name again?
Oloma Chukwu.
Okay. Thank you, Oloma. How do you penetrate, or how do you, get access? First things first is to try, right? Is to try. The worst thing that anyone can ever say to you is no. Can no kill you? No, it can't. what it will do for you is, depending on how you take it, you brace yourself and you try again. I don't, look, becoming a commissioner, I didn't have a godfather. But I had the passion and I had, what it takes. I know that, right? Nobody can sell me more than myself. And how did I do it? I took advantage of the opportunity. I was invited for a program. I know I have 30 seconds. I'll rush through it. I was invited for a program. I knew Mr. Governor was going to be there, right? And I believed in what it was that I was doing back home in Badagry. Nobody was willing to open that door for me, for whatever reason. Because a lot of people don't give, the younger people an opportunity to thrive. Nobody was willing to give me that opportunity. But I knew I was going to be at the right place at the right time. What did I do? I came prepared. Opportunity means preparedness. I knew I was going to be on stage. I knew Mr. Governor was going to be sitting in front of me. And, so it's about taking advantage. And what did I do? I came prepared. I saw that opening and I approached him. I had only 10 seconds before security would come and bundle me. Within that 10 seconds, I had said one or two things. He looked at me. Are you serious? Yes, sir. And he told everybody to leave me alone. He gave me another 1 minute, 30 seconds. In that 1 minute, 30 seconds, he left there with me in mind. And he said to me, look for me. That is what he said to me. And that is how I am here today. So you need to be bold. You need to be courageous. And you need to go for the opportunity. But when we now bring it to real life context, which a lot of you are probably also would also fall into that bracket, which is there are so many of us applying for jobs, for the same job. So Ministry of Foreign Affairs, if I bring it down to our level, if there's a job opening, before they even open it, the slots are gone. Right? That is the reality. But guess what? We must keep trying. But then there are so many fundamental issues, i.e., if there's going to be an opening for, let's even say, 100 people, we have 1 million people that want to apply. That is where sometimes that man-o-man comes into play. But then you have people like me that it's not about man-o-man. There are few of us out there. But that's the reason why we need more of us to come inside so we can make it free and fair. So whilst not losing touch with reality that is what obtains in Nigeria, and in the country at large, which is man-o-man, we would continue to try, some of us, to make it as fair and easy and as transparent as possible. But don't give up, continue to push, and just continue to take advantage of those opportunities.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. Please, can we give him a round of applause? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tega, and my question is actually to Toby and Victoria. Well, it's open to just one person. Okay, so I pick Victoria. Yeah. Thriving in the age of AI and remote work, I wanted to ask, remote work now, there are a bunch of things. I wanted to ask, what are the sectors that you advise people to mostly focus on? I know that there's people who always say digital marketing, they say data entry, but this, at least for digital marketing that I know, it's not so straightforward. It's more of to me, it's like when you have a large following, you're able to push the product that you're marketing online. So I wanted to ask, apart from this typical digital marketing, UI, UX, what are some ways, some groundbreaking skills or something that a way we can break into a new market first? Because you said that what you do is you make yourself unique. You reinvent yourself. You try and look for a way that you're better than someone so that they can say, okay, why do you stand out and we don't need this AI? What's the human quality that you can offer? So that's my question. How can we? What are the other things that we can do apart from these basic ones?
I like that question very well. And I will answer it from a different angle for you. One of the things that we are known for in the world is buzz. There was a time everybody was going to do data analyst training. I know 6 people, only one came out, say, HR, sorry for using Yoruba. One thing I always tell people, if, for example, you are maybe in marketing, right? You love marketing. That's what you genuinely will put. They wake you up in the morning. You can do it. Don't go and enter data analyst because you found out that one of your friends got a job and they are paying him $4,000. You will struggle. So my advice to people is whatever field you find yourself and where your strength is, there is always AI there. You need to look for that one. I am in HR today. When people say HR will take their job, I used to tell them, HR cannot take my job because I'm not an HR that I'm waiting for AI to come and take my job. There are aspects of my job today that AI cannot take. The human element, the relationship part, the negotiation part. When dispute resolution happens, is it AI that will come and help me to settle two people that are fighting? So there are so many aspects of the human part that you can grow your skills, and the aspect of AI. So you need to ask yourself, first of all, what is my interest, right? What do I love to do? Look at people that are doing food blogging today. Thank God Hilda is here. You imagine her today using the olden days of catering to do her business. I'm very sure she's not going to be where she is today. She leveraged all the technology that she needed to do to put herself out there. And that is the mindset that we all need to have. In your own space, whatever it is you are doing, and that's where he was coming from. The value you bring as that individual in that your space, that extra thing, don't follow bandwagon. Because that is what has caused a lot of trouble for people. Bandwagon. Everybody wants to go and do engineering now. But you don't have the head to write code. How do you want to do it? Exactly. So whatever it is you can do. If you are a dancer and you dance very well, what kind of dance step? Is it children that want to go and teach? Let me start a dancing school for children. Of what caliber? Create a particular genre. Everybody wants healthy, modest things for their life now. And you realize that, oh, I've created a niche for myself. But if you cannot think outside of the box of this is what everybody is doing, you will continue to struggle. So the first thing you need to do is, what is my interest? In that my interest, what are the AI elements I can leverage to make me better, to grow me, and let people see the value that I bring? From there, I'm telling you, the sky is just a starting point for you.
Please, that panel session was fire, wasn't it? Celebrate our panelists again as they rise to take pictures. Thank you so very much for doing justice to the career panel session. Thank you. Sholape, please join us on stage for a quick photo. Thank you. Are you having a good time, everyone? No, you don't sound like it. Are you having a good time? Yes, and we're ready for more because we're moving to the second panel session on entrepreneurship. Once again, if you want to be a part of the adrenaline beach, all you have to do is go outside, register your business to be a part of it, to be a part of the family.
No money is never enough.
For the next photo op, can we have Sholape Honorable Commissioner, sir? Sir Ayoban Kolip on stage. For the next photo op, Sholape, please stay on stage, ma'am. Honorable Commissioner, sir, please, we would like to have you in our next big photo. Yes. Mr. Ayoban Kolip, please join us on stage, sir. And Hilda Bassi, please join us on stage for this big picture.
Big boys lawa, and we are living our lives. No sleep tonight, just be doing as you like. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Photographers, can you arrange it? Please ensure you get good pictures for our media round. Perfect. They are all here in shades of pink. Love it, love it. Girl power energy. Beautiful. Once you have your pictures, just give me a thumbs up. Are we good, everyone? Thank you very much. Please make your way back to your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you.
DJ Calvin on the mix.
If you love Mary J, let me see your hands up. Let's make this dramatic talk. Oh no.
Thank you very much, DJ. Thank you, DJ. Let me give out one more book before I call up our next panel. Meanwhile, I want us to do something, everyone. Look to the person sat next to you and ask, say, Your Excellency, ma. If it's a man beside you, say, Your Excellency, sir. Are you valuing up? Ensure you get a response. What's the response from Your Excellency? Your Excellency, ma. Are you valuing up? Are you sure you're valuing up? Learn to call yourself Your Excellency. You are that important. A lot of us are very quick to critique ourselves and turn down ourselves, but you should be your biggest cheerleader. If you're doing well, tell yourself, I am doing well. You know now? Are you doing well? You are doing well. You get it? So tell yourself you're doing well. It's been amazing at Value Up 2025 by HerVest, and it promises to be even more exciting as we move on to the second panel session on entrepreneurship. But quickly, let me give out one more book from Dr. Juliet Ehimwan. Can I have 3 people, the first 3 people to come out? If you've been out before, please don't come out. 3 people. 1, 2, and 3. Quickly. Let's make this fun, quick, because we need to move on to the second panel because of our time. Here's your mic. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, DJ. So here it is quickly. I'm giving out to one person, and that's the last person standing. You will start a sentence. The last word of your sentence will be the beginning of your own sentence. Do you get it? It's simple. The last word of her sentence, that word will start your sentence. And like that. Okay. 3 of you. Do you get it? Did you get it? For example, I am a boy. Boy is a noun. Noun is a, you get it? And it must make sense, so don't say something that doesn't make any sense. It must make sense. My audience, you will be my judge, okay? So I want you to pay rapt attention. And we go, you must be very fast. You can't think. There's no time. It's for the last person standing. I have 4 books to give out. I'm giving out 1 now. 1, 2, 3, go.
Boy is a noun. Noun is a...
Okay, catch your breath. Okay, wait. This is dry run. Catch your breath.
Noun is a part of speech. Oh, sorry.
No. It's looking very rowdy. We're starting again. 3 of you. 1, 2, 3, go.
A name is a noun. Noun is a part of speech. Speech is a...
You gave up too easily. Okay, let's see. Both of you. 1, 2, 3, go.
Banks are fun. Fun, I like it. Liking. Sorry. It's my first. First. It's my first. Oh. First is what I like. Like is for real. Real time is what I want. Want everything I own. Own a bank. Bank for the people. People is part of the nation. Nation building is important. Important is necessary. Necessary to win, necessary to grow. Growing is the peak. Peak of excellence I achieve. Achieve is what I like. Like the future. Future, I like. Future, I want to see.
You are thinking.
See everything we own. Own a shop. Shop, build forever. Forever is who I want to be with. With you, I can achieve everything. Everything is what I want to achieve. Achieve what your goals say. Say what you have to say. That's what my mom tells me. Me and my friends are coming to this event. Event is what I like to attend. Attend everything you see online. Online platforms is what I like to check. Check your facts before you post. Post on LinkedIn is what I like to see. See everything, but don't talk too much. Much food is what I don't eat. Eat everything and go to the gym.
No, it's okay. It's okay. If we leave them here, we will not leave here till tomorrow morning. You are ready, oh. Did you practice? Who should we pick as the winner now? Both of them, Abby. Give it up for the both of them. Hey! See me for your books after. Very well done. Very well done. All right. So 3 books down and 2 more to go. Right after this next panel session, we'll have more books to give out. So there's still an adrenaline pitch where we're going to give out exciting prizes to entrepreneurs in the room. And then our final panel session will be on finance. And there's still a fireside chat, of course, with DDK and the man from Chess in Slum today. Onikan, of course, is still coming later. So you cannot go home now. Tell your neighbor I said don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. So everyone online, I hope you've been having an amazing time. We have been doing that right here. The next panel session is from side hustle to scalable venture, what it takes. And this session is for anyone seated in the room that says, I want to do my own thing, but I'm not sure how to fund it. I'm not sure how to make it work. I'm not sure how to scale it. We have brought powerhouses to come share with you how you can do just that. I promise you this panel session is one that you do not want to miss out on. So don't let anybody disturb you. Have your pens and your jotter ready to write because it promises to be eye-opening and beautiful. As always, I'll bring up the moderator who will then receive his panelist. Our moderator is Usman Imana. He's a visionary entrepreneur, growth strategist, and experienced business leader with a robust background in science, public health, and business innovation. He is the founder and CEO of Friska Farms Limited, a proudly Nigerian wellness brand producing herbal teas and functional foods available in over 500 retail outlets across the country. Who knows Friska? Do you take their teas? I do, yes. Under his leadership, Friska has grown from a startup into a national player in the health and wellness industry. Please make welcome our moderator, founder of Amir Sourcing Limited, growth strategist, brand storyteller, and the chief executive officer, Friska Farms Limited. Please celebrate. Show him some love. Value up. That's not how to show some love. You're welcome, Usman. Thank you. You made it in time. In the middle, please. You're a moderator. Right. Our first panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is a fashion entrepreneur, celebrated as a prominent costume designer and producer for film and television. She founded and leads the Rani Company, a costume design and styling firm, and the Wardrobe Shack, a costume rental store. She launched her fashion label, Rani Gazelle, while studying chemical engineering at the university. Now, since transitioning to costume design, she has emerged as Nollywood's leading costume designer, contributing to acclaimed projects such as Netflix Blood Sisters. Have you seen that? Oloture, have you seen that? King of Boys. La Femme Anjola, and of course, The Wedding Party. She recently won an award in Cape Town for Best Fashion Collaboration Film at Fame Week Africa, where she also showcased the beauty of Nigerian costumes in some films that she has done. Ladies and gentlemen, Value Up 2025, our first panelist, the one, beautiful, hardworking, resilience, costume designer par excellence, the one and the only, Yolanda Okereke. Please celebrate her. Make it louder, make it louder, make it louder. You're welcome, Yolanda. Looking beautifully blue. Please have your seat, Yolanda. You're welcome to Value Up 2025. Our next panelist is a serial entrepreneur and founder, an advocate for good governance, and the growth of MSMEs as the key to unlocking Africa's economic potential, is the convener of the Caladium Lagos SME Bootcamp, a platform he co-founded to help enhance the business management skills of MSMEs to reduce their risks of failure and contribute to SDG 8. He has supported over 7,000 SMEs via the bootcamp and through Caladium Consulting, a firm he founded to provide MSMEs with access to first-class professional services. Ayo Bankole also leads the team at Feda Cash, a startup that is leveraging technology tools to provide solutions to the challenges MSMEs have with working capital adequacy and inventory turnover. Please join me with a lusty applause to welcome to Scale Up 2025 the founder, Caladium Consulting, Ayo Bankole Akintujoye. Show some love, value up. That's not how we celebrate our panelists. You're welcome, Ayo. Good to see you again. Yeah. And our final panelist, who is definitely not the least, is a sweetheart of everyone in the room. And my sweetheart, popularly known as Hilda Bassi. Hilda Effiong Bassi is a multi-talented TV producer, actress, presenter, entrepreneur, food connoisseur, renowned for her exceptional food plating skills. Hilda Bassi is the former holder of the Guinness World Record for the longest cooking marathon by an individual, a graduate of sociology from Madonna University in Okija. She's the founder of My Food by Hilda, a premium restaurant and delivery service for African and continental dishes. Ladies and gentlemen, show some love to Hilda Bassi. Please sustain the applause as she makes it to the stage. Welcome, welcome. Show her some love. Value up. That's not how you show people love. You're the best. I can feel the energy over here. What's happening? Welcome, Hilda. All right. So I'll hand over to Usman. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, DJ. So Usman, over to you. We'll take questions, 2 questions after. So please pay rapt attention. You'll learn a lot.
Good morning, everybody. Or is it afternoon? Good afternoon, everybody. So let's start by putting our hands together for HerVest, for putting together this amazing event. And this panel, you have food, fashion, and consulting all in one panel. So it's like end-to-end for anybody who is looking to double their hustle and build their brand. We're going to go straight into the business of the day because the panelists are well-known faces. I don't think that I would need to do they need any introductions. My first question is for you, Yolanda. It's 2 in 1. One which I've been asked to ask, and then the other one that I'm curious about, right? So the question is, you began in creative and fashion industry. How did you transition your creative passion into a scalable business with structure, systems, and growth? But the additional question is, when did you, during your study of chemical engineering, decide that you were going to veer off into what you are doing today, and why?
Hello, everyone. Good morning. And thank you all for coming. I will start with the second question, then end with the first one. At what point did I know when I was studying chemical engineering I was going to do fashion? That's like a whole masterclass, if you ask me. It was in my 4th year. I studied chemical engineering. So your second semester of your fourth year is a 6 units course. You're not in school. You have to be employed, or that's like a 6 unit IT. It was really hard to get a placement. And I had done oil and gas in my second year of IT, third year for IT. So my fourth year, the first month I didn't get a placement because I didn't want to do oil and gas. I wanted to do work in a brewery, polymer company. And it was really, really difficult. So in those months of waiting, I just started to explore. I've always loved fashion as a child. So I had my Barbie dolls, and I would always just sew small clothes here and there. So I just started to explore making pieces. I had a lot of Vogue magazines, In Style, Glamour, all of those magazines, Genevieve, True Love, and I would just make pieces. And in my 5th month, whilst waiting, because it's a 6-month course, that's when I knew that Nigeria was impossible, because you had to know somebody to get into these companies to get your score. I ended up going back to an oil and gas company to work for 1 month and be able to do a 6-month report to be able to pass that 6 units course. So it made me sit down with myself, and I said to myself, if Nigeria doesn't work for me, how can I make myself work for me? What do I like? What comes easy for me to do? And I realized in making those clothes and selling them, that was easy. So I spent my 5th year in uni making clothes and selling them. I was still doing the engineering. I had to graduate. My father would kill me if I did not graduate. And every 2 weeks, I'll get on a bus. My father doesn't know. He didn't know this at the time. I'll get on the bus on a Thursday, because Friday was kind of like free in your final year. And I'll come to Lagos. Go straight to the market. I'll buy fabric. Go straight to the tailor it, hide in my auntie's house. Sunday, I'm back in school. And I did that for months. So I knew that, okay, if I finish, I get into NYSC, that doesn't work, I might have this as a fallback plan. And that plan is what's making me sit down here today. Hard, extremely hard, but I was consistent, I was persistent, and at the time I started with fashion in the industry, nobody knew what stylists were, nobody really, there were no costume designers, we had costumiers. So I started as a stylist, dressing people up, making them look nice, and somehow people see things that you don't see, and I was blessed to have people just point me and say, I think you're better than being a stylist. I think you're a costume designer because you know how to tell stories using clothes. And that's how I transitioned into a costume designer. Question again? How to make it scalable. So it's a long process. In making costume design, fashion design scalable, it's a story of persistence and consistency. It's extremely hard. There's so many people doing fashion. If you go on Instagram right now and you type pants, you will see over 5 million brands. But who is selling? Who's making? So the first thing I will say is, what is the easiest thing you can sell? What's the fastest thing you can sell? How do you make yourself scalable? So in doing film, I'll talk more on film, then I'll touch on fashion. In doing film, I had to make myself scalable by being able to multiply myself. But it was hard to multiply myself because it's hard to find who you can pour yourself into. So what I did was I built an effective team that I could multiply. So I have a team A, team B, team C. So in 4 months, I can be on 4 different projects. So I've been able to multiply myself that way and been able to make money from each production. That came with a whole lot of hard work, just nights, prayer, because in putting your faith in a team, that's a whole lot, because that's your integrity, that's your credibility. But it took me a while to build these people who know their strength, their weaknesses, and what they could do, what they can't do, and be able to pair them and say, okay, this person can do this project, this person can do that project. So in order to scale that way, you're able to make more money as opposed to just being in one place and just getting whatever little is coming out from that place. So same thing with fashion. Everybody wants to start with bespoke. Everybody wants to do ready to wear. Which is the fastest one that you can make? What's the fastest one you can create? But then the truth is, what are you actually good at? Some people are tailors, some people are designers. So understanding your strength is very important in doing fashion, because fashion relates to costume design. You're both making clothes, you're just using one to tell a story, while the other person is making to sell and then make money. So how do you make this money? How do you make sure you're meeting the satisfaction of the end customer? It's a lot of prayer, it's a lot of dedication, and a lot of discipline. So being able to start with what is easiest, it might just be t-shirts, it might just be pants, and you sell that. Because you have to do the easiest one to make the money that allows you to do the big one. So identify all of that and be able to pick which one is faster for you to make money to scale to the big one.
Thank you very much. Please, let's do better than this. I mean, she said a lot. One of my mentors used to say that if you are still in the dance floor of your business, you have no business scaling. So if you have to do everything, if you have to be involved in the nitty-gritty of the business, then you shouldn't bother scaling, which speaks to setting up to replicate your work in different sets. Please put your hands together for her one more time. So my next is going to so I like the creative way that you spell your surname. Everybody is used to Bassi as B-A-S-S-E-Y, but you do a B-A-C. It has a fun twist to it. And I must also say that the intentionality in and the strategy in executing the world record and then your launch into your business, that's one of the most innovative routes to market. And I say this as somebody that has been in brands and marketing for corporate organizations for 15 years. Is very commendable. And I think that we should applaud her for that. So the question, who is Hilda pre-Guinness World Record? That's question 1A. There's still B and C. What were your dreams, and at what point did you decide to take the leap into the phenomenal Hilda we know and celebrate today? That's B and C.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for that question. So, question 1A, who was Hilda Bassi pre-Cookathon? I would say that, and this is an interesting conversation I had with somebody a few months ago. The Hilda you see today is pretty much the same person that was there before the Cookathon. Same drive, same dream. I was, maybe not as coordinated as I have grown to become, but I was very much a businesswoman. I was selling food. Fortunately, I had opened my restaurant. I was a teacher. I was already taking classes. And the many things that I was described as, the actor, the producer, these were the many things that I did before the Cookathon. And the interesting thing is the drive behind those many things, acting, singing, presenting, was, to still achieve this goal that I have, sort of come to. What was 1B?
So 1B is, at what point did you decide to take the leap of faith to be the phenomenal ambassador?
I think from the moment I was born. I know a lot of people always wait to hear me say, when I decided to embark on the Guinness World Record, but I feel like as a person, everything that I have done, from being a teenager, I started going to acting auditions when I was a teenager, like pretty much from like JS1 or JS2. I started helping my mom out with cooking, and I used to practice my presenting when customers come to the restaurant, and I'll say, we have gari, fufu rice, okra, semo, and I just want to remember that I can memorize the entire menu of my mom's restaurant at the time. But what I would say is, with those things came divine direction. So I always wanted to be famous. I think I have been very open about that. I wanted to be a star. And I wanted to be famous and rich because I had come to the understanding that there are a lot of people that are very famous, but they don't have money. Like, how you watch actors in movies and they act rich, and then you see them in real life and you're like, but this person doesn't look rich in real life. This person doesn't even have a car. And in that film, they were calling 50 million, 100 million, So for me, it was very important that the fame, I was going to have it with money, which I would say gave direction to every single thing that I did. Because I did not just want to be famous. I didn't just want to be known, but I wanted direction, and I wanted that fame to transcend to something sustainable. Fortunately for me, I had gotten the divine direction to start the business, scale the business before the fame came. So by the time the fame came, there was already a pathway that I was working on, and it made it much easier to have plans, because sometimes I have conversations with my team and I'm like, imagine if I did not have my restaurant before the Guinness World Record. Imagine if I hadn't started teaching classes before the Guinness World Record. And I just had to start figuring all of that out. In fact, this morning we were having the conversation where I'm like, as a celebrity, you have to go to events, you have to do this, you have to do that. And being Hilda Bassi and keeping up these appearances sometimes costs the most amount of money to sustain. But when you think about the back end of where the income is coming from, when we do, the numbers at the end of the year, where you sit with your financial advisor and, you look at the numbers, from all your different streams of income, being Hilda Bassi it makes the least amount of money, but it kind of costs the most amount of money. So imagine if I didn't have the businesses to be able to augment this lifestyle, it would have been, it would have been something else. It would have been fame and depression, fame and frustration. But let's thank God that is not the case.
Thank you. Thank you very, very, really. I like that. Sure that I'm not the only person that used to think that, it was just the Guinness World Record and then Hilda Bassi. I like the fact that there's a process, because what frustrates a lot of people that they are not able to go into full-blown entrepreneurship is that they start and so they see people and they only see the baked Hilda. They don't see when Hilda was in the oven, when she was going through the process. So, and they are expecting that, once I go for her master class, boom, I'll be another Hilda Bassi, not knowing that there actually is a process. Life is built on processes. Okay. Please put your hands together one more time for her. My brother, my friend, we meet again after about 2 years. So, I was watching you on YouTube, and the speaker said that if you can write a business plan and a pitch deck perfectly well, you most likely will not be able to run a business. That real entrepreneurs are not able to sit down and be putting those documents together. They have to hire it to people. So they have to hire consultants. So it's interesting to see that a consultant has set up a business that has scaled. So my question is, and it's commendable, right? You advise businesses on growth. What lessons from your consulting did you personally apply when scaling your own ventures?
All right, thanks a lot. It's good to see you again. It's good to see you, Hilda. I'm inspired by your story. I believe in processes. That's your financial advisor. Maybe you should fire him and come and hire me. I'll do it for you pro bono first and foremost, and then we'll see what happens afterwards. Meanwhile, I have amazing clients in the room that can attest to the fact that I'm the best strategy advisor out of Africa. Yeah, you can murmur to her. She'll tell you she's my client. You see, first and foremost, allow me to deviate a little bit from where you started from so that I can piggyback on where she stopped. There are different types of entrepreneurs. And in strategy, whoever said that thing, there are too many aspire to Maguire. People try to sound intellectual and taking a lot of nonsense on the internet. The first skill that you need as an entrepreneur is your ability to articulate your thoughts and your idea. If you need a consultant to do that for you, go and get an 8 to 5. I am a consultant, but I do not write business plans or financial plan for you when you are barely just trying to put together your thoughts, right? If you are trying to get clarity about the thoughts, that's a different case, right? But not that you don't even know, you can't even write. Because in strategy, at the very beginning, what you need the most to start a business is what we call the founder's instincts. Not a business plan, not a financial plan, not a consultant. Now, that's your instinct and gut feeling is what you then articulate, right, in terms of how you want that business to evolve. Now, there are different types of consultants. The ones who understand the theory and the best practice and the frameworks and all of that and would advise you on them, forgetting that you live in a country where best practice can be the source of your downfall. Now, so as an individual, you must be able to know what type of entrepreneur you are. Is it the entrepreneur like Hilda who had the clarity from beginning? Now, Malcolm Gladwell wrote about outliers. And there are a few people, and his theory is that there are no geniuses anywhere. Most of us is dependent on our exposure, early on exposure. Now, the first set of entrepreneurs, someone like Hilda, had exposure from the very beginning. And I appreciate people who tell us the truth. Exposure with our mom's business, internalizing processes around food, building the technical skill, setting up the structure and the processes on time before the opportunity for scale came. Now, there's the second type of entrepreneur who go into entrepreneurship because entrepreneurship has become a buzzword and a motivational speaker somewhere said working 8 to 5 is you slaving for somebody else, blah, 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 blah. And they forget to tell you that only about less than 10% or 15% of businesses survive the first 5 years. And out of that, only about 0.01% attain unicorn status. Now, if you are in that category, you need to go back and rethink why you are doing the entrepreneurship. Meanwhile, I have about 6-7 businesses, including agriculture, which is very difficult. Now, and I built every of my business for 10 years as a side hustle. Okay, village people. They don't want me to say the truth. Now, I was employed as a consultant across different firms, KPMG, PwC, and co. I worked in insurance, I worked in capital market, I worked in oil and gas, and I was building my business as a side hustle consistently until I started making about 120, 150 million a year before I did it full time. There's absolutely nothing wrong with building a business first as a side hustle or even going into paid employment to deepen your skill, deepen your ability to be a follower, to understand how processes, how designs, how systems, how management thinking work before eventually becoming that entrepreneur full time, if you are not in category 1. Now, what are the types of skill sets or the type of things that I then applied as a consultant into my own business that make it work? And please don't forget, I just launched a podcast called Failure Diaries Podcast. Hilda, please, I would like to have you on the podcast. The last episode, Sholakbe was on it, and she shared an amazing story. Sholakbe, meanwhile, got into a depression when she started HerVest, right? So it's not about successes. Don't mind this man. He said, what have I done that make my business scale? Who told you that? I have businesses that did not scale, that failed woefully. So it is not every time. So you need to be prepared for failure. So what are those things that I did? Now, number 1 is market validation. You don't just do business because somebody else is an entrepreneur. The motivational speaker says be an entrepreneur, or because I have a passion. Passion is good, but it doesn't pay the bills. Tony Elumelu is not passionate about banking. Abi? The man made money from banking as a career person, bought a bank, became rich in banking. Now he's going all over the world preaching Afro-capitalism, which is where his passion is. Abi? Teaching and raising other people. So identify what is going to make you income. This thing that I want to be entrepreneurial about, is there a market for it? Has the market validated that this thing is a problem to be solved and people are willing to pay for this problem? There are problems that are not yours to solve. There are problems that it is not a business that will solve it. It is an NGO. There are problems that people want who will solve it, but they are not willing to pay for it. So you need to be able to validate. Now, that validation can be done within what I call your circle of influence. And we have 3 types of it. Your primary, your secondary, and your tertiary. Your primary circle of influence are those that you have in your family and your friends. If you grew up in triangular life, you need to snap out of it. You need to expand your circle of influence. Your church, your mosque, your wherever it is. Now, your secondary circle of influence are those that your primary would get you. People that will buy from you because your primary circle of influence have told them. The third, which is the tertiary, is when you have scaled. So if you cannot validate that idea, not the ones who are buying from you just because you are my friend or just because. Like, they are validating that this guy is the best at what he does, is the best at this product, and I will buy from him. Do you get what I mean? And I will tell others about it. Right? Now, once you validate that, then you are in business. And that's what I do for everything that in fact, what I do is most of my businesses derive from the realities of my community members. I have a massive SME community. And that is from there that we do the other things that we do. Now, the second is to build processes and systems around what you do. It's not about the size of your business or the number of people you have hired. If you are, for example, in fashion design, you open your laptop, create 5 folders on your laptop. One for design. One for, what do you call that thing? Is it cut and join? When you have design and you cut it to sew it. The patterning, Abi, God will bless you. I'm illiterate in these things. So, one is patterning. The other is finishing. Let's call it finishing so I don't keep coming back to you. The other is finishing, right? Now, the other is procure to pay from my people. How do I procure materials? How do I pay them? How do I fulfill my orders? And you document a checklist for everything and how it is done. And you also write policies that will govern it. How do I engage my customers? When will I start this? Once I get an order, when must I start? When must I finish? When orders are getting beyond my capacity, what do I do? Which partners do I talk to? Document them on your laptop. You are the only staff, but you have them in a folder. As you are growing, the system is already there. You are clear in your head what you are trying to build. Build a system around your brand. Design a simple logo. If you don't have money for multiple color pattern, don't do plenty. Just black and white logo. Clean. Beautiful. Put it on everything that you do. You can see me. I'm always on my brand. Don't I stand out? Don't I look like a superstar? It's not because I am in the movie. It is because everywhere I go, I want you to know that this guy is the best at what he does because I am the goddamn best at it. Right? So, if you... Now, your brand needs to constantly make that statement. Do not do combination marks when you cannot afford it. Do a word mark logo. A logo that the name of your brand shows the name of your logo. Your logo shows the name of your company. And it is clear enough to know what you do without an explanation. Right? Now, design that. Now, the third is replicate yourself. And I think somebody said it earlier. I can't remember who. Replicate yourself in other people. Because if you are in a product environment, it's easier. If you are in a tech environment, it's easier. But if you are in a service environment, even in tech, you need to replicate yourself. You are the reason that you are the visionary. Remember what I said at the beginning? Founder's instincts, gut feeling. As the business evolves, that same drive, the same principles, the same philosophy, the same idea, the same skill set, you have to master the art of replicating it in other people. Pour yourself into everybody that comes your way as a personnel. Do not be afraid that people will go, they will steal your secrets, they will do this, they will do that. If that was the case, everybody who has ever worked with the world's biggest companies will build the world's biggest companies. But it's never the case. And even where they do, those who leave you eventually become your ambassadors if they have learned the art of doing it from you. With these few points of mine, ladies and gentlemen, I hope I've been able to confuse you more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that we can do better because that was a mini MBA. Thank you very, very much. Right. And one of the things that resonated with me while I was listening to you was the whole talk about, 9 to 5, being for people that are working for other people and all that. I from a very early stage, I just knew that was just motivational speaker talk. A 9 to 5 in a proper organization is actually like a mini MBA that you get paid for. Because what really differentiates a self-employed person from an entrepreneur, from somebody that is just doing a hobby or an NGO, it's the fact that the entrepreneur or the company has processes. So at the minimum, 3 systems. The first system that creates the value that you are selling. The second system that sells that value that you are selling, that you are making. Then the third system to chase the money around that whole. So you have production or operations or whatever you want to call the part that creates the value. You have marketing and sales that sells that value, and then finance that tracks how money goes in and comes out to make sure that you are net positive. So put your hands together for him one more time. Circling back to you. Before I ask my question, let's go back to King of Boys. That was one movie that shook the whole Nigeria. And I read that you were the one that did the costuming. It was amazing. Was that one of your first jobs, or was it one of the your main? Because for me, all the movies that I've seen, King of Boys is the one that I really love the most. Right? So, but well done. And thank you for putting Nigeria on the map. Yeah. So, this question is very interesting, and I'm sure that a lot of people they face this problem. So many, and it has pushed us in Nigeria. Everybody now wants to do luxury. Everybody calls themselves luxury because they want to price above average. So and there are people that are not able to even sell because they are priced for less to nothing, even if their product or service is top notch. So many creative entrepreneurs struggle to charge their worth or treat their art like a business. What was your turning point in shifting your mindset from freelancer to founder such that you are able to charge appropriately for your work?
Let me try to answer this question as best as I can. And I'll piggyback on Hilda. Why do you want to run a business and be poor? What's the essence of running the business? Profit, to make money, right? So in running a business or such a business, I think the first thing you should ask yourself, or I would ask, is why do I want to buy what you're selling? Secondly, do you look like the brand that you're selling? Where Nigerians are very perceptive. We buy by sight, we eat by sight. So when we see how you look, we can tell if the business is good or if the business is not good. And I know some people say it has to be luxury for the quality to be good. No, not necessarily. You can still be cheap and the quality is good. So in oil and gas, we do what we call QC, quality control. Before you load a tanker with diesel, fuel, or kerosene, it will go through QC, quality control. That means you've tested to make sure the density, pressure, volume, everything is on point. It has a check mark that it must meet before you put it in that tanker, before it leaves the loading bay and it goes on the road. So half the time you see explosion, half the time it doesn't meet the QC. So my advice to everybody here that wants to be an entrepreneur is, I wish I did that when I was younger. I might be richer than I am now. Is if you have a way to serve or work in a structured environment, please do that. Because when you work a 9 to 5, it teaches you structure. It teaches you process. It teaches you how to put yourself together. Because being an entrepreneur is very expensive. You will lose money. The first year, no profit. Second year, no profit. You can get to your 7th year, no profit. So that's the tenacity and that passion is what is going to make you forget that you're not making money, but you're building a business. But if you came from a 9 to 5 background, there are certain things that you eliminate that by the 3rd year, you actually start to make money. So I had to learn the hard way. I didn't even realize that my company was a business name for over 10 years. So I've actually lost, turning into limited liability, you lose everything you've probably built as a business name. But I was just running with passion, because passion is like a fuel for me. It just keeps me going. But I will tell you that in the first 10 years, I was poor. I was doing a lot of free work. It was called freelancing, and then you see styled by Yolanda Okereke, no money. You're going to be begging for clothes, no money. But the advice I got from one of my mentors, Aldo McCurry and Maatafo, I remember that day I went to see Maatafo, and I was so frustrated. I was like, I'll go back and dust that CV and go back and look for a job. And Aldo saw me, he was like, Yolanda, what's the problem? I said, I'm not making money. Like, this thing is somehow. He said, what is somehow? I said, it feels like I wake up every morning, I go out, I dress somebody, and when I get styled by, I don't even get paid up to like 20K or something. And he said, oh, really? But do they tag you when they do the Instagram post? I said, yes, they do. He said, that's advertisement. He said, I want you to do me a favor. On your way back home, look at every billboard you see on the road. Do you know how much it costs to put up that billboard? He said, it costs millions of naira to put up that billboard. So what you have done is you've put your billboard on the person has said, style by, that is advertising. Your real client will see your name one day and call you and say, I want you to do this, and they will pay you big money that you would have amassed in the last how many years. That's consistency. So in building a business, you have to have a really, really strong bone to know that I might not make money and I might fail, because for the first few years, you're going to be the only staff doing everything. I came this morning and my body was scratching me. Why was it scratching me? I just paid salary. And I'm talking about salary of over 10 people. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I was thinking of my account balance. I was pressing my phone a lot there. I was like, God, that's the life of an entrepreneur. because your income is not consistent. If you're a salary earner, you know every month I get 600K is going. Whether you are bringing money to that business or not, your salary is what? Guaranteed. Entrepreneur, you will make the money, because people are dependent on that money that they go. By the 27th, they already say, ma, I have my child's school fees. This, that. This morning, I sat on my bed. That's why I came a bit late. I was paying salaries, instructing that salaries have to be paid. And whether you like it or not, you have to work, make sure that by the third week of the month, people's salaries are already sitting in the account. So there's a lot of accountability that comes with being an entrepreneur. A lot of responsibility that comes, and your integrity and credibility is very important, because any business that doesn't have integrity or credibility can never sustain itself. It's word of mouth. All it takes is one person to badmouth that business, and another person has a bad experience, and that business is dead. So what experience are you actually creating for me to say, I want to go into business with you? What is your selling point? Now we're in the world where social media is an open marketplace that you're not paying for your shop. Most people want to start a business and go and pay for it. No, I don't believe that as a young entrepreneur, a startup, the first thing you're thinking about is getting a shop and getting rent. I started from the back of my room, walked my way to my dad's garage, walked my way to my dad's dining room. At some point, I'm sure the man wanted to throw me out. Walked my way to, I extended every part of the house that nobody was using was my office, was my storage. Until one day I was able to gather money, and a friend of mine was trying to scale his business to a big building. And I went to him and said, can I get a room? He said, Yolanda, I don't have space. But for me, I had a vision. Entrepreneurs, you must have a vision. That's what drives you. And I did tell him that, okay, how much are you going to give me this room for? And he goes, you know what, bring 500K. At that time, 500K was like $1 billion to me. But for me, I needed to see what I wanted to see to get to where I was going to. And I said, okay, and I gave him the 500K. That's the cheapest part of the office, the rent. Setting it up, very expensive. Call carpenter, they will mess you up. So you're going to build that rack 10 times until you get the desired rack. And from that room, I moved to a 1-bedroom, living room, bedroom. I moved to a 2-bed, moved to a 3-bed, and I got to a warehouse. You have to start from somewhere. So what is your starting point? That's why I say you need to think of what's the cheapest thing that you can afford. So most of you do not have any business paying rent. Start from your house. Bake that cake in your house. When you've made enough money, you can now look for a small space and then you move into it. Because the whole point of being an entrepreneur or a business person is to make money and profit. If not, you're going to just be giving people free services. You're making stuff, but you're ending up paying all that money to one landlord. How much is rent these days? Rent is times 3. If you live in Lekki right now, rent is like 25 million. From 15 to 25 million. How much are you making to pay that kind of rent? You haven't actually, there's no power. You've not even thought about generator, diesel, or fuel costs. So it's very important that you have a plan and you speak to the right people. Speaking to the right people, not necessarily your family. Half the time we think it's your family. No, go and look for people that have run businesses and sit down with them and say, how did you do this? How were you able to achieve this? What do you think might happen in 2 years? Give me it's like a projection. And please do not be afraid to fail. Failure is a stepping stone to success. If you haven't failed, you haven't learned anything. Because half the time when you keep succeeding, you just feel, oh, that's how it's supposed to go. That's how it's supposed to go. No, when you fail, it's probably you did something wrong. You just go back and say, okay, what did I do wrong? What can I do better? And you get better at it. So it's very important that as an entrepreneur, you're ready for the challenges that actually come with it. You're not going to get a loan on the first time, but nobody's going to give you money for what they do not know is going to give them back their money. You can't go to the bank and say, I'm an entrepreneur. Please, I want you to give me a $2 million loan. Nobody's going to give it to you. Even when you're going to pitch, you're going to go for a grant. People want to see that you've been able to do something. So start with the smallest thing that you can do and use that to just scale up to the next level. Employ your first staff. By the time you do 1 staff, you extend to 2 staff, extend to 2 or to 3 to 4, but not that you're starting up and you just say, I want to employ 10 people. That's a lot. You're going to break your back, you're going to kill yourself. So I know everybody here has businesses that they want to start with, or they want to create or develop, or a whole lot of ideas. Just take a sheet of paper. I'm very traditional. Before I put my hands on the laptop, I write. How am I going to make money? how much do I need to start? If you do not have enough money, what do I need to do to get this amount of money to get this business rolling? From little drops of water, you make a mighty ocean. So please, it's important that you're not in a hurry. You take baby steps before you start to fly.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. You know, when I was in a 9-to-5, January used to be 52 days, and the end of the month is always very far. But if you want to know that time flies, there are two things. Take a loan that you have to pay at the end of the month. Then you know that 30 days is not, January is not 52 days. Or run a business and have workers that you have to pay at the end of the month. Before the month ends, I used to turn off the statuses of my staff because of what the preemptive things that they post on their status, so that I don't stress myself mentally. Please put your hands together for one more time. So Hilda, yeah, we're back. The question is, so before I go to the question, I'm going to give a bit of background. So again, I say that your story, the baked part of your story, not the baking part, there was a lot of intentionality. And anybody that is into brands and marketing would see that, you know, there was a plan that was followed, because it was the Guinness World Record, and the next thing, a lot of things started happening at the same time. Those things don't happen by chance. They would have been pre-planned. So you probably had a very strong team, and there was a lot of intentionality to it. So this question is, how did you approach productizing your brand? Whether through physical locations, media, or merchandise, how did you productize the Hilda Bassi brand? I know you said that is the least income generating part of your empire, but at least something is coming. We want to know how you made that happen.
I'll start from saying this. It's important that, be it, and I think I would speak to the content creators and influencers or aspiring influencers in our midst. You need to think about yourself as a business, because you are. All right? Fortunately for me, before the fame came, I had a list of all the brands, all the possible brands that I want to work with, some of which I'm already working with now. Glory be to God. And I looked at their products, I looked at myself, I looked at the value proposition, and I started by seeing, you know, is there a value alignment between my brand and this brand? Now, what value can I bring to the table for this brand? What value can I bring to my audience? Because if you're a business, it means that you are selling something. It could be convenience, it could be a product, it could be information. Now, for me as a brand, I consider myself one that provides all these things: convenience, information, and even products. I sell the products that I represent for the different brands that I represent. Now, once I identified that, I placed a value on it. You may not have a management team, but you need to put a value, and that value has to have, you know, monetary compensation. How much am I going to get paid? Now, that's not to say that you're taking money from everybody, but for every job that you do, you know that there is a cost attached to it. Whether you are your own videographer, your own script writer, your own makeup artist, consider, if I was being paid for these different services that I am providing, how much would I be charging? You write it down. If you're a makeup artist and you charge 50K per look,
write it down. If you're a videographer and you charge 100,000 per video, you write it down. So when you are working for a brand and the brand is paying you, you say, oh, on your rates card, you charge 350,000. You need to understand that that 350,000 that is coming to you is not all profits, because there are different aspects or different services that you have provided to yourself that should be paid for. Because over time, someone said something, if you are still doing the dance, you cannot scale up. Which means that if you are still your own makeup artist, videographer, script writer, you can't scale up to anywhere. You need to save, you need to invest to get to a level that you can pay for those services so that you can be more productive. The time that you would use to do makeup and edit your own videos and write your own stories can be applied to something else. But you can only do that if you put a cost to every single thing that you do. A lot of us here, if I ask you now, if I'm asking you to value each content that you put out on your social media page, some people will be stuttering because you don't know. Because you take that business as a lot of food vendors take their food business, where we charge 10,000 naira and we don't calculate the Gino seasoning, we don't calculate the rice because we have rice at home. They pay you 10,000 naira and you say, I'm only buying meat 3,500. The remaining 6,500 is my profit. Meanwhile, you haven't even made it. In fact, you are not even profitable. So it is important that you think in the numbers. I know that passion is important, but even that's your passion, there has to be currency attached to it. So you start by looking at yourself as a business. Now, he said something. You need to ask, is this service that I am providing something that people are willing to pay for? And you need to tell yourself the truth. The kind of content that I post, the kind of information that I'm putting out, is it something that people would be willing to pay for? Is this something that is going to be of value to a brand? If you sit down and you cannot tell me the brands that you can be valuable to, the brands that you can align with, that can translate to income for you, income for the brand, and value for your audience, you have not started. You are just, you're doing it because everybody is trying to do it. And it's important that you ask yourself those questions. So when you ask me, how was I able to productize? Before I got the fame, I already knew what I wanted to do. So you don't have to wait until fame comes to you. There are a lot of things I figured out along the way. Like teaching, for instance. When I started teaching, I wasn't doing it to make money. It was an opportunity to share the knowledge that I had. But the minute I identified that this thing is something, it is a service and it is a convenience that people are willing to pay for. A lot of people want to learn how to cook. A lot of people don't know how to cost in their business. And this is something I am capable of. This is more value that I can add and I can charge for it. Trust me, I did not think twice. I created a proper system for my classes, for my students. I created a curriculum. Right now, my classes are the only ones that are online for cooking that you would get a full-on training manual that has all the recipes and ingredients stated inside it. It is because I am taking myself seriously. So you need to take yourself seriously. Whatever it is that you're doing. If it is shoes that you want to sell, if it is makeup that you want to do, sit down, get a paper and a pen. How much is this MAC powder? How much is this lip gloss? How long does it take me to exhaust this particular lip gloss? How many clients do I do their makeup on before I exhaust this lip gloss? Now, you would do the math. You would divide that number by the total cost of purchasing that lip gloss. By the time you do an addition of all the makeup products that you use on one client's face, it tells you what your cost of production is. which will now allow you to know how much you should be charging for each makeup. So if you're giving a discount, you know not to give too much of a discount such that it is to your own detriment. So whether you're a content creator, whether you are an influencer, whether you're selling a product, a service, it may just be you going to the market for people. That can be your business. You are providing a convenience. People don't like to go to the market. Some people don't want to deal with, the cloud supermarkets that we have on our phone. They want to be able to tell somebody, buy this ugu, buy that. And that is the service that you provide. You have to attach a value to that convenience that you bring. Because that is the only way you will take yourself seriously. That is the only way your clients, and your clients can be your audience, your clients can be the brand. That is the only way that they will take you seriously. And that is the only way you can see a vision for growth for your business. I hope that answers your question.
Very well. Thank you very, very much. So you talked about brand alignment with what you do. And, a lot of Nigerian businesses don't understand this. When I was in paid employment, I used to oversee sponsorships for a bank. And so I used to receive more than between 50 to 100 sponsorship applications, right, for different events. One of the most ridiculous ones that I saw was a group of boys that wanted to run this competition where goats fight. I think it was in Lagos Island. And they actually wrote a proposal on how they think that it will be valuable to a bank. There was no alignment, but you have to give them, some of them, you have to give them E for effort and G for guts. But you see a lot of people, a lot of misalignment. People just think that because something is important to them, it will be important to a brand. Thank you very much. That was very, very insightful. I think that we should give her one more round of applause. So one other thing before I come to Ayo is, again, how people spend, how they calculate profits, right? So normally people say revenue minus expenses is equal to profit. But the problem is that as an entrepreneur, the expenses keep coming because different things, and if you don't plan, your expenses will be more than the revenue. So what people do now is they plan their profits into the business. So it becomes revenue minus profit is equal to expenses. So they take out the profits. I've seen a couple of businesses that do that. They plan their profit margin into the structure, and then they take out the profit, and then what is left is what they use to budget for their business. Some people, it works for some people. It might not work for some people. I'm sure that Ayo will be able to give us more insights on that. But let me come to the question for you. And this is very, very important for anybody that is running a business here. You talked about working for many organizations, consulting companies and all before, and running your business on the side before you took the leap, right? Now, for anybody here that has a 9-to-5 and is running a side hustle, right? What are the things that they need to see? What are the milestones that they need to hit to be able to say that, you know what, I'm doing this thing full time? Because some people would remain in paid employment because of fear. They don't know what to look out for. They don't know, they don't know the signs that they don't know the milestones that they need to meet before they can take that plunge. So if you were to advise as a consultant for free here, what are those things that, people working in 9-to-5 should see before they transition fully to their side hustle and make it their main business?
All right, thanks a lot. That answer is as simple as night and day. And I'm going to try to be very quick because we've run out of time. What you need to see is your cash flow. We've spoken a lot about revenue. We've spoken a lot about profit. But the truth is that your business is likely not going to die because of your profits. It's likely going to die because of the cash flow. Now, in fact, valuation of businesses is one very most popular method is what we call the discounted cash flow method. The ability of your business to generate cash flow to keep you alive, right? Now, if you are doing a business as a side hustle, there are two things you need to look out for. Number one, has this business gotten to a point where my day-to-day survival, the cash flow from it is when my cash flow from it is what is primarily keeping me alive. And most times I even forget that I have been paid my salary because this business is now sustainable. Now, number two is the demand on your time. Please, if you are in paid employment, you have committed to a contract to serve that employer. If you know that you do not have sufficient capacity to balance both without one suffering, focus on your employer or focus on your business. Now, when your business grows to a point where the demand of your time, of that business far exceeds what you can give to your employer, and the cash flow from that business is clearly now very sustainable, especially over a 6-month period, then you are ready to go. However, you must also know that entrepreneurship, one major characteristic of entrepreneurs, they are risk takers. You must be your risk threshold has to be relatively high or medium. If you are a low risk taker, your risk threshold is very low, then maybe you want to delay a little bit. Because in entrepreneurship, you are going to have bad days, you are going to have good days, you are going to have failures, you are going to have wins. But on some days, the failures will exceed the wins. So you have to be ready for that. You have to be able to wake up every day and say, today is another day to fight the devil. Because, trust me, you will sleep, you will wake, you will eat, you will dine with devil. So, if all of these boxes tick, please don't get carried away with the revenue that you are making. It's looking like things are going well, or it's looking like I'm making profit. Understand cash flow management. If you live here today, everybody should go and take courses online called Finance for Non-Finance Professionals. Everybody should understand the principles of accounting and cash flow management. That will equip you in life, not just for your business. Because you must know what cash flow exists for you to survive before you take that leap. And I assure you, with that, by God's grace and by the grace of your mother's family and those that are praying for you, you would be able to build a successful business. Thank you.
So thank you very much. There are so many questions, but our time is fast spent. So I've been told that we can take one question from the audience. So if you get that opportunity, please make it count. Okay? So we'll take one question.
Okay, all right. That hand is raised already. Quickly, please. One question and two. You asked a question earlier. Were you the one? Okay. Your name and, of course, you know what to do.
Hello, my name is Jess Lyon, and I'm a tax consultant. So my question is to Ayobankole. What would you say in this day and age is the best client acquisition strategy for consulting services?
That is, how do I get clients? I should teach you how I get clients. Now, wow.
Okay, so let me.
It's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's okay. So first and foremost, my business is 100% referral business. I don't have a sales team. I'm looking to hire a salesperson now that can help me manage the volume of the referrals that I get. Not even to look for business. Yes, because as I'm talking now, I can assure you that I'm going to get at least 5 clients from this room. It's not a prediction, it's a fact. Because let me tell you something. When I say that I am the best at it, I am not joking. So every client that I work with refer people to me. Somebody in this room referred me to Sholakpe. They did not know that Sholakpe is my friend. I'm not joking. So the first thing about consulting is that you must be the best at it. And you must understand the principle of context and the principle of constraint so that you are not just giving textbook advisory. Right? What situational context are we in? What are the dynamics of this business? What is that? What are the constraints of this business? What are the cultural elements of this business? How, for example, you are in tax. You need to understand very deeply. Meanwhile, I did tax in KPMG. So you need to understand a lot of layers and layers. Now, you need to build an impeccable brand. Branding, more especially for consulting, is extremely important. I mean, I am building Africa's best strategy company. Why do you need a McKinsey from America when you can get Caladium Consulting? If you look on the internet, you need to see a compelling narrative about Caladium Consulting. You need to build a brand that explodes beyond you because it is you as a person. Professional services, your profession that people are buying. So it must not be just you. The brand has to be 10 times bigger than you as a person. So people need to say, oh, I trust this brand, before they even say that they trust you. Do you get what I mean? Then, number 3, you need to be heavy on giving. Thought leadership, development of others, contributing to the ecosystem. You cannot be hoarding knowledge because how do people know that you have it? Do you understand what I'm saying? Then what I said earlier about your primary circle of influence. Everybody within your environment must know what you do and how you do it and the fact that you are good at it. And if you're able to hack that, your sales would follow your demand because the footprint will be there for all to see. I hope that I've been able to give you the hack. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him.
So please, if you want, because of time, if you need more conversations, you could follow me online, Ayobankole. Just mention that you were from here so that I can respond and prioritize. Thank you.
Yeah, I can tell you for free that Hilda is your client because she's sold already. So we can wrap up. Or you want to take one thing from just one advice, 10 seconds.
I have 10 seconds to give an advice, and my advice would be build the brand before yourself. Because it's the brand you're selling before we see you. So if you build a sustainable brand, when people see you, they're like, oh, okay, that's the person. Most people build themselves and they have no brand that they're selling. So please build a brand that is very sellable, marketable, and profitable. Then we can now say, oh, that's the person that owns this brand. It's very important.
Thank you. Ayo.
So in 10 seconds, I came here to speak to only one person. I didn't come here to speak to all of this crowd. Because everybody in this crowd, most people are just going around for events, to network, to, the vibe of, oh, we go for events. But there's only one person who is going to internalize a lot of the things that we say. And in the next 5 years, they will say, oh, I attended this HerVest, I listened to you, and that changed my life. Please make sure that you are that one person. Thank you.
I feel put on the spot. But life is not a bed of roses. Rome wasn't built in a day. So, try to find joy in the current situation and position that you are. And just enjoy the process. What you want and what you're aspiring to is going to come to you. Enjoy the process.
Ladies and gentlemen, please celebrate my panelists. A 4-year university course served in 40 minutes, please. Let's take pictures together. Thank you for that wonderful panel session. Chalakwe, please join us for quick pictures. DJ, give us. Okay. Please, let's hold on for Chalakwe to join the. Okay, let's take a picture. The panelists alone first and the moderator, and then Chalakwe will join in. Yes, please. That panel session was truly insightful. Wow. I'm sure that a lot of people here, you learned a thing or two from that panel session, and be that person that will do. Be that person that will take whatever they've taught us today and apply it and begin to work on it. Thank you once again to our panelists. That was amazing. Please give them a round of applause as they make their way up the stage. Thank you, Ildabasi. Thank you, Yolanda. Thank you, Ayo. All right. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, DJ. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Are you having a great time? You know I'm going to ask that question. So I'm going to ask, let's do a competition. Who can tell me the loudest if they're having a great time? So this is A, B, C, D. Are you having a great time? Okay. Let's try. Are you having a great time? Okay, I think you're louder than them. Let me try here. Are you having a great time? Oh, you're not so loud. You didn't shout as much. Try here now. Are you having a great time? Oh. But are you hungry? You're hungry. Oh, wow. Okay. We've been feeding our minds. And I think it's only fair enough you want to feed your belly because you're quite hungry. Don't worry, we'll sort it out. We'll do something about it. Let's take a quick moment to thank again all our sponsors and our partners. When I call their names, please indulge me. Put your hands together for them. They're very important, and they're the reason why Value Up 2025 is a huge success. Please celebrate Wema Bank, TVC News, Trace, Nestle Pure Life, Flutter Wave, Mary STEM, Immerse Coaching Company, Nimbus Media, Friska, Robin Heights, Sarah by Wema, FC, Peck and Trust Microfinance Bank, Purple, please celebrate with me, IBTS, and Happy Coffee. Can we make it louder, everyone? Thank you, our darling sponsors and partners, for your support. They have their booth station everywhere. If you look to your left and your right, you will find their booths around. You can just walk up to them, ask them what to do. Open a Wema Bank account right here. We need you to do that, okay? Open a Wema Bank account, and I trust me, it will be worth it, okay? So please visit their booths. They're here for you. They're here with products and offerings just for you. Take advantage of it. Just before we move on to the final panel session for today, okay, which is on finance, and I'm sure a lot of people in the room are happy to talk about money. Money. Financial wellness, adapting, growing, and thriving. So moving on to the final panel. Don't forget, there's still an adrenaline pitch contest here. So we already have the names of those pitching. I have my box with me. And then we're having a fireside chat with Debola Dejikurumi and, of course, Tunde Onokoya. Yes, they're still coming. They're on their way. They just called and said they're almost here. So you don't want to miss out at all. To everyone watching online, I hope you've been having an amazing time. It's been a swell time right here at Value Up 2025, brought to you by HerVest. Yes. For a quick music interlude, serenading us with the power of her voice. She's going to be serenading us quickly before I bring up our panel session, the final panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope she's ready for us. please celebrate with me our own, the one with the beautiful voice, Flora Sparkle. Please celebrate her now. Celebrate her.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. It's so amazing to be here. I mean, hearing everything that the panelists had to say, it was really motivating and encouraging. And I hope we're all encouraged here, motivated to do great things from now on. So I'll be singing a song, to just further give us that motivation and, empower us and encourage us. So I'm sure a lot of you know it, so you can join me to sing. Thank you. Let's go.
Yeah. She's just a girl and she's on fire, hotter than a fantasy, moving like a highway. She's living in a world and it's on fire, filled with catastrophe, but she knows that she can fly away. Oh, she's got her feet on the ground and she's burning it down. Oh, she's got her head in the cloud and she's not coming down. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. Oh, she's walking on fire. Hey, this girl is on fire. Oh, looks like a girl, but she's in flames. So bright that she can burn your eyes. Better look the other way. You can try, but I'll never forget her name. She's on top of the world, hardest of the hardest girls. Say, oh, we've got our head in the cloud and we're not breaking down. Oh, we've got our feet on the ground and we're burning it down. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. Hey, this girl is on fire. Oh, but the shit is girl that she's on fire. Cause they can see the flame that's in her eyes. Walking like this night and off at night. Nobody knows that she's a lonely girl. And it's a lonely world. But she's gonna let it burn, baby. Burn, baby. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. Yeah. This girl is on fire. Oh, she's just a girl and she's on fire. Thank you.
All the ladies on fire, make some noise. Thank you so very much for that wonderful serenation. Thank you very much, Flora Sparkle. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Wonderful voice, and we are constantly on fire. I do not think it's only the girls in the room that are on fire. The boys in the room, are you on fire? I love that energy. Who is that boy? Where is he? Are you on fire? Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, it shows that it's not only the girls that can be on fire. Boys can also be on fire. Love it. So moving on quickly to the final panel session scheduled for today on finance, okay? And our topic is wealth for the next generation, investing with purpose. Wealth for the next generation, investing with purpose. And we're about to shift our mindset from just spending and saving to investment. Investing intentionally, showing you the platforms and, of course, where you can put your money to work for you. We're building assets, we're leaving legacies, and ensuring that the next generation does not have to start from scratch. That's the conversation we're having, and I think this is a conversation that everybody in the room should long to be a part of, to listen with rapt attention, to see how you can make money and wealth, building wealth that would outlive you. That when you're no longer here, your wealth will still continue to speak for generations. So it's not about just saving and spending. It's also about building and investing. That's the conversation that we're about to have at this time. So everyone, get your pens and your paper again, and let's learn. I'll bring up the moderator, as always, who will then receive her panelist. Our moderator is Peju Faloye. And she's a finance professional with over 19 years experience. She holds a BSc in accounting and is a chartered accountant. She has a master's degree in finance from the University of London. A member of the Chartered Institute of Bankers Nigeria, CIBN. A governing council member of the Association of Corporate Treasurers of Nigeria, where she serves as the chairman of the Education and Standards Committee and the vice chairman of the National Association of Microfinance Banks of Nigeria, Lagos chapter. Please, a round of applause for that. Thank you. She's a financial literacy coach with a certification in fintech from Harvard. She's the group treasurer of Owando PLC. She's passionate about tech-enabled financial inclusive solutions with a focus on women and children to create wealth and transform lives. Welcome our moderator, Peju Faloye, the group treasurer, Owando PLC. Sit in the middle. Thank you. Our first panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is a banking professional with over a decade of experience across various segments of the financial services industry. She currently serves as head youth segment at Wema Bank, where she's responsible for developing and executing strategies that deepen engagement within the youth demography. Her role focuses on driving youth-centric financial solutions, enhancing digital adoption, and promoting financial inclusion among young Nigerians. She also heads the Bank Assurance Unit, overseeing insurance strategy and retail campaigns. Bumi has led strategic roles in affluent banking, sales, and digital lending, where she championed the growth of digital financial products and services. Ladies and gentlemen, Bumi holds a degree in management and accounting, a master's in finance, and is a chartered banker. Please, Value Up 2025. Make welcome to the panel session the head youth banking Wema Bank, Bumi Ayodele. Please celebrate her. Sustain the applause. You're the best audience in the world. You're welcome, Bumi, to our panel. Please be seated. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is a seasoned business executive and currently the Group Managing Director and the Chief Executive Officer at TVC Communications, owners of TVC News, TVC Entertainment, Max FM Lagos, Max FM Abuja, Yanga FM, and Adaba FM. If you want to clap, it's okay. It's constitutional. Go ahead. Reaching a combined audience of over 27 million people daily across their various platforms. Victoria is a seasoned business executive with extensive governance and boardroom experience, as she currently serves on 3 boards. She's the author of the timeless leadership masterpiece, The Precision-Led Woman, a staunch advocate for women's leadership, and a mentor to many rising female leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, she's been regarded or recognized, I beg your pardon, as one of 100 career women in Nigeria, top 50 most inspiring women in Nigeria, and most recently honored as one of the 65 women making impacts in Nigeria. And she's here to do just that. The Group MD and CEO, TVC Communications, Victoria Abiola Ajayi. Please celebrate and make it louder. Such a powerhouse. You're welcome, ma'am. Please be seated. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is a seasoned investment banking professional with over a decade of experience in the financial services industry, specializing in financial advisory, capital raising, and corporate finance. As the head of investment banking at Meristem Capital Limited, he plays a key role in structuring and executing high-value transactions across multiple sectors. Value Up 2025, please, with a lusty round of applause, welcome the head investment banking, Meristem Capital Limited, Razaki Salau, CFA. He's blessed among women. Celebrate him better. You're very warmly welcome, sir. So I'll hand over, of course, to Paige to pilot the helm of affairs of the conversation. Thank
you. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for staying behind to listen to this panel. This is a very powerful panel. And like she said, everyone should please have their pens, because it's going to be a lot of learnings today. And I'm looking forward to learning from this very powerful team. You know, when I realized I was going to be on this panel, I was going to moderate. I'm like, okay, I really should be moderated because I have a lot of learnings. I have, experts in their fields here, and I'm sure that we'll do justice to this. The panel, just to reiterate, is about wealth. It's about building wealth for the next generation. And the people here are really the next generation. So I expect everyone going to get one thing or the other to learn from this panel. I will start with, let me see. Who is going to be up? Maybe I should start with you, Bumi. Right. And today you are the head of youth banking in Wema Bank. I know that Wema Bank did the 80 years celebration very recently. And was it yesterday or 2 days ago, Children's Day, there was the one-day CEO Child Innovative Idea. I want to ask you, today in Wema Bank, what is the idea behind youth empowerment? What's the general idea behind youth empowerment?
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I would like to start with the first thing that we have. If you look at Wema Bank, is an indigenous bank. We just clocked 80 years old, last month. and we had a very huge celebration talking about it. If you see us in the last 8 years, we came up with the idea of Alert. The reason why we came up with Alert is to resonate and create a financial solution for our youth segment. And we are deliberate about these things. We want to ensure that we connect more with the new generation, providing tailored financial services to them. What we've realized is a lot of youth out there or younger generation do not have access to the right information. So most of them just there's too many wrong information to access and very little right information. So in Wema Bank, we are deliberate about positioning ourselves as the bank for the youth. And that is why if you look at some of our propositions, like the Sarah by Wema, it is targeted and tailored for women, and it creates opportunity and a community that women can have access to market. We are deliberate about supporting youth entrepreneurs as well as the young professionals. Those are some of the things that we are deliberate about in Wema Bank. Thank you.
Bumi. So I will just pick back on that. So you work closely with young people, right? What are the common myths and the fears that you encounter, or do you think they encounter in this process?
Okay. For me, I feel the fear of every youth is having access to the right information. Information is power. Most times, they hear a lot of things, they view a lot of things in the social media space, you are everywhere, and all you get is you don't even know where to go to, you don't know who to target for this. And as parents, I will use myself as a key example. I started saving as a child when I was young. I used to keep money inside the piggy bank, the small colo box, then. But now, parents can be deliberate about saving towards their children's future. And what we've done in Wema Bank is we've created a transiting journey for every child. So as a parent, if you start with an account for your child, even as a baby, we have the Royal Kiddies account. The child transits into the Alert Explore account. We just launched the newest teenage banking app, which is called Alert Explore application. It's on Play Store. As a teenager, when you go there, you'll be able to see all the things you can access. From there, you transit into our popular account. So from various stages of every life, Wema Bank has built a structure and created a financial solution to cater for their needs, up to when they get to NYSC, then when they become a young entrepreneur or they go into young professionals. So their fear, basically, back to your question, is how do I get the right information? How do I assess it? And how do I plug into the opportunities out there? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I'll come back to you. Let me speak to Victoria. Thank you for joining this panel. So, from a personal finance point of view, I know that, just as your resume was read out here, you are beyond a CEO. You're also you were a CFO, and you're a chartered accountant. You're a fellow. I've looked you up a little bit. Like, okay, this is just not about the TV. So there's more. There's a lot to learn from you from a finance perspective. So tell me, what personal finance principles have helped you the most in your leadership journey as a business person?
Thank you very much. And I'd like to say for everyone who's here, you are in the right place. And the fact that you've actually left your homes to come here today to learn, I hope you truly, truly go back with something that will transform your lives. In terms of personal finance principles, I think I'm blessed to have chosen the field of finance from the outset. And so, just as the other speakers were saying, where they talked about, if you're a business owner here, it's all about gods and all of that. And you need to, as someone said on the internet, that a true entrepreneur should not know, does not need to bother about Naira and Kobo. They get consultants to do that. That's what they call Fafa. Wow. That's not true. I said I'm blessed because that was my background. So it was easy for me when it comes to business, when it came to business plans, business models were sort of my bread and butter. But for a lot of you here, that's probably not what your, bread and butter is. So it means you have to learn it. Cash flow is king. Whether you are an entrepreneur or you're a 9-to-5 person, whatever it is that you are doing, even an NGO, cash flow is king. You are not going to run on water. You're still going to use fuel. And so it's very important that we learn the principles, which is one of the reasons why I am affiliated to HerVest. It's because it's just a matter of principle. Now, a very strong personal finance principle or principles that I have used and I continue to use, they're as follows. It can be one, but they're very simple. Don't think I'm going to come and talk something that's really big here. But number one, we've identified in the family who's the saver and who's the spender, right? It just so happens that my husband and I are somewhat conservative people. I don't know if I'm the spender or the saver, but you know what I mean? We know where we both stand. We're not spend what Yorubas will call akba. We're not like that. And so we're quite cautious, let alone when you have a chartered accountant in the house, you know? And so we know where we stand. But for some people, you know truly that you spend a lot. So identify that first and foremost. That's very important. When you know yourself, you know, to each person, know yourself so that you then know how to tackle the finance. So we identify that from the beginning. I would say I'm more of maybe the saver than to identify that. The second financial principle is you have a budget. You people think this thing is overrated. And some people say it as well, that those who are very rich, multi-million, they don't have budgets. They don't think about it. They just spend anyhow. That is a lie from the people. If you think people who are super wealthy do not plan their finances, oh, they are rich, they don't have budgets. They have budgets. I have a monthly budget. And in that, my budget, I have so many things there, including giving, for instance, because it will get to a level where you've given completely and I've used up that budget for giving, I can't give any more. But if you don't have a budget, you would be drained because you will give, and you won't even know what the limit is. So basic financial principle, especially for a lot of the young ones here, you must have a budget. Budgets are simple. If you don't have one, I have a template on my Instagram page. I just left it there because for me it's about giving back, and I just created one, simple one, and it's in one of those bio things, and you click a link, just download the budget there. It's a spreadsheet, and start, put in there the things that what you earn versus what's going out, and start to monitor what it is that's coming into your household. So like I said, budgets are important. Please change that narrative and that thinking that because you're wealthy or you have money now, it's very important. Another thing to bear in mind with budgeting, which people think is not important, is that when you are trying to do your budgets, there is a misconception that perhaps because you're not a finance person, it has to be complicated. Don't go to my Instagram page. On your phone, just on your phone, how much comes into your whatever it is? Put it there, income. How much is it? 100,000. Expenses for the month. The critical things you need to pay for. You need to buy fuel. You need to buy, what do you call it on your phone? Airtime. Just write it down. What is left for you at the end of the day? So you are able to plan yourself. It's when you do that sometimes you realize I don't really have much. And then it will lead you to another financial principle, which is the very third one, which applies to everybody, whether it's a business or an individual, is emergency savings. People underestimate this a lot. We personally as a family have 1 year emergency savings. For people, it might be 6 months. I think we recommend normally 6 months. Meaning if anything happens to you, and even if it doesn't happen to you, let's say your employer says, I'm sorry, your services are no longer needed. You're not going to be begging and crawling and all of that, right? So have emergency savings such that it's something you don't touch. You don't touch it no matter what until there is an emergency, for it. So that's a third financial principle. Fourth one is what my husband calls me. He calls me the MSI queen. And what does MSI mean? Multiple streams of income, right? I earlier on, I'd made up my mind that I never want to be at the mercy of any employer. Never, ever. So there would always be other streams of income. So when you start working, you put some money aside. Because it's only when you budget you're able to save some money. When you then save, you can invest it in something that you can do. So at some point, invested in real estate. At some point, invested in other things that not necessarily will take my time. No, because I want to focus with my work or my business. And so I've invested in those other things. So my husband and I, for instance, have a farm. And so if this does not work, we go to the farm. At least we will be able to eat, right? And once you can eat, you thank God, right? So if that does not work, there's small income coming maybe from real estate somewhere, one rent, So, and even if it's not those big things, there has to be something else, which is why budgeting is important. It's when you can budget, you can save. It's when you're able to save, you're able to put something aside, right? So these principles may seem like they're trivial, but they're extremely, extremely important. I had made up my mind, and something we agreed, myself and my husband, that we never want to be caught where we just don't have any money on us at any point in time, right? Which is why having multiple streams of income is important. And then lastly, I would say, have a skill that, and I call this 2 skills, either dexterity skills or cognitive skills. Cognitive, it's just your brain you need. Meaning, you don't need anything else. Whether there's no power, no electricity, all the factors that you can reel out that prevents you from earning extra money. There's no this, there's no whatever in Nigeria. Nigeria is, whatever the factor is, you have your brain, it's inside of you. So you must have a skill where without anything at all, you don't need a laptop, you don't need anything, you can use that skill to earn money. So there must be a cognitive skill, which is why I really love that book that says knowledge is the new gold, right? Everything in life can be learned. Anything in life that is learned can be sold. Every one of us have things inside of us that another person needs, that's been deposited inside of us that another person needs, which means you can actually, use that knowledge. You can teach someone something. I found myself in situations abroad where when I was studying, I paid my way through school. So I was working and I was studying, I was doing all those things all together. I had to use my knowledge a lot of times. I could teach people maths and English. I could teach, because you have to really think deeply when there is nothing else. If really push comes to shove, what do you have that can earn you money? A cognitive skill that you have that can earn you money. What can you teach other people? Or what can you, really do? The dexterity skills here for me is something you can do with your hands. Remember, I said, remove all the factors of there's no power, there's no internet, there's no whatever it is. What can you do with your hands? So if there is absolutely nothing, I'm trying to remove all the excuses people will have here. That's why I picked those 2 skills, right? What can you do with your hands? Can you play an instrument that doesn't need electricity? So can you teach that instrument playing to someone else? Can you plait hair? Can you imagine if some of you are plaiting hair do you know how much they plait hair abroad? I don't want to. That thing is just, sometimes I hear it. It's ridiculous. Someone will tell me they're going to braid their hair for £100, £150. And I'm like, what? I need to learn how to plait hair. So these are some of the financial principles. They may seem simple, but it's not meant to be complicated. It's not supposed to be, all this complicated jargon. Keep it simple and apply these principles first in life. And hopefully, you take this step and God will bless whatever your actions are. I'll leave it that way.
Hello. Okay, thank you so much for that. That was really... Thank you for that, Victoria. I really appreciate that. And I would like to just highlight some of the things she said, that today the world has evolved and really everybody must start thinking like a finance person. And you don't have to be an accountant to be so. But for your day-to-day living, you have to understand some basic finance principles. I think the last panelist said that everyone should go and study the accounting for non-accountants. Or, like I say, accounting for dummies. There's a book called that. everyone today, no matter what you're doing, if you're an engineer, if you're a cook, whatever it is, you heard it, the Basi, whatever it is, you have to understand basic accounting principles. She spoke about budgeting, and you don't have to go that complicated into what we studied in uni or for MBA, whatever. Basic budgeting. I earn X. How much should I be spending so that I can have this extra Y? Something like that. Basic accounting principles, and I just want to encourage everyone to take that away from this conversation. And I'll still come back to you, Victoria, just now. So just to piggyback on what you said, knowing that you're in the media industry, how can media platforms be used more intentionally to drive financial literacy and investment education, especially among women and youth? Thank you.
Okay. The media, unfortunately, these days, I don't think drives the correct negative as much as they should. The narrative, I beg your pardon, as much as they should. It's all glitz and glamour and paparazzi and everything is everybody. So sometimes when, I say I'm in media and people look at me like, we don't know you, so you don't need to know me. I'm not an OAP or, an anchor or an on-air person. I'm working behind the scenes, driving the team to deliver the results they need to deliver. But we're so much, I think it's technology that has caused this, and the widespread use of mobile phones. And so media has driven the narrative of all, success, wealth, when you are already at that destination, as opposed to the journey. How do people get there? And so the correct way, I believe, we should, media and, people who are content creators, it's not just show all the glitz and glam, because there's so much pressure from all of that. A lot of people are living fake lives, and people are falling into depression just because they want to keep up appearances and just, what this person is doing, and I also want to do that. It's a big, fat lie. Everything that you're seeing there sometimes is make-believe. Everybody just wants to make you look like this is what, is happening in my life. That is why, thank God, these days they show the real one versus how we got there. That's what they should be showing, You need to show that journey, the journey of resilience, of failures, of how we bounced back when we fell, of, this is what got us there, not the finished product. Oftentimes we see the finished product, and it's that finished product that we all want, and we just need to be very careful to trust and the journey. And I would like to give a very good example. A lot of you know the trending song now, right? What is that song? If I say no, I don't need to. When you say no turning back, okay. Now I just met the gentleman a few days ago. I know the song. I know his previous songs, but I didn't know him, right? Which is why I would speak back to what Yolanda said. She said, build that brand. Leave yourself first. Because that brand will then push people to find you. And then, you're the one behind that brand, But we do it the other way. And media pushes us to do it the other way. It's you first and build the brand first. When people then see it, they're like, oh, it's you. So I was on a panel session at Covenant University. And, we were talking, and then he walked in, and the whole place went into like a rapturous applause. And we hadn't seen him. When someone is coming, and he was already coming, and the hall was. So I said to the person beside me, who is coming? No, because on the panel list, I saw his picture. I just didn't know who he was. I saw the name. I just didn't know who he was. You know what I mean? And then he whispered to me, you sang No Turning Back. I was like, oh, no wonder. You think I'm in the media space, I should know everything. Absolutely not. I'm not a Einstein. And so he walked in, and the person who sat next to me was telling me just a little bit about him, because they were family friends. And the person said, do you know that he came to this same school when she was in school? He came to sing. And he actually got married to someone from their set. at that university. And so I said, Madam, he looks very young. How could he have come to sing when you were in uni? And I said, what's going on? He looked at her. She said, he's not a young person. He has been at this he's been singing consistently for 15 years. I was like, wow. And then I said, tell me more. And she said, this is not his first track. He has sang this before. This song had been put out before. It's just the remix everyone knows. In fact, if you find the song, and she kept telling me the story, and then she mentioned 2 other songs. And then when he came on stage, he sang some others. I was like, oh, you sang this? I was singing it and doing praise. I didn't know that he sang the song. Sometimes we see the glory. We see the finished product, but you do not see the journey. You do not know what he has been through and then he gave this spoken word, and I was like, wow, this man, And normally we just see him and we think, who's the young chap who's singing and all of that. It's not just about his songs. I saw someone there that was so grounded in his craft. He had been consistent over the years. So now the fame has come, and someone asked him that. Now the fame has come, how do you feel? He said, I've been doing this for so many years. It's like an icing on the cake. The fame is not, I'm not doing this for the fame. God has decided, yes, to bless me and show me off now, but it doesn't faze me because I've been doing this consistently over the years. That journey, the media does not show it, of strength, of resilience, of being there, of staying, of times where there are sleepless nights, where nobody is there, and that's the part that sometimes we need to show. And not just think it's that finished product, the reality TV that we all see now and we think that's true. So I will implore that's the narrative, especially as content creators. We are big traditional media houses, do you see? But a lot of people here engage in media every single day with their phones. So really, when it comes to driving the narrative of, financial wealth and all of that, the one thing you should take away from this is that true wealth, people who are truly wealthy, they are not loud. I like that saying that says, wealth is quiet, riches, loud, poor, flashy. It's true. It's true. People who are truly wealthy do not feel the need to justify or to show off their wealth. They don't. But you see, when you are trying to really show off the whatever, that's when, I was talking to my EA the other day. She said, Ma, you didn't take the picture when you entered a so-and-so car. I said, in fact, I didn't tell her. She said, why are you just telling me you entered that car? I said, because I entered the car, I sat down, it took me to my destination. Why do I need? She said, you should have gotten the picture. I said, there's no need. Absolutely no need. But today everything is for the gram at the detriment of the real thing that is happening. So with wealth, let's be very careful. If you can use those parameters, sometimes when you see the flashy everything, what did I call it? Let's engage. When you see the loud, garish, it is. And sometimes riches quickly got in, fly away, dissipates. It has wings, it develops wings, and it goes. And so true wealth is quiet. And I think that's what we really need to, because there's a steadiness in it. You know the way sometimes people spend anyhow. I just know, if you really are grounded, you worked together, you will not throw that money anyhow. You won't. And so I'll just stop there in terms of the way media and the rest of us should really see when it comes to wealth, and that's the way I think it should be.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I think, in summary, we should look at substance, right? And from an accounting perspective, maybe substance over form. If you studied accounting, you understand that. But you can still Google it. Substance over form. Focus on the debt. Focus on real knowledge as against the surface, because that won't take you as far as you wanted to. Thank you very much for that. And I'll go to Rasaki. Rasaki is, when I was looking through Rasaki, I just met him today. I realized that he's so smart. He's done exams that I ran away from, and, I'm very sad about it. He did CFA one time. I don't know if anybody's done CFA here, and I'm like, okay. I told you I was going to fry you. I'm really sad about it, but it's what it is. So, and by the way, he's the acting MD of Meristem Capital. So, Rasaki, knowing all of this, right, with rising tech savviness among the young generation, how is Meristem evolving to meet the needs of the new class of retail investors? Or you could talk about the retail potential recipients of the investments as you think fit. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the question, and good afternoon, everyone. I mean, for me, it's been a wonderful day today. I've been taking notes. The last speaker, touched on some points that really resonated with me, and maybe I'll start from there. There is this myth around wealth creation, and there's this thing that we all feel wealth creation starts when we have already made it, right? During the course of my career, I found out that that's not necessarily true, right? And like she said when she was speaking earlier, a lot of us, we save after we spend, right? And not the other way, one thing I learned, and I learned this during my NYSC service. I served at a time when, the Alawi was 9,800. It was during my set that it was revised to 19,800. Because I had read a book, before going to service, the book, The Richest Man in Babylon, right? So I discovered from that book that it's important that, first and foremost, you need to cultivate a habit of saving, right? From the book, it was encouraged that you should save at least 10%, of your income, right? Whilst saving is important, it is just the beginning. Again, you need to invest, after you have saved. Now, there are some principles that we need to bear in mind when we are doing investments. Principle such as, number one, there is really no shortcuts to wealth creation. It's a process, right? There is nothing like, I'm able to time the market. Rather, I think the strategy that we should pursue, and it's what I'm pursuing, and it's currently working for me, is once you cultivate the habit, to save and invest, and you do it consistently, right? In the long run, you would end up, outperforming or beating the market. Yes, there will be times where there are highs, lows, but in the long run, it works for you. Now, bringing it down to what we do at Meristem, right? How do we help, individuals, corporates to, cultivate this habit of wealth creation in the long term? I would say we do it in maybe 3 different ways. The first one is, financial literacy. We try to educate people because that's where it starts from. At Meristem, we have, a blog that we run where we constantly deliver content, that speaks to, I'll call it Finance 101. We want to learn about what's a trust, what's a will, how are these tools, important for wealth creation and transfer. We deliver those contents to, people, and you can easily access it online. Also, on the entrepreneurship side, we have a program that we've put together, which is more Meristem orientation for rising entrepreneurs. In that program, we have 2 pathways. There is the investment pathway, and then there is the entrepreneurship pathway. Now, what we intend to achieve is, to educate the youth on, how you can go about, creating wealth. Because in the long run, if everybody is wealthy, the nation will be wealthy. And if the nation is wealthy, our business will thrive, right? So it makes sense to, do all of those investments in financial literacy. Now, on the other hand, we also deliver products that helps, serve the goal of wealth creation. Because again, I said saving is important, but it's just the beginning. right, you need to invest. So using our different subsidiaries, because Meristem is a group, we have Meristem Stockbrokers Limited, where we offer stockbroking services to our clients, both corporates, individuals. And also we have our Meritrade platform, where from the comforts of your home, wherever you are in the world, you can easily access the equities market, right? We also, through our Wealth Body app, we deliver savings and investment products to individuals. Now, the good thing about how we go about product development is we understand the market, we understand the needs of people, and then we specially curate product that would help the people achieve objectives. Recently, we've come up with different alternative investments, and the beautiful thing again about how we do what we do is we, as much as possible, try to democratize access, right? Again, going back to the myth I spoke about, I mean, there is that myth out there that only the rich can invest. And, somehow we mentally exclude ourselves if we really believe that that's true, right? So what we do is when we come up with products, like mutual funds, we have a commodities product, where investors, can access, investment opportunities with as low as 10,000 naira, which I believe everyone in this room, has capacity for. So in a nutshell, so as not to drag on the conversation, in a nutshell, that's how we do what we do at Meristem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Masaki. And I will just quickly, I will ask this question and please answer it within a minute or so. So from, looking at it from that angle, what's the biggest mindset shift that you expect both investors and the recipients to start taking into consideration to access investments or to be able to give investments out?
All right, thank you. Trying to keep it as short as possible. The first mindset shift is investing is for everyone, right? You need to start early. The earlier you start, the better for you. The second thing is, to understand that the market moves in cycles, right? There will be times when, the market is doing very great, and there will be times when, it's the other way. But what you need, as a long-term investor is to make sure that you are consistent in, your investment, and you also get advice, right? I'm sure we are all familiar with, some of the Ponzi schemes that has, come to the market, get rich quick syndrome. Again, wealth creation is a process, right? If somebody comes and tells you that there is an investment opportunity or a scheme out there that, bring 1 million, it becomes 10 million in a short period, you need to ask the right questions. What exactly are you doing with the money, right? Is it in this same economy that we are all aware of, right? So sometimes when the return promised is too good to be true, it is actually not true, right? So, so we need to have that mindset. Let me just keep it at that.
Permit me to just piggyback on that. That's really it. He has hit the nail on the head. It's this mentality of investment, which I've spoken to a lot of people, and the moment I show them certain investments, their face, they become downcast. I show them treasury bills, I show them, and I go to the calculator and actually show them what their returns are, and they're like, just that. In 90 days, it's just going to be 5,000 naira I'll get. What kind of investment is that? Investment is for the long term. It's not for. Big savings, you can save and not even earn anything on it because you're just accumulating to be able to use the money for something else, right? So that you don't spend it. But you see, investments, it is for the long term. So when it's too good to be true, that is a mindset shift that we need to get away from, because I'm sure in this room there will be people who had fallen for the CBEX scheme and all those Ponzi schemes. They have come in another manner again now, and people will still fall for it. So we need to be very, very careful with once you see 100% returns, run. Pick your shoes, dust it, and when you see that, it's a lie. So let's get away from that 50% returns, 100%. In fact, the moment I start hearing the big numbers, I tune off because it's probably not true. It's most times, I can bet 98% of the time, maybe 1%. And that one, I will drill and I will grill you so much that, and then I'll be very convinced. But most times, I'm changing that scale. 99% of the time, it's not true. So please, the moment you start seeing big returns like that, you need to be very, very wary and very cautious.
Thank you for that. Yeah, and just to piggyback on Rasaki, on what he said, two things that he didn't say here, but I heard, was one, he said dedicate time, learn. So when I was asking him how he passed the CFA at once, he said he gave it time, that he just dedicated time. So there's a place for time to learn, to understand what's happening in the market. Two, where do you learn? Plan to come for Value Up in 2026. So you continue to learn, right, Shalape? Right? Okay. So moving to you, please, and try to answer very quickly because of time. So, what role does financial literacy play in closing the generation wealth gap? And how is Wema Bank really addressing that?
So, what financial literacy, let me start from here. You can't give what you don't have. If people do not know, then they will not know that if you have an account, you can actually buy your stocks through the app. You can actually get your dividends paid into a particular account. You can invest in certain kind of business or opportunities that come out there. Like right now on Alert, if you download the Alert app, you will see that you can actually buy stock. You can even buy stocks abroad. Like you can invest into it and expect payment to come in. But if you don't have access to those information, you will never know. So what we are preaching is we are partnering with different industries. Like we also sponsor events like this to ensure that we position ourselves within the youth demography for them to see the opportunity to know more about the financial literacy and how to expand their knowledge of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll ask that question again in another way. Right. So how is Wema Bank positioning itself, not just to serve, but to empower the next generation of wealth builders?
Okay, I'll first of all start with our key pillars in Wema Bank is entering the youth space. And if you look at our Sarah by Wema, the community we've built, part of the two things we are focused on is the youth entrepreneurship program and the youth professionals. What we do for them is we create market access for them. That is, where can they sell? The social commerce, we are really big on it. We create value for them. When you go to our community, Sarah community, you will see how you can position your market, your stalls, information about how to even invest, how to expand your market access and knowledge into it. We also partners with different demographics, like we've created multi-channel strategies where the tone of voice of communication and how to reach out to the youth space, because what you say to a millennial is different from what a Gen Z wants to hear. And you have to be where they go to. So the music industry, the tech space, that's why we built Akaholics. We started Akaholics a few years ago where we wanted the young minds who wants to pitch their technological skills will come and pitch their idea and win grants to support them. We have several others, like the FGN's Innovation. We partner with the federal government to do that. We partner with MOA as well. So partnership and collaboration is how we are positioning ourselves so that we can reach the broader and larger volume. And if you see it, sponsorship of this kind of event is also giving us an opportunity to pitch what people can get from having knowledge of finance. Thank you. Okay. For me, keep learning, There are opportunities out there, and there's nothing impossible.
Thank you very much, Bumi. Really appreciate that. Any final words from you, Victoria?
Oh, okay. Quick final words for me is, I would say, quick one, a story. Let's look at our income and our finances like a household kitchen appliances, or maybe just a kitchen funnel. There is a bucket, there is a tap, and there is, see the third one as pipes. Because when you have the bucket, you should see has savings. The pipe you see as your income, because that brings money to you, revenue, right? And then the last one, the tap, is expenses, is flowing away. There's a dynamic to all of this. We obsess over and worry so much over the tap. Some of us are obsessed with the income. You just want to make a lot of money. It's just the pipe. And a lot of times we forget about the bucket, that is housing the money and that we should focus on. The trick is you must balance all three. Everything must work well together. So think of that system and ensure you're balancing it properly. You are not too focused or too obsessed on one or the other. You're managing that pipeline, ensuring you have enough, and that you're not just working and killing yourself. But when that money comes from that pipeline, you're ensuring you're putting it in the right place. Also, you are not impulse buying and overspending. Your money is not just running and everything tap empty. Whilst you also need to ensure the bucket itself, it's every time you have water in that bucket. You must have enough water so that when everything happens, sometimes for those houses where there's no water, you fetch water and keep it. Think of that as your savings, because when there's no water coming from the tap, you can go into the thing and take some water from there. So just bear that in mind. The pipe, the bucket, and the tap. I'll stop there.
And final words from you as well.
Okay, maybe in 2 sentences. We have said save. Saving is important. After saving, invest. Now, what I would add to this is, when you start making returns from your investments, it's not 100% for you to spend. So try to reinvest, some of those returns. That's the way you can benefit from, compounding, and that's the way you get to the destination as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've come to the end of the panel session. Thank you very much for listening to us. Thank you.
Can we give them a lusty round of applause? Make it better, make it louder. Thank you so very much. So we'll take one question, just one. Anything at all, finance? Okay, please, quickly, please. Your name and, of course, your question. Just one question and direct it to one person.
Good afternoon. My name is Chinedum Udenkwo, and my question is for Mrs. Victoria. So how do you manage black tax in this Nigeria economy? Okay, yes, so let me take the question again. So as someone that's trying to upskill, right, and trying to budget, trying to invest,
Okay, if I hear you, I was reading your lips. Black taxes. So the ones you did not plan, family, all those people who just take. It's simple. The one that you have to do is for Caesar. Give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. The rest is really up to you. I mean, if you're an altruistic person, probably like our chess champion here, we all know that Tunde Onokoya is a giver. A round of applause for him. He walked in very quietly. I said it that wealth is quiet. So black taxes would always come, whatever way we label it. But if you plan for it, and you budget for it. Let's use a simple example. You earn, let me just use 200,000 naira. All the expenses for you maybe comes up to 130, and you put 20,000 naira aside for giving, knowing that 50 is going into the savings. No matter what happens, that's going into the bucket I spoke about. The moment you've given away the 20, because you consciously did that, psychologically, you know, don't let anyone guilt trip you. You are not Jesus Christ, right? Do the part that you have budgeted for, and the rest you kindly say, I don't have any more to give, because you've literally finished and exhausted what you have, which is why your savings are important. Your savings should be part of your budget. It should be like an expense. If you have put that money away for your savings, nobody will come for it. But if you don't put it away, they will come for it. I can bet you will spend all that money not on yourself. You spend it on other people. And then you'll be wondering to yourself, where has all the money gone? So plan those black taxes and put a limit to it. Once you put a limit, give someone here 5K, 2K, 10K, 20K done. I don't have any more for the month, unfortunately. Perhaps I can, maybe sometime next month or whatever, but I'm exhausted already for this month. Simple.
Thank you very much. That'll be all. Please, let's take a quick picture. If that panel session was amazing, please give them another round of applause and make it better. Make it better. Shalakwe, please join us. Thank you. Can we have some music? I'll also like to have Yomi Oguleye, our CTO and co-founder HerVest, to please join us for this quick picture. Please, a round of applause for Yomi. So we're waiting for Yomi to join the photo op so that we can have a full picture. Okay. Yes, at the edge. Perfect. Perfect. Lovely. Please celebrate them once again as they make their way back to their seats. Value Up 2025. Are you getting tired? Thank you very much for gracing our panel session. Thank you. Thank you very much, DJ. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, have you valued up? No, people that are valued up don't sound this way. They sound convincing. They sound like they know they are valued up. Have you valued up? Yes, 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 yes. And that's the essence of Value Up 2025. 3 panel sessions, career, entrepreneurship, and we just ended the session on finance. Before we have our fireside chat, that I would like to tag a power side chat, we're going to have a quick adrenaline pitch contest. Please help me with the box. Help me with the box. But first of all, please let's welcome the founder, Immerse Coaching Company, the one that we all love and celebrate, our General, Depola Deji Kurumi. Celebrate her. We celebrate you, ma. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. Thank you very much for coming. Always looking beautiful every time. And of course, the man making great impact from a small place. The founder, Chess and Sloan Africa. Please welcome to the midst today, Onokoya. We love you today. Thank you for honoring our invitation. Thank you. Okay, we're going to have the adrenaline contest quickly. And we have quite a number of entrepreneurs that indicated an interest to win our grant. So just before we pick because we have to choose. Not everyone will, of course, pitch. If not, we will not leave here till tomorrow morning. So we're going to have to pick 5 lucky businesses that would come on here to pitch. And the grand prize is 250. Please put your hands together for HerVest again. I think that deserves a round of applause. And the first runner-up will go home with 150,000 naira. And the second runner-up will go with 100,000 naira. Make it louder for HerVest, everyone. Let me change this. Okay, I think this is better. So I'm going to invite one of our judges to pick randomly 5 businesses that would pitch right here. And of course, I'll explain the rules to you when we have our 5 businesses. I would like to invite, of course, Yolanda Okereke to please help us. It's here. Yes, please. So she'll pick 2. And then DDK will help us pick 2. Yes, please. So let's shake the box. Let Yolanda do it. Let her do it. Yes. Please shake the box. You're picking 2 names. So if you indicated interest to be a part of it, you might want to pray now so you are picked. Let me give you a moment to say a word of prayer. Are we good, Yolanda? Please announce.
Sapphire Digital Agency.
Sapphire Digital Agency. Wow, a guy. Love it. At HerVest. Beautiful. Okay, please come on stage. Thank you. Because you're pitching.
Thrift by Haby. This is fashion.
Yeah, this fashion. Thrift by Haby. Where are you? Okay. DDK, please, ma'am, help us pick 2. Thank you. So just shake the box, ma'am, and pick 2. Beautiful. Yes. 2 names in random. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Patterns by Ire. The Happy Tie-Dye Maker. Genova Styles.
Yes, the Happy Tie-Dye Maker. Fashion again. Genova Styles. Fashion again, I guess. Genova Styles. Oh, okay. So we have one more. Toto Ibenga, please help us, sir, to pick. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Is also one of our indefatigable judges. They'll be picking a final contestant. Please shake it. Yes, and then pick one person. Okay.
Adamu Asu. The name of the business is VTU Build Top Up. Person here. The handwriting is not so.
VTU Build Top Up Enterprises. Adamu Asu Kambulum. He has gone home. Is he here? Has he gone home? Okay, okay. Yes, just one. Thank you very much. A guy. Okay. So we have 3 ladies and 2 guys. Quickly, please. Adamu, make it snappy. Make it snappy. So you are expected to pitch your idea in 4 minutes. 4 minutes, all right? Our judges, I would like to introduce to you the judges that will be deciding the winner, the first runner-up and the second runner-up. Of course, Yolanda Okereke is a part of our judges. We have Debola Dejikurumi, a part of our judges. Toto Igbenga, a part of our judges. Peju Faloye, who moderated this panel that we just ended, is also part of our judges. And Razaki Salau Mary Stem is also part of our judges. Can we have you in front instead? So I want you to sit together so it's easier to deliberate. Thank you. Yes, please. Thank you. So it's easier to deliberate as judges. I think you might need something to scribble on. Our judging criteria, I want you to listen, everyone. Innovation and uniqueness. How original is your idea and your business? Market potential. Is there a clear market for what you're telling us? Business model. How feasible is your business model and your delivery? How effective can you communicate your idea and your business model? And we'll be selecting our winners based on these. Our judges will be ranking. They will deliberate and then we'll announce our winner. So you have 4 minutes. I need a timekeeper who will keep the time for me. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Anyone that can help me out? Yes, please. 4 minutes. 4 minutes, all right? So we're starting now. Our judges, please give me a go ahead. Can we start? Yes, please come to the middle, all 5 of you, according to how you were called up. Yes. Please, can we encourage them? Encourage them. Yes, I would reel out the criteria again. Innovation and uniqueness. How unique is their business model or their idea? The market potential. Is there a clear market for this? Business model. How feasible is this business model? And then pitch delivery. Can they communicate clearly their thoughts and their ideas? So those 4 criteria is where you're judging them on. Thank you. So who's going first? You're going first? All right, 4 minutes. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Emmanuel Okpateibo. I'm a creative designer and the founder of Sapphire Digital Agency. Now, Sapphire Digital Agency, what we do is we help brands and businesses increase their publicity and profitability with the aid of our design. But this is how it all started. It started in my bedroom with my father's decks. That was where I started designing as a solo designer. Right? I worked with different brands and businesses to build their brand identity. Now, but this is the dream. Aside helping brands and businesses with their goal, we also want to help young creatives, right, to become better and grow. Now, this is the gap, this is where the issue is. Now, most agencies that help creatives, they just teach the skill and leave you alone and tell you, okay, this is the skill and that's all, right? And there is this knowledge gap in the creative industry. And that is where we come in. And Sapphire Digital Agency, we also want to help creatives, aside the skill, we want to give them knowledge about the business of the skill. How can you upskill? How can you be relevant in the industry? So that is where we come in. Since I started as a solo creative, I'm looking towards collaborating with other creatives and brands to help the next generation of creatives become better and stand out in the industry. And just like the theme of this event, Value of 2025, as Sapphire Digital Agency, we're going to help brands and businesses and also young creatives to adapt, to grow, and to thrive in the creative industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Contestant number 2, your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mutiraya Falorenshaw is my name, and I started Thrift by AB, an online thrift store created to meet the fashion needs of young people, especially students. I saw how difficult it is for students, particularly, to source for outfits, affordable outfits, without the stress of going through overcrowded markets or even buying one outfit at very ridiculous prices. So to tackle this problem, I decided to create a platform where quality meets affordability. You don't have to outsource. So at Thrift by AB, my target audience are students particularly and young professionals who want to look good without breaking budget. So without breaking budget, right? So my goal for this business really is to be a leading name in fashion for Gen Z Nigerians, right? So where you don't just see thrift clothes as okrika, as second hand, as something random, but something intentional, stylish, and smart. So to further grow this business, I'm currently saving to invest in some very important items like a washing machine and mannequin. And with additional funding, I can achieve this. There are many thrift stores out there, right? But what stands Thrift by AB apart is uniqueness, quality, affordability, and presentation. So there are many thrift stores, but at Thrift by AB, every outfit is curated with the customer in mind. We look at, for my return customers, one of their reviews is that they like how convenient and how easy it is to shop. So when I get this, when I get this brand, it's going to help me to be more presentable. I already have quality and I already have a good customer base. So if I'm able to upskill and upscale, I'm sure Thrift by AB is going to be that global name I want it to be. Thank you.
Contestant number 3, your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jennifer, and I'm the founder of Genova Styles. So Genova Styles is a growing fashion business for affordable clothes, new ones for affordable clothes and very comfortable clothes. So I started this business because I noticed the people around me, they want to look fashionable, but most of the expensive clothes, most of the clothes are expensive. And I stay in school area. So my friends, most of the times I get my clothes. Where do you get your clothes? If I tell them this price, they'll be like, get for me. I'm like, okay, why don't I just start this business? I get them in cheaper prices and I sell it to them because I'm in school area and my target audience are students. So I started this business and my friends, I'm currently promoting my business through WhatsApp ads and my school TV, and my customers and my friends helping promoting my business link and sending it to everybody. And also, Geneva Styles, we don't sell clothes, we sell confidence. You wear it, once you wear it, you be like, yeah, you are wearing affordability, and it's quality. Nobody will know that, this is a second-hand clothes, or this is or a cotton sew. So you wear it and you feel so confident. You don't need to. I just feel fashion doesn't have to be luxury. You have to afford it and be okay with it. So you need to look good without breaking the bank. Then, if I was given the opportunity to get this grand prize, I'll actually invest it into my inventory to allow my customers to get a wider variety of trendy outfits and quality and good outfits. Also, getting a very good camera or a good background or anything, because I currently use my room and I just use a black cloth to put my clothes and advertise, and it's good. So that's the only thing. And also creating an Instagram account and pushing out myself and showing what I sell, telling people you don't need to break the bank before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Contestant number 4.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ire Yimika. I am the tie-dye maker, Adire. I grew up in Abeokuta. I am from Abeokuta. And Abeokuta,
Please use your mic. We can't hear you.
Sorry. I grew up in Abeokuta. I am from Abeokuta. I grew up with Adire. And however, when I came to Lagos to work, I saw that, your Adire is fine and this. I was like, I didn't really look at it that way. But by the time I saw how people received it, I was like, so there's something unique in this. I had finished school and all that. And then I went back home to learn how to make Adire. this is something I want to do. However, I don't want my adire to be just sewn into the normal Iru and Buba. So because of that, I said, okay, so I will present my adire as ready to wear, bespoke. And because I make it from scratch, as in I make it from the beginning, like, oh, I want my name, Ashake, I'll be 50. Oh, it's something I can do for you. How do you want it? What is your favorite fabric? Do you want crepe, or you want satin, or you want cotton? And that's because I give them that, how will I say? Because they have the opportunity to choose, I want this, I want this. You just don't go to the market and pick. You tell me what you want. I give it to you. I love colors. I've always loved colors, So it's something I do. It's something I'm happy to do. And it's something I'm happy to do and receive money from it. Now, I'm happy for this opportunity to pitch for this grant. I know I'm not doing such a good job right now because, however, if I'm given this grant or like she said, when I'm given this grant, what I want to do is I want to make a line of clothing, lingerie actually, if, I don't know how many units depending on, but I get the first, second, or third, but it's something I would like to say, and tie it to this, that when I came for HerVest, I got this, and this is what I made with it, and this is the line of clothing I made. I made this number of it from this, and it's, So thank you very much for the opportunity. I am so grateful. Bless you.
Thank you, Patterns by Ire. We'll have, hold on, before you move ahead, VTU Build Top-Up Enterprises. So, HerVest stakeholders came together and voted one more business to pitch, right? So we'll be adding one more business to those pitching. So it got tighter. Levy Events, where are you? Quickly, please join us. Quickly. If you're in the room, please join us. All right. Your time starts now.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Yeah. My name is Adamu. Okay. So, a graduate of computer engineering. So, I'm the founder of VTU Build Top-Up Enterprise. And the VTU Build Top-Up Enterprise is also known as Smart Pay. All right. So this idea, I got this idea from. Okay. All right. So the business is VTU Build Top-Up Enterprise. So it's also known as Smart Pay. So I got this idea actually after graduating from school. I got this opportunity to work with a telecom company. So in this opportunity, there was this platform. They have a platform, Alpha Caller application. It's a caller application. So actually, from being a customer service representative, so where I experienced that we have those customers having issue in terms of making payments. So in the platform, you can't make payments directly from the platform. So I decided let me take a look at this. Maybe because I'm also into software engineering and all. So I said, let me look into this. If there is something I can come up with that will simplify this process. So I said, let me venture into Smart Pay. So it's a platform which I'm still working on. Actually, I'm a developer on my own. I've developed the website myself, but I have to put in some guys with me, which we work together. They're also software engineers, so they're the ones developing the app. So I said, let me come up with this idea. We are still working on it currently. So the purpose is to simplify payment process. In this platform, there's where you can make airtime purchase. You can buy, pay your bills. So it's a platform to simplify, to make things easy, where you can just make payments easy and make things easy for people. Yeah.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. I know lunch is being served. I understand you're eating, but please, can we turn it down a little bit so we can have our final contestant and our judges can hear clearly? Thank you. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Agnes Onosoya. I'm a founder of Livy Events, a decoration and planning outfit. I'm grateful for this privilege.
Actually based in Ijebode. I came this morning for this program. Livy Events is an outfit where we do decorations and planning, and we also go into educating young ones. So we are here today to pitch for funding because we are looking into helping young adults, those leaving secondary school. When we look at the rate of internet fraud these days, you find out that young chaps, both male and female, just wants to earn quick money. They don't know the value or the dignity in labor. So this program that we are putting out is called Livy Skills. It's under Livy Skills School. This program we are putting out is for young chaps to be able to learn a hard skill in vocational training, decoration, planning, tailoring, and what do you have? So this program is out there. We're putting this program out there for young chaps so that they can learn for free. Because some of them, in the rural area we are, which is Ijebode, people find it difficult to make or to see this as a reason to go for a training. Number one, financial issues. Number two, they don't even see a reason. They don't see beyond their noses. So this program we are putting out for young chaps is for them to be able to go for this training for free. And that is where Livy Skills School come in. So we are asking for funding to be able to reach as many people as possible to be able to do this training and take them off the streets. Every night in Ijebode, you see young people selling their bodies, doing a lot of things just to earn money. But I'm sure that with this program, we are going to be able to take them off the streets. I hope I've been able to convince you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, contestants. Please celebrate them, everyone. Put your hands together for all 6 of them. Thank you. We'll give our judges a moment to collect. Or do you have questions for them to help you with your decision? Okay, you do. Okay, Pedro has a question. Our judges, please feel free to ask. We wanted all of them to pitch so that you can then ask your questions. We didn't want you asking questions while they're still pitching. Please go ahead.
Okay, I want to ask Adamo a question because we were talking about this application, etc. But I wasn't really clear on what you were trying to do. I don't even know that I hope I'm hearing the right thing. I want to understand what you're trying to do.
Okay. The application is a virtual top-up platform, more like a fintech, which allow users to make purchase like airtime purchase, data bundle, electricity bills to be subscription. Yeah.
Okay, very quick question in 30 seconds.
Right.
What are what will support the application, just to the best of your knowledge?
Ma?
What do you think you need to build the application? Just very quickly. I want to be sure that you understand the product.
Okay. Like for the applications, we are using we are using Flutter. That's Flutter language for development. Because Flutter is cross-platform, where it allows that when you build applications using Flutter, users can access that platform through Android and iOS. It supports both Android and iOS. So it's a cross-platform language we are using to build the application.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Pedro. Our judges, any more questions for any of them? Not at all? Okay. Thank you. We'll give our judges a moment to put heads together to deliberate who will go home with our grand prize, the first runner-up and the second runner-up. Thank you very much. Make your way down the stage. Just stick around, hang around. Please celebrate them, everyone, as our judges do the Herculean task of deciding who goes on with our grand prize and other prizes. While lunch is being served and our judges are deliberating, please fix your eyes on the screens for a video or videos from HerVest and, of course, our partners. Thank you.
And that aside before, they break our shop. The first place, they break our shop. Second place, they still break our shop. This is the third place. So it's not easy. You pay money, they break shop. You pay money, in fact, my sister, is not easy. It's a very big tax. My name is Chiamaka Tochijo. My business name is Chi Bright Universal Mega Biz. I sell in Balogun. I'm dealing with Indian George. We are bringing them from India. I'm selling wholesale and also selling retail price. I supply inside Balogun, outside Balogun, Port Harcourt, different places. Depends where you are. I started 2015. I started going from Cotonou to India. That is how I started the business, from native to this level. I started the business. It's not easy because I don't get money. Money no there at all. This our business is occasional wear. At times we need to face low sales, that is bad markets, which is not our season. So no day easy to start a business without money. So I run up and down. Some people help me, and later on, one of my friends introduced me to HerVest. So I decided to do business with them. I collected some funds from them. When I collected the money, I sent it to India, and they give me more goods. They give me in quantity. I sold it very well. That is why I can't reach this level. In fact, I like HerVest. They are trying. They are very, very, very good. If I see another person where face the kind problem where I face, or where face the kind problem more than me, I will advise the person to go and meet HerVest. They will help the person because they are trying. They are very nice. Any amount you want, so far you give them back, they will give you. Very, very good. Very big dream for this business. So I won't go far for downstairs. You are going to say one for outside main road. So I need more shops, not only here. I need extra 2 shops. That is what I want.
Man, Nigeria in everybody, and life is lifing. Like my friend will ask, how are you doing? I say, more life is lifing. In December, January, February, I just had so much. It was like as if life was after me, There was just so much going on. My phone had issues, my laptop. I was like, hey, life cannot continue like this. I needed to be sure that there was something to fall back on, especially when some of these emergencies come up. Hi, my name is Folakemi Odulaja. I am an account manager at Com. I also run an online thrift business. I sell dresses. I work remotely, still a 9 to 5. I think I found HerVest on Instagram. I must have come across one of their sponsored ads. I love the fact that it was, women-focused HerVest. I'm like, nice. I checked it out and then I loved it. And then I've been using it since then. 2020, 2021, I think that time in my life, I didn't exactly manage my money well. I was just living life as it comes, as it goes, living paycheck to paycheck, and I didn't just really understand where my money was going, how I was spending my money. Every time I was always going to say, this month I'll start saving, this month I'll start saving. It never happened until I came across HerVest and then helped me to, really start saving. I love the fact that I could see my money and it was growing. Saving is not impossible. It's not impossible as long as you put your heart to it. The first thing I saved on HerVest was my rent, and then I wanted to buy a new phone or something. Must have saved it on HerVest as well. There are a couple of times I didn't want to spend some certain amount of money. I just got unlucky there. I've had a fantastic time using HerVest, and I've watched them, improve the app, had new features. I've even referred to some of my friends. It's just enjoyable seeing how much I can do, how much I can achieve with HerVest, and how much impact I can make with investments. The fact that I can invest to other women and put my money to good use. And it's amazing. The interest rate is really great. You guys should come on HerVest and see. Come to the good side of life.
Life's beautiful moments consist of people in places, people in moments, people getting.
It is what it is. Oh yeah. Leave keys. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sometimes I'm happy, sometimes I'm sad. I don't know what's over me. Sometimes I'm good, sometimes I'm wild. I don't know what's over me. I don't know what's over me. I'm overthinking everything. I thought me feel like nobody can understand the way I feel. Cause I am fucked up totally. I don't know how to keep company. So I've been drinking cognac. I've been drinking too many shots of cognac. One for the belly, another for the broken heart. 3 for addition, 4 so I don't go back. Looking for somebody who can watch my shoulders. So I can never be sober. I can never be sober. Oh, yes, I did it. I'm in a million I make for a living. When my little bit of post for a biggie. Let the camera like it, my titty, you know. Nobody's better than me. Nobody's better than me. I do it differently. Everybody can see, but I don't know what's over me. I'm overthinking everything. I thought me feel like nobody can understand the way I feel. Cause I am fucked up totally. I don't know how to keep company. So I've been drinking cognac. I've been drinking too many shots of cognac. One for the belly, another for the broken heart. 3 for addition, 4 so I don't go back. Looking for somebody who can watch my shoulders. So I can never be sober. Girl, you know I have to go to work for the words, for these words for you. If I have to put on my health in the post, in enough for you. Ain't nobody know the cause of my matter, cause of my matter. It's in my shawty. Anybody underestimated the matter, tell them I say no, my shawty. If you need a fire, I'll be a ladder. Please be judging, put me on trial. If you think I hurt ya, put me underwater. Take me cutter, I don't need the ladder. I love you, ooh, whoa. Can you see that? I love you, whoa. Can you see it? I love you, whoa. Ooh, I love you. I love you. You know I'm a bad man, you know I'm a rasta, you know I'm a vanda, you know I do ganja, but you they make me calm down. You they shake my data, you they cut my sandals, you they off my lantern. I used to be a bruta, goons for you guruta. Girl, you're my rasta fena, you they make me kuluta. See anybody want a point, I make a shoot and tell a piwa alla man, batty man shooter. But if you need a fire, I'll be a ladder. Please be judging, put me on trial. If you think I hurt ya, put me underwater. Take me cutter, I don't need the ladder. I love you, ooh, whoa. Can you see that? I love you. Can you see this? I'm rolling on your wheels now. I'm drinking Hennessy now. I hope you see now. Say you don't bust my eyeglass. You don't scatter my plans. See my eye, I don't cross. You put me for ambulance. See why you make me bitch. See why you make me babe. See what you did to me. God save me, please. I know you got me now. I know you got me now. I know you got me now. Followed you up and down. Followed you up and down. followed you up, and now I don't lost my mind. Now I don't lost my mind. Now I don't lost my. Now and I know you lied. Now I know you lied. Now I know, cause the doctor said I burnt my liver. I've been drinking, smoking cigars. Used to sing and play my guitar. Now I'm lost in this and bizarre. Everything I do, everything.
Raise your voice and shout, come on.
You want to continue? Okay, now.
Now they move me, they lead me, they go on God. Mine is made up, of course. No going back, non-stop, on 240. If you gone, hold on me to road. I'm steady, revving, won't throttle. Got eyes on the prize. Bapana, any company, starting from his hand. If I
just to know, I will read. Let's go! Have you decided? I have decided. Let's go. Everybody.
I can never come back. It's already too late. It won't make sense. Where am I going to? It's already too late. I've already come too far. It's already too late. We won the war. We will spend the billions. We'll spend the billions. We'll spend for Jesus. We'll spend for Jesus. We will shift the culture. We will heal the sick. We will raise the dead. Transform the nation. See, we hear well done. We will fund the war. We will spend the billions. We will spend for Jesus. See, we shift the culture. We will heal the sick. We will raise the dead.
Transform the nation.
See, we hear well done.
Have you decided? Decided? It's too late, oh. We won't go back.
No more laziness. It's already too late. We can't come back now.
I will never come back. I will never. Jesus. We will shift the culture. We will heal the sick. We will raise the dead. Transform the nation. We will hear well God.
We will fund the war. We will spend the billions. We will spend for Jesus. We will shift the culture. We will heal the sick. We will raise the dead.
Okay, make some noise. Beautiful. I'm sure Gates, Baba, and Lawrence, all you are feeling it where they are. Something is happening here. Love it. Love it. Thank you, DJ. Now you have woken up. What has this DJ been doing since morning? That's our jam. If you know. All right. So we're announcing our winners now. The moment that we've all been waiting for has come. Can I have our 6 contestants up on stage quickly? Please celebrate them. Make it quick, please, because we have to move to our fireside chat. Make it quick, make it quick, make it quick. Well done. I'm sure everybody watching online, I know you wish you're here, but it's okay. We'll see how we can get your no turning back to you. Or were you dancing at home? Quickly, please. Quickly. You're 6 now. How you pitched, please. So before we announce the winners, one of our judges, Razaki Salau from Meristem, has a feedback. Can I have your attention, everyone? Let's be together now. Together, everyone. Together. Thank you. Now, we do not just do pitch and grants because we have some money to just throw away or because we want to show that, we know how to add value. No, but because we actually want to help businesses. And it's very important that after they pitch, we get feedback from our judges because these people need to hear where they need to do better. Because who knows the next stage where you're going to be having to pitch your business. So I wanted to listen to our judge as he tells you, gives you a few feedback. Okay? All right.
All right, thank you and well done to you all. I know it's probably impromptu. The feedback that I have, and I think it's something I noticed across board, when you're making a pitch, you need to be able to articulate how exactly your business intends to make money, right? This is important if you are speaking to, would-be investors because at the end of the day, in the final analysis, they are giving you money because they also want to make money from your business. So what I didn't see when you were all making your pitch is, for you to be able to drill down to exactly how you make money, things around your, supply chain for the people for the person that pitched the thrift, how exactly are you going to be able to source, your bundles, if you get what I mean. So it's important. I also know, I acknowledge that we have limitation of time, 4 minutes. If you had not been made aware that we're going to make this speech. So, it's excusable, but just feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for that beautiful feedback. Our judges, any other feedback for them? Any other thing that you need to take note of? Not at all? Okay. So we're going to start, of course, from the 6th place, which is the 5th runner-up. DJ, now I need you. Don't leave me alone. Let's do this together. I need you to create that buzz, that tension. Okay? And then when I announce the winner, you give me stand up for the champion. Okay. 6th place. I wanted to mention that our judges, in addition to what HerVest is giving out, they've decided to augment the prizes. And that's why I love pitch and grant contests a lot, because you realize that even if you do not win, you still go home with something amazing, because anyone seated in the room can decide to just bless you with even ×2 of what you're pitching for. Yeah, so you're going to be really surprised. But don't cry, eh? Don't get emotional. Okay, 6th place. My Audience, help me tell this DJ. DJ, you have done well, oh. Don't disappoint. Sixth place. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. VTU Build Top Up Enterprises, Adamo Asukambulu. Please celebrate him. Thank you very much for coming, but we have something for you. You're not going home empty-handed. We're happy. If you want to clap, do it better. You're going home with 50,000 naira. Katsi General Demola Deji Kurumi. Hold on. That's not all. 3 months internship. Intense coach. Wait now. 3 months intense coaching from the Chief Technology Officer at HerVest for free. You're going to be learning for 3 months from the CTO of HerVest for free. Did you hear me? And 50,000 naira from DDK. Please celebrate him as he makes his way. Okay. It gets better. Are you ready? Thank you very much, DDK, for that 50K. And of course, to our CTO, we appreciate you. I cannot wait for what's going to happen to his business after 3 months, honestly. And 5th place, first runner-up. Ladies and gentlemen, this DJ. No, now DJ, no. I want 5th place for runner-up. Living events.
When my time come, everyone will believe you.
Congratulations. It gets better. Hold on. You're going home. Hold on, DJ. 75,000 naira. Katsi, Denga Tutoi, Yolanda, and Pecatrust Microfinance. They're giving you 25,000 naira each to make 75,000 naira. Please, can we celebrate these people? I mean, they said you will not come all the way from Ijebu-Odi and go back empty-handed. Thank you very much for trying, and thank you very much. Wish you all the very best. Please see us for your gift after. Thank you. 4th position. 3rd runner-up. Value up, are you ready? DJ, I don't like what you're not giving me the vibe. 4th position, 3rd runner-up. Genova Styles. Congratulations. It gets better for you. Hold on. You're going home. Koti Benga Totoi. 100,000 naira. Oh, she's crying. Oh. Oh, we wish you all the very best, Genova Styles. Please ensure that you redeem your prize. We wish you all the very best. Benga Tutori. 50K. I'm sorry. That's not all.
Every me more. Nine, they move me, they lead me, they go on God. Mine is made up, of course, no going back. Non-stop, on 2 forts. If you go, oh damn it, rules. I'm steady, revving, monte, throttle. But eyes on the prize.
Start dancing.
If I just see you, I really go back to me. That's why I follow.
Okay, DJ, wait. To the 100,000 naira, Mojisola just added 50K.
I can never turn back. It's already too late. It won't make sense. Where am I going to? It's already too late. I've already come too far. It's already too late. We won the war. We will spend the billions. We'll spend the billions. We'll spend for Jesus. We will shift the culture. We heal the sick. We will raise the dead. Transform the nation. Till we hear well done. We will fund the war. We will spend the billions. We will spend for Jesus. Till we shift the culture. We heal the sick. We will raise the dead. Transform the nations. Till we hear well done.
All right. No turning back for you. Someone Dakpo just added 100K. That makes you 250K richer. Hold on. That's not all. You people should beg me to talk now. Courtesy Yolanda. She wants you to come to our office for an inventory worth 300,000 naira.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. At first, I didn't want it like I got information of this event late because my friend just told me yesterday night. Yeah, that told me I'm wearing KG. They told me yesterday night, and when I wanted to register for the online, like through the online, they said the link was closed. But I was like, let me still come, that they will register outside. So I came. Then this man, as I was about to enter, this man said they are doing a pitch, and this is my first time. Like, this is my first time. That's why I was so nervous, so I've never done it before. So, and I told my friends about it, like, I should apply for it. I should put my name. I said, I don't know how to do it. I don't know what to say. This is my first time. They're like, do it. That was I just feel. See, God will bless you people. See, God is going to multiply you guys. Like, you guys, thank you so much. God will bless. God will keep multiplying. God is going to add to your business. God is never saying, if you ask for 5, God will give you 100. If you call, God will always answer your call. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Please see us for all of your prizes. We are not doing audio money yet. Don't worry. Congratulations to you. Congratulations. That's why it's good for you to have good friends. Friends that plug you to good opportunities. Tell your neighbor, have good friends. Oh. All right. Third position, second runner-up. Third position, second runner-up. Who do you think it is? Don't stress yourself.
Can we turn up? Can we turn up? Can we turn up? Can we turn up?
Give me a minute. Small is coming. Please give me a minute. Wow. Third position, second runner-up, ladies and gentlemen. Patterns by Ire, the happy word maker. Our Agile lady. Congratulations. From HerVest, she goes up with 100,000 naira.
I don't get a lot.
Yolanda is adding another 100,000 naira.
Don't pay my rent, God do it. There be one for my hand, but God do it.
You will not, if you don't dance, I won't give you this money.
I say anything.
Okay. Thank you, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Congratulations. 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 All right. We are announcing the winner. Please come to the middle. Oga, why are you speaking in tongues now? I don't understand. I'm hearing shakara. Yes. Okay, Otobe, Irish. Okay. The winner of the Adrenaline Peach and Grand Contest here at Value Up 2025 by HerVest. The winner is a human being. The winner is putting on black shoes. Oh yeah, sorry. We'll go on a quick commercial break, and when we return, oh yeah, wait now. The winner, ahead, ladies and gentlemen, Trips by AB.
To be the best, number one, nothing less.
Give it up for Trip by AB.
Destiny.
That makes Sapphire Digital Agency a second place winner.
I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count.
250,000 naira.
For the champions, stand up.
150,000 naira for you.
Stand up. For the champions, stand up. For the champions, stand up. Champions, stand up.
That's not all. That makes Sapphire Digital Agency our second place winner. Please give him a round of applause. Goes up with 150k courtesy HerVest. And PDK is adding another 100k for him.
Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up. For the champions, stand up. Stand up. For the champions,
Okay now.
stand up. For the champions,
our judge sorry, when I bend down, know that I'm coming up. Something is about to happen.
And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have
from page one of our judges, the top 3 will be getting 4 months mentorship. 1 month mentorship from her for free. You don't understand the value of mentorship. I think you should celebrate that better.
stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions.
So you're having 4 sessions in 1 month, and it's a paid mentorship. I've not heard that before. She said she will pay you for mentoring you. Peju. Don't go down, wait, because you will go down together. There's still more. Just hold on. Okay. Should I continue? Give me a minute. Let me cross-check my gifts behind the scene. Mr. Salau from Meristem has decided to add 50K for the both of you. Please celebrate him better. Congratulations, Emmanuel. And for you, Thrift by AB, in addition to your 250K, your 50K, your 1 month mentorship, paid mentorship. Sorry, love about that. The managing director and the CEO of Fruity Life. Who knows Fruity Life here? Mr. Samuel Jegede has added 250,000 naira for you. Yes. So congratulations, 550,000 naira. Congratulations. Thrift by Amy. Congratulations to you, to Emmanuel. Very well done. Can we have 3 winners now? Where's our 3rd place winner? To please come join us for a quick picture.
I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up.
I almost made a very grave error. I'm sorry. 1 more. Sorry, the gifts were too many, so I could not contain it.
Stand up.
For Thrift by AB. Wait, before you start singing to Jesus, hold on. Yolanda Okereke. Pick one. Mannequin or washing machine? Or say na collabo. Mannequin or washing machine, you pick one.
Washing machine.
Again. I can't hear you.
Washing machine.
Okay, thank you very much, Yolanda. Please, hope I've not missed out any gifts again, our judges. I should bend down.
Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Okay, so Mr. Gbenga Tutoyi said for the 2 friends that encouraged some people are already encouraging their friends now. It's too late. They've given you cash gifts already. Please confirm. You received cash gifts from Mr. Gbenga Tutoyi. Where are they? Have they run away? Did you receive it? Okay. Thank you very much. Let's take a quick picture. Shall I please come join them for a quick photo? Thank you. DJ, please give us some music.
If you know, you know. But if you don't know, you know.
Wow, congratulations.
Now you know. Now you know. If you know, you know. The big ballers in town. Now you know.
Can we have Yomi Oguleye, the CTO, please join us? Okay. Then our judges too, please, will be joining us for this quick picture. Thank you very much. Let's make this quick so we can move to our final fireside chat.
Premium or nothing. Now you know. Now you know. Now you know. Now you know. Forget what I know.
Congratulations. Yep. Well done, and congratulations. Please celebrate them, celebrate our winners. And can we chorus thank you to our judges?
When the spirit is upon.
And to everyone who has supported the dream right here. Can we say a very big thank you? Thank you very much, DJ. Thank you, DJ. Thank you. We're moving quickly over to the final session for today, which is the fireside chat. That is more like a power side chat. Can I have your attention, everyone? Can we have some quiet? Some quiet in the room, please. Some quiet in the room. This is a very important part of today's event, and I do not want you to miss out on it. Okay. So we're having a fireside chat at this time, ladies and gentlemen. And this is a conversation about purpose and passion. And personally, it's one conversation that I'm looking forward to. Not just because, it's a fireside chat and it's more relaxed because you're getting to ask more personal questions, but because of the two distinguished individuals that will be on that fireside chat. I'm telling you, fireside chat from fire individuals. No perfect combination. And first off, I would like to invite a woman that wears so many hats, yet she wears them so well. She's a transformational thinker, a people builder, right? She is the heartbeat behind Immerse Coaching Company. She's loved by so many of us, and she's about to give us raw, undiluted, heartfelt information that will change your life and place you on the trajectory of success and forward movement. It gives me great delight, ladies and gentlemen, to read her citation at this juncture. DDK. Debola Dejikurumi is a polymath, best-selling author, keynote speaker, public policy advisor, corporate trainer, and transformational coach for visionary leaders. Through her work of coaching, consulting, and capacity building, Debola deploys her extraordinary gift of unlocking potential in people, institutions, and nations. She's the founder of Immerse Coaching Company, a professional coaching practice, executive director at Ideation Hub Africa, a public policy and impact advisory firm, the president at Kingdom Leaders Global Alliance, and the founder of the Future Forward Female Movement. Across these organizations, she leads a vibrant 100,000 plus community of change makers. Debola has been severally recognized for her outstanding leadership impact with her transformational work featured on TV, international news, and media. She's the author of 26 books to date and has spoken across 3 continents to emerging and established leaders, especially of African descent, on solving the continent's toughest challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome a force and a voice, a leader through and through, a coach of coaches, a mentor, a friend, a leader, the one and the only beautiful, God-filled, intelligent angel, Debola Dejikurumi, the founder, Immerse Coaching Company. You're welcome, DDK. We love you. Thank you for coming. Our second fireside chatter is a dreamer, a social reformer, the Nigerian national chess master. From Ikorodu to he knows firsthand the challenges children in underserved communities face. Now, in 2018, he founded Chess in Slums Africa, a non-profit organization that uses chess. As a matter of fact, he was playing chess. If you check his phone, he's currently playing it. As a gateway to education, technology, and mentorship for children in some of Africa's most neglected areas. Today's mantra: it is possible, let's complete it, to do great things from a small place, guides every aspect of his work. And in 2025, he embodied that truth when he became the Guinness World Record holder for the longest chess marathon, playing for 64 consecutive hours in Times Square, New York, to raise funds to build the largest free school for vulnerable children. That's laudable. A round of applause. Beyond the spotlight, he frequently plays chess with thought leaders across the world, forging connections that continue to amplify the mission of Chess in Slums Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please celebrate the one making major moves, one pawn at a time. A grandmaster of hearts and a kingmaker in the trenches, the one and the only founder, Chess and Slum Africa. Please celebrate today on Nakoya. Thank you today for coming. We appreciate your presence. Of course, taking us through this beautiful fireside chat that I call a power side chat is our chief host, the convener, the one that has gone far and beyond to gather everyone here today for free, feeding your bellies and feeding your minds. Please join me to celebrate the CEO and co-founder, HerVest, Sholakwe Akikpelu. I don't think that applause is fair enough for Value Up 2025, this incredible woman that has given her time, our money, our resources, our life's decision mission to help everyone in the room. Celebrate Sholakwe, everybody, please. Well done, Sholakwe, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Gloria. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we having a great time? I love it. Love it. And thank you so much. I know it's way past, not way past, but it's 4:04 Lagos African time. But then there is no better place to be than this room. Do you agree? Awesome. So thank you so much. And thank you for obliging us your time, the wealth of your experiences, DDK. Thank you so much today. We are so grateful. So we'll go right into the fireside chat. It's meant to be a chat, like really sharp, precise, as the other great panelists have done as well. So I'm going to start on the pump of what just happened, randomly this afternoon. If you care to know, that was just the team's idea about 2 days ago to say, how do we give back? How do we help people forge wealth outside the conversations that we know that will transcend things for them? So please, let's give it up for the HerVest team one more time. Thank you. So I'll quickly start with you today. You've been one to be so proud and declare what your journey has been like, tell the story, and believe in great dreams being birthed even from a small place. We saw what happened right here on the Value of 2025 stage today. How was it? Just take us through. How did it happen? And what would you say were the things that created shift for you? A lot of people are stuck somewhere and they're wondering, yes, I hear this, I hear that, but we want some practical nuggets. What worked for you to help take Tunde out of Korodu to the globe?
All right, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Let's be serious now. Thank you so much, Shalakri, for having me. And it's an honor to sit beside DDK, ever gorgeous. And she's a very important person. Not because of her achievements, but because of how she spent a lot of her life looking out for other people. I met her for the first time 4 or 5 years ago. 5 years ago, actually. I had taken this course, this master class on social impact, because I was very ignorant about a lot of things. I had a lot of passion. And just like a lot of young people in this room, there's something you care very deeply about. But you don't have the capacity to take that passion and make it matter to the world. And to be able to do that, you need a lot of wisdom, not just knowledge. You need a lot of wisdom to marry, to temper your passion with being able to articulate that, communicate that to the world, and being able to make people even believe it enough to either invest in it or be a part of it. And to answer your question, I lived in Ikorodu till 2021. I lived there all my life. And back in 2021, just 2021, 4 years ago, I was in my very small room in Ikorodu in a place called Omolegede. It was just, a mattress on the floor. And I was already doing this great work, with Chess and Slums, which started in 2018. But for the longest time, it felt like, even me myself, I was the charity case. And it was such a very funny thing. I had this idea. I was doing my best to use my talent of chess to help as many children as possible. And it felt like nobody understood that. Chess is a very, very niche endeavor, right? And I tried so hard to communicate the value of it, which is how it helps, raise a new generation of critical thinkers. But the truth is, nobody really cares that much about chess if they don't play it, right? So there was no context for them to understand the value to children. But there was something I had which was much more powerful that I forgot to tell in the story, which is my own story. And that is where everything springs from. That you become a perfect embodiment of who you are, your story, and you embrace it fully. Me being from Ikorodu wasn't a thing to be ashamed of. Right? It was the most necessary prerequisite to me being able to have the right level of empathy, and passion for the work that I wanted to do. Without growing up in that situation, I would never have the staying power to continue even when it was really hard. So that was the first thing, being able to understand that my story also mattered. Right? We live in a world where we see a lot of successful people, that their stories have been told. Messi, Ronaldo, all these people. We know their stories because they've gone on to do incredible things in the world. So how really does your story matter, and how do you make the world believe that? It's by leaning completely into it, right? Embrace it. Do not become a victim of your background. Do not accept that because, you were not born with a particular silver spoon, or because your parents couldn't afford you certain opportunities, or because you couldn't jackpot when all your friends were escaping the country. Do not become a victim of that. You have to own your story and find the beauty in it. Because the beauty of like embracing your story is, and maybe walking a road, less traveled, is you get to blaze a new trail for others. So it's immediately I did that I forgave a lot of things that were holding me back. Right? And I moved on from just being too hyperfixated on my passion that consumed me so much to marrying it with what was more purposeful. Because see, if you have a talent and it serves just you and you use it for yourself, it will bring you personal success. And there's nothing wrong with that. But the moment you take that and you decide to wield it, in a purposeful way, it means that you've decided to share that talent with another person. And it becomes a gift to them. It becomes a gift to the world. And I've said this, time and time again, that every single thing you see in this world right now, from the speaker to the airplane to the car, is somebody's passion project. It was something that they love to do so much, and it became a product that the world uses. From the iPhone to anything that you can think of. It is a museum of people's passion project. So when you have this fiery passion, the only thing that makes a difference that you must come to know, to be aware of, is when you're able to share that with others. There's no other way to greatness. There's no other way to go from Ikorodu to the world. And you recognize the gift that God has given you, and you take that and you give it back to the world. However you choose to do that, whether through your ideas, through your service, through your passion, through your love, if you're able to find that synergy to go from Tunde being a chess master to Tunde helping children believe that they can truly do great things from a small place, then the world really becomes your oyster.
Thank you so much today, and please, can we do better? Because that was a masterclass itself. It had me in another realm. I'm not even kidding. Like, you're the most important person in your story. And what I took out from that also is that most of the time, I think it was the late Taishu Larin that said, may your road be rough, and it sounded like a curse. But most of the time, it is those challenges that give you badges of honor, and then it can, so it changes your mindset. You do not go back because someone said no. You do not go back because you didn't get that check or you didn't get that opportunity. But it is a history in motion, and then you keep forging ahead. Thank you, Tunde, for blessing us with that. And so I'll go to DDK now. DDK fire. DDK, let me tell you something. Someone said, how do you cope with DDK? DDK is fire. I said, yes. She said she was sending me so many mails at a point. It felt like when I read the mails, it looks like she's talking to my destiny. Hey, you, what's going on? There is this level of transformation that's awaiting you, and it was so personal and almost attacking me at first, but then I had to step into it by force, leveling people up to their true value. Thank you for the great work you're doing. So you often speak about personal transformation as the bedrocks of societal transformation. What was a pivotal moment in your own journey? Today mentioned one, as we just heard. What was a pivotal moment in your journey that reshaped your sense of purpose?
First of all, I'm really excited to be here. I would have been here even if I wasn't on a panel. I want to take a moment to honor the gift that we have in you, Sholakbi Akipelu. No kidding. You started off being my friend, but you're now my sister. I'm so inspired by your vision, your heart, your excellence, and even your strength. Before you had, I would have said your last baby, but I don't know what women be doing these days. So I'll just say your youngest child. You were still speaking a few hours on a stage. And then when you said to the host, I just had a baby, they're like, who just had a baby? And it's the manner of strength that you carry and embody. But I think the most beautiful thing about your light is that it shines, but it's not blinding. You're still tender and warm and humble. It's a good moment to actually celebrate the convener of Value of 2025, none other than the visionary at HerVest. Do it better now. We're so proud of you, 100%, and I'm happy to be here, and I've had a great time. And I want to start off by saying what I was sharing with you about the people on the stage, how I feel like there's a message in the gifts that HerVest provided, not merely in the financial grants that these winners received, but in the principle. You created, first of all, an opportunity for others to dive in and support. And it was just a fluid experience of favor on the lives of these people, and also a reflection of the favor that is on the vision. But the second part was, I was saying to you, Shalakwe, you know, it's not 250K, 150K, or whatever that we really gave out to these winners. It wasn't the amount, it was that you were liquidating ore. You liquidated ore. You liquidated wonder. And what you're going to reap is not 250K or 150K. It is the level of ore that you desire at your own level of life and experience. Do you see? That's the power of a seed. And that is what I want you to think about as one of the high points of today. To go back into your own world and remember that there is no way personal transformation happens to us only as something we experience, but also as something we flow out with. And we have to be intentional about it. To move into legacy living, you have to not think that you need to hit your 40s, 50s, 60s, or 70s before you start to give of yourself. At any level of life, there's something you can give. I'm hopeful that you'll go back home, you look around your wardrobe, and what you haven't touched in 6 months, you just be like, this is 500K worth of inventory. Let me call Genova and let me be a blessing, or whatever that looks like. To the question you've asked, I have many remarkable pivotal moments of purpose. And I think it's connected to the parents who raised me. My parents are actually majestic maestros of a life of meaning and purpose. I had a very intentional upbringing, and I started to read out confessions when I was 6 years old. So it's not, my heart is my holding center. Purity and truth, courage, love, and grace are the embodiments of my personality. It is not about being an extrovert or being an introvert. I always bring wisdom into every conversation. I always remember who God has called me to be. And it doesn't matter if nobody else sees it. Because they can't see, it doesn't mean it's not there. I will not cause the darkness. I will turn on the light. I am a girl. I'm good enough. It's never been about my gender. I can be first, not once in a while, but all the time.
You internalized all of this at 6?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Wow. So, give it up to my parents. Yes. I commend
Mommy, Daddy.
Their intentionality. Yes. I had a conference a few days ago, and my father was asking in the morning, how is it going? Are you prepared and all that? I said, yeah, I'm good. I've been hosting conferences for years, so I'm just sounding also super set. And my dad said, Debola, pause. He said, don't go on that stage and stand as an individual. Stand as an institution. I be like, motivates me, my motivational speaker. And then I get to the event and he calls. The person who had my phone said, oh, your dad is calling. And he said, Atewanta. I'm like, Itaibo for what? And they came over. So I would say that my entire growing up years definitely forged me for purpose. I was told for the first time that I was beautiful when I was in my second year in the university. My father or mother never said, oh, fine girl. So in case you are hailing them, hail them guidedly. At the same time, nobody ever said you are fine. In fact, the first time I heard it, I thought it was like a derailing word. Like, why are you talking about my physical features? It's about your mind. Because my dad will say, it doesn't matter if no one turns when you walk for how you look, but they must turn when you open your mouth. Yeah. So that man, look. But I will just land it here. That formed the foundation. But I would say that it will be year 2003. I went to the best and the only real university in Nigeria. Yeah. Thank you. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you can still take a diploma from Obafemi Awolowo University, please. So in my university, we would have as much as a 1-year strike. And in case you are upset, that gave you, it's the best place. That just gave you an opportunity to find yourself. So we had this 10-month strike after my first year, and we were at home. And in that period, I read a total of about 33 books written by Mike Murdoch and Miles Monroe. Finished them, and I think 3 by Matthew Ashimolo. I got back to school, and then there was this unusual experience I started to have. Every time I opened my mouth, people would just start to gather. It was rather strange. In the room, in class, it was just weird. I was just sharing from the things I learned from the book or, whatever. And everybody will start to gather and they'll be looking. And I'll have lecturers say, you're so wise. You're wiser than your years. It took me a while before it dawned on me that I had internalized so much wisdom that it changed my worldview. As it shifted my worldview, it also started to elevate the association of worth and weight that people associated to my name. I believe that by my 3rd year, I had this unforgettable moment of awakening where I felt like wisdom truly sets apart. And I made that commitment that I would live my life in the pursuit of wisdom. And that's exactly what I've done.
Thank you, DDK. Wisdom truly sets apart. Thank you so much. So much to unpack. I'm still thinking. But then, before I, quickly come back to today, we have, it's social media. Things are so flighty and so fast at the same time. And there are some ways that, while it has its own benefits, it affects self-confidence, self-doubt in so many people. Because you're just looking at that curated life you see out there and wondering, can this ever happen to me? How best would you advise for people struggling with such to step into their purpose and, gain their identify who they are and live for their true calling?
That's such a great question, and there's so many ways to think about it. But the first thing that I think I would highlight 3 things. I'll try to be quick. If I get long, I'll stop at 1. But the foundation I would love to lay for answering that question is that humanity has actually always been plagued by the tyranny of comparison. It's a lifelong thing, or it's just always been with us. It's not really about social media. Before there was social media, Mommy Toyosi was comparing herself with Mommy Akin because her husband was a civil servant and Mommy Akin's husband was an importer and exporter, and he always traveled in and out and had more money, So there's always been the tyranny of comparison. It is just an ongoing struggle of humanity. And it's not necessarily drawn from brokenness. We were wired to be social. And we will always sort of we'll be always grasping, in a sense, for a handle of definition. Definition anchors. And that is why you come to a conference, they read a recitation or a bio, and you have a sense of that person. It sort of anchors. Definitions offer a guide for how you perceive a person. Do you see? But what was read about me doesn't tell a full or rich story of my soul, of my travails, of my fears, of my burdens, of my aspirations, of my personal discipline and my sacrifices. Do you see? You can't capture that in a bio. Do you see? So I would say that what you are at war against is not primarily social media. What you are at war against is your own unfinished business. You see? So if you know what your unfinished business is, you can then determine to carefully shut the gates that derail you the most. You can shut the gates to the pathways that derail you the most. So what I mean with that is everybody is going to have a certain kind of struggle with comparison or competition or self-defeating patterns. And there are 5 very prominent gateways. Are you still listening to me? Are you getting bored, or we should continue? 5 prominent pathways, that could now really assail you, where this warfare and tyranny of the things that can trouble your soul can come from. It can come, number one, from your history, your heritage, the family you were born into, the things you observed from significant parents, the environment you grew up in, the lies that were, sort of told to you or against you, etc. So things within the context of a dysfunctional family can wage a significant war against your soul. Number two, your own persisting problematic patterns, aka normalized nonsense. The things you have habituated, but is bad behavior. But you sort of say, that's who I am, you don't wake up on time, you have this big mouth that gets you into trouble, you like what you don't have, you use money you don't have to buy things you don't need, to impress people you don't like. Normalized nonsense. You don't take anything seriously, you wait till the last minute so you lose opportunities. Normalized nonsense. You borrow a lot just to borrow pose. Normalized nonsense. You have to stop cutting yourself some slack when you find that you are now limping and catwalking on your limp. The moment you know that you are getting used to something that you should judge, then you have to take care of yourself. Number three, relationships that pull you into drama and trauma and stigma. Like if you're already an adult and you manage to make it through till your 20s or 30s, you are wise enough, or you ought to be wise enough, not to allow those kinds of relationships that derail you from your purpose. And then number four, the power of the media. It's a mind control mechanism. Lies that sound so good, the nudity oddity, the LGBTQIA plus madness, just all the things that are out there seeking an access into your soul. And then number five, the voices that move from mentors to tormentors. We don't talk about it enough because we oversold the concept of mentorship. I believe that is the disservice my own generation has done to the younger generation. If you are Gen Zs, I need you to listen to me. Any Gen Z here, do you want to wait for me in a Gen Z fashion? Can you give me some good swaggy sound so that I know that you're here? I love it. If you're a Gen Z, until you find yourself, you should not pursue an external voice that has significant access to determine the choices you make. I'm telling you, you should use causes, books, communities, materials, conferences to grow your journey into identity framing first, before you allow someone to call you and say, I saw that thing you put on social media, will you put it down? Before someone has that kind of power over you, you need a level of stability in the way that you perceive yourself. So to round it up, my thought would be, social media is not the real issue. Your unfinished business is. Your unresolved trauma is. Your identity distortion is. Your normalized nonsense is. The absence of knowledge is. The wrong communities is. The absence of a habitual system of growth is. Fix those things and close the doors to the pathways that continue to fuel your problematic patterns. That's what I would say.
Woo! Fire! Thank you, DDK. Finish those businesses. Finish those businesses. Thank you so much. And talking about wealth and its definition, we're talking about investing with purpose. Today, you've seen the inner slums of Makoko and then, the bright lights of Times Square. So you've been at various levels. You've seen wealth as different forms, as simple as life, being a wealth itself, sanity and all of that. How do you define wealth? What does wealth mean to you? And how do you encourage that people define wealth?
Okay, so, and maybe for those that have followed my journey over the last couple of years, you've seen a lot of change happen to me, and some of it was very, 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 almost very jarring, because I've always believed that I'm a pretty grounded person, but then it's easy to say that until something happens and you see that you're really struggling with keeping up with the pace. Now, I've been very lucky, and I think I wrote something about this when I was in Dubai, for a leadership conference. And I was invited to come and speak to a lot of very successful women. And I remember while I was waiting, I was just thinking that, wow, my life has really changed. right? Because I'm sure everyone here is much wealthier than me, because it costs a lot of money to even be at the conference. And I was there to come and speak to them. And because there was value in my journey and my story and the work that I do, that was worth so much more than money. And that is true wealth, because the work that I have done over the years has afforded me the opportunity to do a lot of things, right? And let me narrate an experience recently that was like an inflection point for me. 2 years ago, I was very sick. I had a hip replacement surgery. What that means is that they remove your entire hip and they replace it with ceramic ball and an iron implant. And it was like a childhood, thing. And so there was a risk that, if I don't fix this, I'll probably end up on a wheelchair. And this was in 2023. I just gotten back from Oxford then. It was my first time outside Nigeria. Life was just really opening up for me. And I was getting these global opportunities. I was being invited to these places. And all of a sudden, I had to contend with this medical situation. And it was the most depressing period of my life, because after the surgery, the doctors were not sure if I would ever be able to walk again. So I was like in a wheelchair for like the next 3 to 4 months. And I remember then it felt like the world had gone completely quiet. Like completely quiet. All the well done today, God bless you. I'll go on my Instagram and I'll see people, everyone is living their lives, pursuing their passion. The people that are outside during summer, they were outside. And yeah, I was. If I want to go to the restroom, I have to call my mom to carry me. And I was learning to walk again as a child. And it was a very humbling period for me, right? And everything has faded away. All of the fame, all of the, you're running, you want to do this. And I was depressed. And I had a conversation with someone, and I said, it really does feel like the world has moved on from the awe of Tunde Okoye. And I'm just here, I'm still, and I'm not even sure if I'd ever be able to walk again or make any progress. And the person just smiled and told me this. He said, see, don't worry, Tunde. It is okay for the world to move on while you're still. And there is some wisdom in staying still in this moment and learning all of the painful lessons and just, constructing meaning from this pain that you feel, because that pain would unearth something else, but you can only connect those dots in hindsight. When the pain is happening and the suffering, it's hard to make sense of it, right? But it's much later down the line that you see that it was a necessary experience. And he said something really profound to round it off. He said, because one day you will walk again and the world will stand still for you, right? And of course, I didn't understand that until last year in Times Square during the World Record. I think it was in 50th hour, and I looked up, and Times Square was filled with hundreds of people, that had come to watch me break the world record. And everyone was shouting, go Tunde, go Tunde, go. And it was indeed true that the world has stood still for me in this moment. It was the number one trending thing in the world, on the New York Times. And it was a life-changing moment for me. And I'm saying this because all of this change, me even becoming like relatively famous, a lot of things happening, wasn't something I was exactly prepared for. Right? But I will tell you what exactly led me to those places, right? And which is why nothing has really changed for me. Even if maybe I can afford a bit more and I'm maybe a bit more influential, very little has changed fundamentally. Well, the one thing that has always defined success and wealth for me is that I'm able to walk into a lot of rooms and say, who is not present here and how can I stand in the gap for them? And that is true wealth. True wealth is a life of service, right? And if you're the kind of person that walks into every room saying, how can I help? I promise you, you're going to have success that is unimaginable. That is the only thing that makes you distinctive. Anybody can have money. Anybody can be famous. But that is not true success. That is not good success, like the Bible likes to define it. Right? Good success is that you have something. Right? It doesn't have to be a lot. And you're willing to sacrifice that for the benefit of others or for the greater good. And that in itself is the only way I would ever define wealth. And back to my moments in Dubai, and while I was just preparing what I would say, it occurred to me that there was a reason why I had to see both extremes of the spectrum, living in extreme poverty and growing up in that situation, and now being in a position where, I'm with a lot of people that are extremely wealthy and very successful, right? And you'd see that the society has been designed in a way that doesn't make sense. People can wear $5 million wristwatches, and there are children that cannot even find 200 naira to eat. Like, how did we design a society that works that way? And I guess my curiosity has always been, how do we bridge this inequality, right? So there's certain people that can hold the complexity of existing in both worlds and being able to fill in the gap. That the haves have the right context to understand the plight of the have-nots. And the have-nots now, are able to access the opportunities that the haves can give them, right? And being able to do that, for me, is the greatest wealth that I have and the greatest success that I've ever purposefully created, right? And I can tell you that, nobody has ever asked me that, did you even go to school? Did you go to Harvard? But just a couple of months ago, we sold out a chess masterclass in Harvard, and that has been truly defining for me, right? So to just round it off, right? Wealth, like you see it, that is shiny, that is, the cars, the houses, it is not true. It is a very little substance, right? When you think about success, right, and for yourself personally, and someone asked me recently, he said, Uncle T, how can I become great and successful? I'm losing patience with myself. And I told him this. I spent some time thinking about it. I said, don't worry about this vain pursuit of success. There are a lot of people I know that are very wealthy, but there's a lot of emptiness just sitting beneath it. What you need to do is to become, first of all. And what DDK said about like deeply rooting your identity in what you know to be true. It is very, very, very important. And when you do that, right, and you stay with it for a really long time, there's something about time. It has a way of like applauding and revealing what truly endures. And that is the beauty of wealth that is unearthed from a place that is patient, right? And I told him finally that to truly become wealthy and successful and great, right, just stop whatever it is you are doing right now and help other people become great, right? That is the way you must think about your life and your gift and your place in the world. And if you truly do that, then you will be the wealthiest of all. And like the Bible says that for you to become the great leader, you must first become the greatest servant. So, thank you.
Thank you. That deserves a moment of stillness to come into. Thank you so much, Tunde, for sharing so much from your heart. Woo. Has it been a great fire chat? Has it been a deep fire chat? Has it been a high fire chat? Please, let's give our fire chatters a round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. So I'll just take 2 questions now. Our time is up. We'll just do 2 questions from the audience. If you haven't asked the question before, has anyone asked the question before? Have you? Okay. Please come forward, and then let's take from another. Has anyone? Okay. Gloria, get us the second person. Yes, FC. Okay, so I think he has been quite engaging. Gloria, him with the heart. Looking, yes, please. Yes, it does, I think. Okay.
You, please come.
So quickly, please. So that means we're taking 3 people.
Yes.
You.
Yes, 3 of them. Your name and you know what to do, please. 1 question.
Good afternoon. I'm not going to ask a big question. I've asked DDK 1 question like that. That took 20 minutes. The question I want to ask is directed to Tunde, because we have a similar story. I'm from Muson. I grew up there, ghetto boy and everything. So I met the ending of a speech where he said that the haves not, are waiting to get whatever they will get from the haves. So I'm trying to bridge that gap. And one of the things that I find complex, that I find difficult to understand is that what are the ways that the haves can come and the have-nots? Because the have-not most times have this animosity towards the haves. They believe they believe that the haves are the reason why they have not. So how are they going to meet at the middle so that the haves can extend something to them and they'll be able to get? So I would like to have that.
Thank you so much. I think we can take all the questions and then we'll take
all right,
the
that's
answers.
okay.
Thank you. That's a valid question. And if I could just add to that, have you noticed that most of the time they have and have not, even physically, there's just like a side of a coin. So you go into Lekki 1 and then you see some shanties right in Lekki 1. Then you go into Ikoyi and then you see Sura and all, So it's strange. And then, I think we need to address that.
Okay. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My question is strictly for Tunde, right? Yes, sorry. Strictly for him. Sorry. Or specifically, thank you for the correction. So going through your story, that's from Ikorodu to where you're currently at, and the experiences you've had, right, or currently still having, and your values and morals, right? I know that through the process, there's some things that are dear to you in terms of, or you can let go in terms of your values and your morals. And there's a thing around people saying that when you're not with money yet or you don't have money yet, you let go of some of these things or you tend to lose these things. Considering the society that we're in, that a lot of compromise tends to happen and you can easily be, be swayed, right, to doing things you shouldn't be doing or supporting things you shouldn't be supporting. How do you keep that up?
Okay, thank you. The last question.
Yes, from a guy now.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Latif Adebayo. My question is for both DDK and Tunde. So it's on the idea of unfinished business, which DDK mentioned, right? Which is, so in essence, my question is, if your unfinished business has to do with, let's say, your identity, for example, the case of Tunde, where is, okay, you know you're coming from one side of the coin, and then your life just suddenly turns around. I mean, while you are still in that other side of the coin, how do you make sure that you expose yourself, you expose your story without being embarrassed or without just sacrificing or trying to keep up with whatever social media wants you to be showing?
All right, thank you. And so we'll hear from Tunde first, and then,
okay,
you wrap up as well. Thank you.
So the very first question, and I had an interesting chat with the man, and the story is very inspiring. Now, there's a huge gap between the haves and the have-nots, and it's a very terrible one. I personally have this grasp with the Nigerian elite, both the political elite and the academic elite, because, and this is something maybe more people will come to understand with time, right? In the last 1 year, I've been to 15 countries. So I've been traveling quite a bit, and it's always one conference. And I made a decision when I got back this time that no more conferences for me, that I don't want to travel anymore. I just want to stay for a while. And this is because a lot of those conferences that you go, there's always one thing that is recurring. It's always the bragging about our numbers, right? Oh, Nigeria, Africa is going to have the youngest population in the world. It is true, but I don't think it's something we should be so excited about. In fact, I think it is something we should be absolutely terrified of, right? Because if you have 20 million children out of school right now that have no skill or education to participate in a world that is constantly evolving, then they're going to become a liability to that future. And it isn't something to be too excited about yet without doing something, definite about it. Now, so which brings us to what the real problem is. So is the real problem that the elites do not care? It is not true. The real crime of the elites or the haves is that they're mostly indifferent to the plights of the poor people, of the have-nots. And this difference doesn't come from a place of cruelty. It's just mostly because they don't have the right context to empathize with the situation. Poverty is a very terrible thing, and not because people don't even have money to survive or to feed, is because it robs them of their dignity. And it fully conditions them. For a child that is born in Ikorodu now, born into a slum, first he has become a victim of his parents' poverty, right? And he grows up, that environment which he is born into fully conditions him before he even has his own agency. And he's thrown into a world where he doesn't have the exposure, the education, even the nutrition, to fight for his place, right? And this cycle is so vicious and it's happening seriously, which is why more people are getting into poverty in droves. The real challenge, like I said, is that the haves, they have a heart for the poor, but they don't have a mind for the poor. And these are two very distinct things. It is easy to feel pity for a situation, to want to do something about it, right? Oh, okay. Every December now, dirty December, we are back. Let's carry spaghetti and bags of rice to the slums. Let's take pictures. It is good. It is a kind thing to do, right? But that is just having a heart for the have-nots. But to have a mind for the poor is a much different thing entirely, right? You have to be fully immersed in trying to solve a problem. And we're not just talking about a problem that continues to serve the middle class. Being able to help the have-nots, right, is meeting them at the point of their need and creating reducing the barrier for them to access the very basic things. Both, rule of law, access to rule of law, to education, to nutrition, to healthcare. We have to minimize the barrier for them. It is called market creating innovations because there are a lot of people still not participating in the global economy systems. And because people have been completely removed from these systems, then they suffer so much because of it. So this is the responsibility of the haves, that they move beyond let us give them 1 million, to actually having a mind for the poor, right? And giving the best of your talent to trying to solve a specific problem, right? And the most important role for this are the people that stand in the gap, people like me and the brother that asked that question. Because there is so much ignorance on both sides, the have-nots have deep hatred for the haves, right? And the haves, they're trying to protect themselves from the have-nots. So because of that, it's even so much more pronounced now, because when we were younger, okay, I'm not that old actually, but when them DDK people were younger, the extremely wealthy family and maybe a child, from very poor background, they can still be in the same classroom, maybe in government schools, the model colleges. But now, there's literally no context. There's absolutely nothing that will bring the child of the rich and the poor together anymore. Right? Let us just think about that. What social, the first time I ever came to the island and I saw high-rise buildings and all of that was in 2014. And I'd lived in the corridor all my life, believing the smallness of what I could see until I came. And that is the real tragedy of poverty and the silent consequences of it. That they're born into the situation that fully conditions them, right, and confines them. So if we don't have a connected have and have-nots, then how do we solve any problem? So the person that must stand on the gap must carry the empathy. And it's not just guilt-tripping people and bashing them and trying to force them to consider the poor. No, it won't work that way, right? The person that must stand on the gap must be the storyteller. The storyteller that carries the weight of both the suffering of the poor and also carry the understanding of the language in which to communicate that to the rich. And one of the ways that I'm doing that, for example, is Chess in Slum is great, but it's not monetizable. So virtue doesn't sell. Virtue cannot be monetized. But you know what can be monetized is dopamine, right? People want to be entertained. People want to do this. So if you see me breaking world records, selling chessboards, doing all those things, it's because I know that to change the world in a way that truly matters, somebody has to pay for it. And that is by selling to the rich and now being able to give to the poor. But the rich also, again, must move beyond having a heart for the poor to having a mind for them. And when we have that shift collectively, and we understand that our success has to be as a collective, not as individuals that are shining on global stages, talking about how they built unicorns and all of that. But I can say that we're creating success that is for all of us. Then that is when we can truly begin to have meaningful conversations about bridging that gap.
Thank you so much, Tunde. Thank you. Thank you. So much to unpack from that. And I don't know if anyone was here this morning when we were talking about inclusive finance. And then, our description of that. Does it sound familiar? Does it sound like the same? And that's what HerVest is doing exactly in financial services. For underserved and financially excluded women, particularly women that are left in financial fringes, taken from people who want to impact, who want to invest purposefully into the people who do not even know what's possible in a meaningful way as partners in purpose and progress. Give it up for Tunde and HerVest. And of course, DDK. All right, I see you, Gloria. I know that we need to round up quickly. So thank you so much for giving us the honor and opportunity this afternoon. Thank you, DDK. Thank you today. We're grateful. Thank you, everyone.
Please put your hands together for them and make it louder. I told you it was a power side chat. So much to unpack and unravel. I tell you, if we go another 1 hour, there'll be so much to learn. The room is still full. That's to tell you that Value Up 2025 will receive value. Did you value up, people? We'd also like to invite Benga Tutori partner Alan and Grant, of course, to join them. Please, Benga, please join us, sir. Yes, please. And of course, Ma'am Victoria Biolajai, please, Ma'am, join us for this quick photo. And then our other speakers too, and our panelists, please, we crave your indulgence to join us too. Yes, the other end. Yes. Please join us, Yolanda. Thank you. Okay. Could you please join us, ma'am? Thank you. Let's smile.
It's
9:15.
How am I already underwater?
I'm in the same boat. Thank you.
I'm in an actual boat. I thought Grammarly just fixed this.
Okay, Mr. Wengatutori, please hold on. DDK, please hold on for us. Mrs. Victoria, please hold on. Yes. Thank you very much. Yes, 6. Yes, makes sense. Yes. Please, all 6 of you. Please, let's come closer. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Please celebrate DDK and Tunde as they make their way back to their seats. I don't think that's enough celebration. Your energy has been amazing all day. Love it, love it. Thank you very much for making my work very easy as your MC. Thank you. So let's do something quickly before we wrap up. Can we download HerVest? If you've not downloaded the application, please bring out your phones, go to your iOS store or your Google Play store, type HerVest and download it now. I'm giving you 30 seconds to do that, everyone. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Go to your iOS store or your Google Play store and please download HerVest. I'm waiting. We're checking back end. Also, to everyone watching on Instagram, if you won our giveaway on Instagram, please reach out to us. If you want our giveaway on Instagram, please reach out to us. We would like you to redeem your gifts. Download HerVest and follow HerVest NG across all social media platforms. Very important. We want to see a spike in our followership. We're waiting on you. That's the only gift you can give back to us for giving to you. Please download the application HerVest on Google Play Store and on your iOS store and sign up today. Sign up now. Not tomorrow, not next tomorrow. Do it now. And also follow us across all our social media platforms at HerVest NG. HerVestNG. I want to see a spike in our numbers. Are we doing that already? We're more than 100 in this room. So if 100 of you follow, definitely would increase our following. Thank you. Thank you for indulging me. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay. To wrap up and give us our closing remarks, has it been an amazing time? You know, when somebody gives you jollof rice, especially when you're really looking for jollof rice and they give it to you, the kind of smile and excitement with which you thank that person. I want you to show me that excitement today because you've gotten something more than jollof rice here. Have you valued up, everyone? Have you had an amazing time? Can we chorus, thank you, HerVest? Love it, love it, love it. To give us the closing remarks, and of course to thank our speakers, our panelists, and our attendees, and to let you in on our future events as a brand. It gives me great delight to welcome co-founder HerVest. Please make welcome Yomi Ogunleye to come give us. Celebrate the co-founder HerVest.
Thank you, Gloria. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abayemi Ogunleye, and I'm the CTO and co-founder of HerVest. It's been a great pleasure having you here. I've had a great time here today, and it warms my heart to see that everybody has been impacted here. I would like to use this opportunity to, thank the speakers from the very first session we had with Victoria, Ego, Honorable Mobolaji, talking about thriving your career in this AI age as well as the remote age. From the session on entrepreneurship with Hilda Bassi, Victoria, as well as Ayo Bankole, talking about how you can basically turn your side hustle into like real businesses and basically having that balance as well. To Bumi, Razaki, and Victoria, talking about how you can basically build financial wellness by building from one generation to the other, ensuring that you start saving now. The misconception that we have about getting wealthy, getting rich is that, you need to actually have a lot of money. But with the little money you have, you can basically grow wealth with compounding interest, and there are different instruments as well. And the Fireside chat was actually one of my favorites. Thank you, DDK, as well as Tunde. It was very, very deep. It was very emotional. I was truly inspired by your stories, especially when DDK was talking about having self-affirmations. It's very, very important for us to ensure that whatever we put in, whatever efforts that we're trying to get, we put in our 101% more or less. And Tunde talking about the different divides. It doesn't matter where you're from. You can basically make it big by putting enough effort. And most importantly, I would like to thank you, our attendees, our customers. Thank you for coming here. We actually picked this year's theme, financial awareness, which is basically adapting, growing, and thriving, because it matters to us here at HerVest. At HerVest, we are living this daily mission. As Sholakwe has described already, our platform provides access to savings, investment, as well as credits. We give our loans to businesses. So if you're running a small business, we can basically give you out loans to actually make your business thrive. If you don't have the app already, as Gloria has mentioned, please download. It won't take much. Because this is the second edition of Value Up. I would like to do this for future editions. So to keep this event free, it'd be nice for you to download our app, transact, refer your friends, and all of that. Then for our moderators as well, we are not forgetting you. You ensure that this event was smooth flowing. To Gloria, to the MC, thank you so much. And our winners, for the pitching competition, thank you so much. I was inspired by your boldness, to pitch your idea on the spot. A lot of people would not be able to do that, but you did it. So I would like to leave us with just one question. What's one thing you're taking away with you? One shift, one step, one idea you act on. You need to act on it right now. Thank you for showing up, and we hopefully would see you in the next Value Up. Thank you so much. And before I leave the stage, I'd like to actually thank the backbone of this event. That's our members of staff at HerVest. Without everybody, because you would not believe that this is the ending of May. It took us basically about 6 weeks to do all of this. We're a very high-performing team, very small team, as I would always like to say, but we did our best to ensure that, this was actually able to happen. So everybody's going to come on stage. So I see you there, Rosalind. Rosalind, please come up on stage. Let's take a bow. Messi, Mo, Emmy, Favor, Buchi, please come on stage. Please come on stage, please. Sholakwe, definitely. I'll get at the top. Ayobami, Ayobami, the engine. Feyi, Emmanuel, yes. Toyin, Michelle, I said Emmy, yeah, Emmy. Come here.
Now you know.
Thank you so much.
Now you know.
You should come
if you know,
as
you
well.
know. The big ballers in town. Now you know.
This is dedication, sleepless night, a lot of pushing and all of that. So please give us a round of applause. Give everybody a
balling. Premium or nothing. Now you know.
Thank you all.
Now you know.
Please, can we celebrate this incredible team? Behind every successful event, there's a team that worked hard. DJ, hold on. You'll play. Hold on, DJ. Thank you very much. Just before we go, ladies and gentlemen, please ensure you take pictures. Get someone's phone number. Very important. I said it earlier that this event is also about networking. So that when you come for Value Up 2026, if God wills, you can say that the friend I made at Value Up 2025 is still my friend till now. So ensure that you do not look down on anyone. Make friends. Exchange contacts. Follow each other on social media. Grow your network today. Very important. Thank you again to our sponsors. I want to say thank you to all of our sponsors. When I call them again for one more time at Value of 2025, you put your hands together for them. Please put your hands together for Wema Bank, TVC News, Trace, Nestle Pure Life, Flutter Wave, Mary Stem, Immerse Coaching Company, Nimbus Media, Friska, Robin Heights, Sarah by Wema, FC, Pecan Trust Microfinance Bank, Purple, IBST, and Happy Coffee. Please, let's put our hands together for them. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to our partners for your support financially, for being here, for exhibiting. We really appreciate you, and we couldn't have done Value Up 2025 without you. Thank you very much. To our speakers again, our panelists, thank you for honoring our invitation. It was truly delightful. Did you have a great time? Have you valued up? Are you sure? You don't sound like it. Have you valued up? Yeah, so we're wishing you all the best. With all of the steps, actionable points that have been shared here, don't get home and shove it under your pillow or something. Start working on it immediately. take steps, take action. That is how you can gain financial wellness. That is how you can adapt, you can grow, and you can thrive. Please work on it, and we cannot wait to see you flying and soaring high at Value Up 2026. We've now come to the end of Value Up 2025. Please make some noise. My name is Gloria Babarinde. It's been absolutely delightful serving as your MC. Did I do well today? Thank you very much for having me. See you at Value Up 2026. Good night and God bless you.
Raise your voice and shout. Come on.
All Meristem staff, please join us on stage. All Meristem staff, we want to take a picture. Every single staff of Meristem, we want to have you here right now to take a quick picture. We are waiting for you. All Meristem staff, we're waiting for you. If you want a prize, you want a gift, please ensure that you redeem your prizes before you go. Very important. To those that want Dr. Juliette Himwan's books, please don't go. If you want her book, don't go. Please ensure you get your book before you leave. Meristem staff, we need you on stage for a quick photo. Meristem staff, we're waiting for you. Thank you.
I go now road, they say I don't know road. Every me mom, now in they move me, they lead me, they go on God. Mine is made up, of course, no going back, non-stop, on 240. There she gone, oh damn it, do road. I'm steady, revving, won't throttle, got eyes on the prize. Babanla, any police, snatching from his hand. If I just you know I be with Okakumi, that's why I call you. Decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus.